we are excited to continue to build locally relevant technology solutions that address the local farmers' needs and deliver meaningful impact through big data and artificial intelligence. Microsoft is committed to an ongoing investment in agri-tech on the continent. The goal of developing agri-tech that enables data-driven, precision, and connected farming that optimize yield, boost farmers' productivity, and increase profitability. We understand that these important issues will not be solely solved by one company, but through partnership with the private sector and public sector, and our partners also in venture capital organization for maximum impact and benefits to the farmers of Africa as a whole. And of course, to improve on food security in Nigeria and Africa. And I believe we have all the potential in this room today and out there as we continue to partner with stakeholders like AFEX and others to bring food security to all through the use of responsible technology. Thank you all for your time. Really a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. Indeed, agriculture is the new oil, and we're looking forward to the innovative solutions that will come out of our pitches today. I'm excited about that in particular because I cannot wait to hear what our bright minds have to share with us. And again, I must celebrate Microsoft for the incredible work you're doing and your significant contributions to Nigeria and Africa at large, especially as it concerns agri-tech. Can we please celebrate Microsoft, please? Thank you. As we move on this beautiful morning, I will now be introducing our first panel conversation. I will start by introducing the moderator who will be on stage to receive other members of the panel. Our moderator for this first panel conversation today at Code Cash Crop 3.0 is Taslim Shita Bey, Chief Economist and Managing Editor, at ProShare. A round of applause as we invite Taslim Shita Bey. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us. He is a stock market investment analyst, commercial and investment banker, and financial journalist with a BSc degree in economics and statistics and a postgraduate certificate in financial journalism. He is the inaugural head of the firm's content team. Thank you so much for being here today, Mr. Shita Bey. I would also bring up other members of his panel. Joining him on stage, we have Ayo Arikawe. Ayo Arikawe, thank you, a round of applause. I see that he has some delegates here because the applause came before I even called his name. He is the co-founder and CTO of Thrive Agric, a fast-growing agricultural technology company based in Nigeria, passionate about ensuring food security. So we're in good company today. We have people who are genuinely passionate about, the agricultural sector in Nigeria and Africa. So thank you very much for being here. Next, I would introduce Nancy Ochonwe. Nancy is the trading manager at AFEX. Please celebrate Nancy. Thank you very much. And in her role as trading manager, she leads a team that nurtures innovations which supports speedy clearance and settlement of trade deals at AFEX. Thank you, Nancy, for joining this conversation. We also have Ikenna Nzewi. Ikenna Nzewi is the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Relief. Ikenna graduated from Yale University in 2017 with a degree in computer science and co-founded Relief whilst he was still in university. Thank you so much, Ikenna, for joining us today. I'll now hand over to the moderator who will take the conversations from here. Over to you now, Mr. Shita B. Thank you.
Hello, I hope everybody can hear me. Okay. Good morning, everybody. If Code Cash Crop hadn't existed, we would need to create it. It's a tremendous opportunity, and one that I've been waiting for quite some time, actually, because there is a need for a conversation between the various sectors of the economy. Technology must meet finance, which in turn must meet agriculture. So this is a grand opportunity. I want to thank everybody who have been part of this organization, and I want to thank those who are with me here on the stage. Let's get cracking at the various issues that we need to discuss this morning. And
I'm so sorry to cut you short, Mr. Shitabi. I see that you were getting in the heat of the conversation and you're ready to just delve in very quickly. We have one more panelist joining, and I sincerely apologize for missing that out. I mean, finally, definitely not the least, we have Dr. Zeal Akaraiwe joining them for this conversation. A round of applause for Dr. Zeal, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I better sneak this in. Zeal is a person I had worked with prior to now in the financial services sector. So it's a pleasure to see you, Zeal. Thanks, Esther. Right. I'm conservative. So in line with the conservative norms, I think we're going to start with ladies first. Right. So this is an auspicious occasion where, like I said, finance meets agriculture meets technology. Now, in your own opinion, given the current challenges of agriculture, commodity trade, and other measures that have been proposed to rescue the sector, what do you think are the key issues that need to be addressed now?
Thank you so much for that very vital question. We all know that the agricultural sector has been marked by a series of challenges, which includes lack of access to real road transport systems. There's also lack of access to quality inputs. There's also lack of access to adequate storage system. We have most of the output from the agricultural sector actually gets wasted up to 50 to 40 to 60% due to post-harvest losses. Another challenge, which is like the chief of all the challenge, I think that's why we're in this room, is lack of access to finance. Now, there's a huge there's a deficit of finance to agriculture up to the tune of 76 trillion naira. Now, this is a huge concern for us, and we at Apex have also taken a few steps to try to address some of these concerns, starting with access to good quality storage facilities. Well, we've actually secured up to 160 warehouses across the country, and we have a total storage capacity of close to 350,000 metric ton storage capacity. And we're taking these steps in order to ensure that we add value to the agricultural value chain by reducing some of those bottlenecks that have been identified.
Okay, thank you very much. You've heard what she said. Right. Now, can you relate to some of the challenges she's identified? And do you presuppose that there's some solutions you want to prefer?
Yeah. Thank you for having me, by the way. Yes, definitely. I work very closely with Nancy. We fight plenty of times, but glad to be here. Definitely, these are real issues in the agricultural sector. I think up until this week, I remember having a conversation with a bank, and they were speaking to stuff like around collateral for lending. And then I'm like, okay, I can give you commodity. And bank says, no, commodity is not collateral. So I mean, just even looking at that basic chain, like financial institutions not recognizing commodity, which is very liquid, as collateral, are some of the things that need to change in the agricultural sector. So, and obviously, there's obviously the need for identification. So one of the things that happens is before the banks will finance a farmer, you're asking for things like BVN, but then there are also realities in those spaces, right? So farmers who don't even have thumbprints, How do you get us in those locations where there is no network, right? And then the only way to issue BVN is to actually take a laptop to those locations. There's still no smartphone SDK till today. So those are some of the challenges that will obviously continuously limit farmers and the agriculture sector in being able to unlock finance.
Okay. Right. So the question on my immediate left. We've heard the two speakers make mention of the challenges. Where can we find the nexus between technology, finance, and agriculture to find solutions that are lasting? Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, definitely. And I'd probably start by talking about post-harvest loss. So in between the farm and factories or markets where commodities are consumed, we have a high degree of loss, right? I think we're starting to see the more agri-tech solutions that are bridging this gap to address post-harvest loss. So specifically at Relief, we invent technology that is designed to take raw crops from the farm, process them so that their shelf life is stable, and also so the yields are higher. And this is an important aspect because if you can better process crops and get more of the valuable ingredient that you need, and you can reduce the logistics from the farm to your factory, you can then afford to pay farmers higher prices for their crops. If you're sitting from a factory's point of view, what you care about is your landed cost of the raw material. So the price that you pay the farmer plus the price that you pay for logistics. And so if you can reduce that cost of logistics, you can pay farmers more and you can incentivize farmers to do more productive farming, more climate resilient farming, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think we need to continue to work on that feedback loop between the farmer and the market that they achieve, and look for solutions that can, at the end of the day, increase the price that the farmer gets and the reliability that there will be an off-taker from season to season.
Okay. Zil, over to you. There's been a bit of bashing of people who finance agriculture, and I know you've been in that sector, you're still there. How can we use finance to address these issues? Are there ways we can structure unique products to meet these challenges that we've just identified?
Thanks, Teslim. Simple answer to that is yes. Are there solutions that can be structured to solve this problem? Absolutely. There are people that have the requisite skill and knowledge to structure these solutions? Absolutely. Is there a willingness to do it? Absolutely not. And the lack of willingness is, I don't know, are there any bankers in the room? The lack of willingness is a structural issue. There is significant risk in the agri sector. And banks, even though it's called risk assets, the bankers really don't like risk. Now, when you look at the alternative means they can deploy capital and make equivalent revenue with less risk, you would find why they would shy away from agri. Now, even though this is the case, what they should be doing, in my opinion, is structuring that sector so that it meets the minimum risk acceptance criteria that they can deal with. But there's a lot of issues around how the regulatory environment works. We had a Bank of Agriculture. Last time I looked at their books in 2016, 2017, they had a loan loss ratio of more than 90%. Now, that does not mean the agri sector is bad. It just means the loans that were given to the agri sector were structured badly. That's an issue of bankers, not an issue of the sector. But notwithstanding, what are the key risks in financing agri? Like Nancy said, when you have 50% of your product going bad, it means that there's a risk to 50% of my capital if I lend you the money, which means I have to take more than a 50% haircut if we do not sort out the transportation issue and the storage issue. Now, as a bank, would I want to take that risk? I wouldn't. So what AFEX is doing is crucial in terms of sorting out the logistics along the value chain. If you reduce the loss from crop production, then it reduces the risk sentiment of the sector. The other thing is the sector, people like Ayo that have done this for a while and done it successfully, we would need to demarcate the grassroots agri people from the industrial agri people, because the risk profiles are very different. And what would then happen is people like Ayo would then play a more, Ayo and Apex would play a more significant role regarding aggregation of the sector. So it's easier for a bank to deal with Apex or to deal with Thrive Agri than to go into a farm in Nasarawa and deal with somebody with 100 hectares of rice farm that you can't even access. There's no internet, there's no smartphone. So this agri sector, the entire value chain needs to be restructured. In my opinion, that restructuring needs to be done by bankers. They need to take a keen interest. Unfortunately, the regulator has removed that interest from them by funding the agri sector directly with all the intervention and all that. Now, the central bank is not equipped to give loans to a sector, but they're doing it. So there's no incentive for the bankers to go in there and fix it. So it's a structural issue that we need to deal with. There are solutions that we can use. And just to throw in as an aside, there's a solution that's just been created that will make this financing seamless. It creates a marketplace, but the structure of the sector will need to change, where we have to document the demand using purchase orders. Once we can do that properly with what Apex is doing, then you find that financing into the sector would improve.
Okay. Thank you, Zil. Flip over to Nancy. You've heard our co-speakers talk about some of the solutions. Are these solutions practical? What, from your own experience in Apex, have these kind of solutions really given meat to the conversation around how we support the agricultural sector?
I would say yes. Taking the cue from what Mr. Zil has talked about, Apex and Thrive have been working very closely in the area of ensuring that commodities that have been looked at as unbankable and non-bankable through the structures we put in place, where we push that fiscal inventory are being converted into financial market instruments via securitization. So via that, the collateral are being kept in our warehouse, and there's some form of co-locking rights between Apex and the stock owner, and the bank also has a platform, which is a technological platform where they can lend those commodities and they cannot be released. And without an OTP being issued to the warehouse manager, the inventory cannot leave the warehouse. So we're already taking the steps in the right direction. This year already will finance a lot of small to medium terms stakeholders in the agricultural space, with almost 100 billion naira cumulatively. So we're already taking the steps in the right direction, but you know, collaboration, they say, is the buzzword. The more we collaborate with other stakeholders in the industry, there will be bigger wins for all of us.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Ayo, yeah, over to you now. Zil talked about aggregation. How practical is it for Thrive Agri, for instance, to aggregate the farmers? I know Babagona is doing something like that, but how easy has it been, and what have been the challenges in trying to get this done?
Yeah, I think it's definitely really practical. It just requires the willingness and definitely like the infrastructure to do that. So today we've worked with about 300,000 smallholder farmers, and for most of them, we're issuing them like literally like their first identity, their first BVN, getting their first wallet accounts. I'm just setting them up on the financial system. It definitely requires a lot of work. I remember when we went to the sector, most of our apps were actually working online, but now in literally everything has to work offline, and then you sync to an area of made connectivity. It ensures being able to recruit champions within those communities, because another thing you realize is trust is super important. So they need to be hearing from the people that are with them. So you take someone with some sort of mid-level education, you take them through trainings, and ensure they are champions to then aggregate like the other farmers in their community. So once you train them, then the training can be passed across. And I think that's sort of like segmentation in terms of, okay, who is the leader in this community, put them into trust groups. So there's a farmer leader, there's a group leader, there's the agent who is semi-trained to speak to them, and then there's a technology interface which ensures they have access to like world-best information. And I think with that, you definitely can achieve those sort of aggregation with the sector. As I said, we've today have about 300,000, and the repayment rate are super great. So I think it's definitely is possible to do that.
Thank you, Ayo. Right, back to the Bank of the US. Right, we've listened to the various parties.
Sure.
And we've looked at what the problems are, what the solutions are. Is there anything we can leverage from best practices abroad? I did that deliberately, by the way. So is there anything we can, from your experience abroad, can we learn a few tips and tricks?
Yeah, we can definitely learn some tips and tricks. I think things like corporate governance, structure, right, protocols, SOPs, and things like that are helpful. But I would also be of the perspective that we need to do a lot of research and development on ground. Io just made a really great point that if you're building a technology and ERM to work with your smallholder farmers and it doesn't work offline, it doesn't work for the local environment, right? Yeah. And so the solution that's maybe made for Iowa or Wisconsin in the US probably isn't built for offline use because there's an assumption that that connectivity will be there. Another example of that would be like for us in the oil palm sector. People have developed technology for the oil palm sector, but it was developed for the plantation variety of the crop. And so we had to come in and develop technology that works for the varieties of oil palm that smallholders have. So while there are important things to learn from the international perspective, I think at a more abstract level, at a very practical level, we need to build technology for our own problems and create those solutions.
Okay, thank you. Zil, over to you.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the sector has some unique risks and each of those risks most of those risks can be mitigated, maybe not all of them. So you have the pre-harvest and the post-harvest risk. You have the pre-harvest, how we show in terms of how do we know that you will harvest the amount you need to harvest. I'm not sure there's insurance to cover that, but that then comes in. We then bring in people with experience, and that's where experience comes in. Somebody has been doing this for the past 8, 9, 10 years, and he has met 90% of his harvest targets. Then you reasonably mitigate that risk. You have the post-harvest risk that Nancy spoke about, but effects with storage and transportation logistics will mitigate that as well. Then you have the very important price risk. So I planted today, the price of corn is X $1,000 per ton, and I harvest in 4 to 5 months, and the price has dropped 40%. What happens to the capital? Now, that price risk can also be mitigated using financial markets products. So you can lock in the price at which you will sell for periods up to 1 year. So you know that ab initio, if I plant, as long as I harvest the quantity that I set out to harvest, then you no longer run a price risk because you have hedged your price risk in financial markets. The risk that is hardest to mitigate from a bank perspective will be the credit risk of the farmer himself. If you know the farmers, like I said, you're dealing with 300,000 farmers, very smallholder farmers. You put money in their account. How are you sure they're buying the seedlings? How are you sure they're not marrying second wives and all that? But that's where aggregation comes in. So a financial institution will be more willing to take the risk of effects of Thrive Agric and say, since you will take this risk on you because you know these people and you make sure that they get the right quality of seedlings, they're using the right methods, they're using the right fertilizer, you are aggregating them properly, you're transporting it, you're storing it, you're issuing warehouse receipts that can then be securitized and collateralized against that. So all of that process, it's an engagement of the entire value chain. And once all of the individual risks are identified and mitigated, then you find that the discussion around collateral reduces, especially where you already have crop in the warehouse. So these things can be done as long as, I know there are 3 or 4 banks I know that are very aggressive in this area. So if the entire sector takes it seriously and the regulator helps. So for instance, the regulator is fond of pushing out money, and you know how someone says, if you have a problem and you throw funds at the problem, all you're creating is a well-funded problem. So the issue really is not funding. If the regulator creates incentives and tells banks, when I say regulator, not just the central bank, maybe the FIRS, and says, any loans to this sector, we're going to amend the corporate tax implication on this sector. We're going to change your capital requirements and capital adequacy ratios in this sector. you're going to find that it's going to create a natural incentive for them to improve the sector so that they make more money. So those are the kind of things that have to happen. And those are not things that a farmer is going to come up with. Those are things that the sector has to come up with, push it down the value chain for implementation.
Okay. Thank you, Zeal. For all those who are not too familiar with Zeal, I'm happy speaking like this. He used to be in oil and gas. So I'm happy that he's talking like this about agriculture. Now you're back home. Thank you. Let's see. Are there any particular models we can use to address some of these problems in favor of producers in the system? Are the models that we have now, are they adequate? If they're not adequate, what needs to be done?
Interesting. When Silicon Valley billionaire Bill Gates tells you to invest in agriculture, you know that you're in the right sector at the right time. Now, however, the sector has been bedeviled with a lot of concerns. We have low standardization, we have low access to markets. We also have low level of financing to the sector that we've discussed over the time of this panel discussion. Now, the model that we hope should solve all of these problems is one that should be able to create access to markets. It should be a model that should be able to also grant price discovery. It should be a model that should be able to give visibility on prices in the market to every participant, be it farmer, be it agro-processors, be it investors. Now, this model is it can be likened to the one we have at Apex. Now, we have a model that enables people to be able to see transparency. It's a model that also tries to ensure sustainability. We also try to ensure that the model actually tries to solve the problem, the concerns that have been raised under the sustainability goals that have been highlighted by the UN. Now, some of the SDG goals that we've actually focused on is one that we try to model to ensure that it reduces poverty, it ensures that there is no hunger, it ensures that there's no gender bias, it also ensures that there's access to consumable, quality consumable products in the market. And to further kind of buttress this point, we'll actually launched 100,000 metric ton plant in Zaria, which is supposed to help add value to the produce that we have from the farm. Because half of the time when you take the inputs, the output from the farmers, you take it to the mills, they tell you there's high level of impurity in it. Now, this particular plant in Zaria is supposed to help reduce this impurities that are in the commodities, and also at the end give the farmers higher value for their money. This is what we're driving at Apex. We want a model that will be able to, that can be scalable, a model that can meet the needs of the different players in the sector, be it the manufacturing, even the farmers and the downstream sector are able to actually leverage our swap program, which we give the farmers inputs. We really don't give them cash, because if we give, let's say, a Malam money, definitely is going to marry a second wife. So because we know this, we don't give them money. We instead give them things that we know that will add value to the value chain, and which is where we've been playing. So all of these models, we've been partnering with Thrive, with the other players in the sector to see how we can add value that can really transcend down the value chain, as again, just solving an individual's problem.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. When Z was talking, he was talking about risk. In everything we said, I've not heard anything about security. Ayo, is that a problem?
Oh yes, actually, definitely a very significant problem. I think for us in the last 1 year, we've actually had people both kidnapped and killed. So it's actually the reality of the times. I think there's a particular community we're in where the farmers literally pay a toll fee to go to the farm. And there's definitely like need for like serious intervention because production is definitely going to dip if that happens. So I think there's a lot of work that the government can do. There's a lot of work security organizations can do. I mean, our approach as a private organization has been, share the risk share the risk to the team, know when to close, know when to be home. There's ways for people to check in. And in communities where it's just too significant, we literally just move away because we can't solve that. So there's definitely a lot of work that the government needs to do in that sector. If not, we'll continuously see production drop, and that's super important.
Okay, thank you. Of course, in the US, we don't have those kidnapping instances, so I won't ask you anything along that line. But something that is interesting is that you talked about oil palm, and South Africa seems to be doing much better than Nigeria. But way back in the 60s, we saw a situation where Malaysia came to Nigeria to collect its fresh seeds and started a thriving oil palm industry, such that today both them and Indonesia are at the forefront of export. What must Nigeria do now?
Invest in our sector, develop technology for the sector, put risk capital in place. The demand that we have and the opportunity for import substitution in palm oil is immense. We have twice the demand than we have the supply. The government has put in place the right policy to encourage local production. You can't import palm or vegetable oil into the country. And so what's left is for entrepreneurs and farmers to go out and create value. We have one of the most valuable plants on the world for creating value per unit of planted area. And so what's left is to actually do the work. And I think that's really the case of palm oil in Nigeria. Is we're all very aware of the opportunity, but we have to enter the farm to take advantage of it.
Yeah, but are you looking at improved seed varieties? Are you moving in that direction?
Yeah, so our company focuses primarily on processing. That being said, we work directly with smallholder farmers. So we've built our business model to eliminate middlemen in between us and the farmers, so that we're able to provide more value to the farmers. So things like improved seedlings are on our roadmap for the future. We want to move things to a point where farmers are, we're paying them for their products, but we're also keeping some of that money to be able to help them with replanting, because that's a big opportunity for improved yields and more profitability. If you look at a lot of smallholders farms in oil palm, they're at about 10% of the efficiency that they could be at. So farmers could be making 10 times as much money as they are today. So there's clearly a big opportunity, but we have to take the right set of steps one by one to begin to create that incentive feedback loop that gets farmers to say, okay, I'm going to start treating this farm like a business, not just the land that my forefather left me that we're still making money from. So it's really just getting these communities to really start seeing the palm business that they've been in as a real proper business.
Thank you very much. I'll be wrapping up now. So Zeal, I'll give you like 2 minutes. Are there any closing thoughts you want to give?
Okay, I'll touch a bit on what you said about oil palm. You're right, in the 60s, Nigeria was responsible for 50% of the supply of palm oil in the world. I mean, all the palm oil, half the palm oil in the world was coming from Nigeria. That's just 2 generations ago. And for perspective, what you said about Malaysia and Indonesia, there are 17 states in southern Nigeria, right? All the states in southern Nigeria, 17 of them. If you remove the 3 largest and combine the remaining 14, that's the size of that oil plantation in Indonesia and Malaysia, one oil plantation. So imagine driving from Lagos to Port Harcourt and you are inside a single farm for a single product. So when we talk about we're serious about agriculture and food security, I keep telling when I speak to government people, I'm like, seriousness has degrees. We are serious, but there's so much more we can do. And it's an entire value chain. And like we said, unfortunately for us, the elephant in the room is the security issue. And that, I don't know how technology is going to solve that. I don't know how financing is going to solve that. That sits squarely as a constitutional responsibility of the federal government. When they fail there, it trickles down to every single sector, and they're not taking it as seriously as they should. So that's the elephant in the room. No matter what Thrive Agric does, no matter what AFEX does, they can build all the storage. If it's not secure, then nobody's going to put money in the sector. And if there's no money in the sector, then it's not going to scale. So all of these things we need to look at. And then we also need to disaggregate agricultural sector from, because when we talk about the agricultural sector, we seem to speak of it as a single unit. It's not really, because you have the subsistence farmers in the agri sector. You have, I don't know, I mean, maybe Nancy will let me know. I don't know if we have any mechanized farming in Nigeria yet. If we do, it is very little. And those are the areas we need to get to, and that is also agri. When you talk about efficiency, subsistence farming efficiency versus mechanized farming efficiency, totally different levels, totally different levels. But we need to grow into it. And what we need to do is engage across the entire value chain, from the subsistence farmer all the way to the regulator, all the way to the security agencies in government.
Thank you very much, Zeal. Thank you very much, my panelists. I think you've enlightened us. You've also excited some issues that I'm sure the audience will want to ask questions. So please wait for those fiery questions that I'm sure are going to come from the audience. So now I'm getting to the questions session. I don't know whether anybody has a specific question for any of the panelists. Could you kindly indicate? Okay.
Good morning, panelists. Good morning, everybody. My question is very specific to Dr. Zeal. Where does NESAL sit in all of this? When we talk of de-risking, NESAL.
So what's NESAL?
NESAL.
Oh, NISA.
So the thing is this, I have had interactions in the past week with bankers, and consistently what I hear from them is they don't quite recognize whatever de-risking NESAL is supposed to bring on board. So if such a strategic agency that is supposed to address a very strategic issue, a key issue you talked about, is not taken seriously in the sector, where are we?
Yes, you can answer.
That's a very good question.
You can answer. I don't envy you.
The simple answer I'll give is I'm on the same side as the bankers on that. I'm not really sure I know what they do exactly regarding the risking. So I can't, and I play in the risk area, and I'm not really sure I know what exactly they do. I'm not saying they don't do anything. I'm just saying my knowledge is limited and I have no idea what they do. But in terms of the, but that's part of what I'm trying to emphasize, that the entire value chain needs to come together. And what you would find is the discussions are very fragmented and it's not pulling everybody in. So there's possibly a lot more NESAL can do that they're not doing, I don't know. But if you're talking of the risk, the same way, if you look at oil and gas, there's the pre-production risk, there's production risk, there's post-production risk. We need to look at the agri sector in the same way. Those risk profiles are very different. There's pre-harvest risk, there's the risk of harvest when you talk about, I know someone that did something and if it's destroyed its entire crop, insects and all that. There's post-harvest risk where you talk about security, storage, transportation, logistics, and all of that. So we have to look at the sector like that and then get specialists in each sector. But until the sector starts to thrive, you find that the interest from the financial sector is limited because there's limited capital and all sorts of sectors struggling for the same capital. So I'll just say, I think more needs to be done regarding de-risking the sector in understanding it. What exactly NESAL is doing, maybe we need to engage them more, effects, maybe we need to engage them more, make what they're doing more public and structure it so that it's acceptable by the financial institutions.
Okay, before anybody asks another question, Nancy, I'm sure you've had some interaction with NESAL and all that, so maybe you could chip in here.
So we've had some engagements with NESAL at some point. in 2017, 2018, we had to collaborate with NISA when we had to fund a segment of farmers in Kaduna and Taraba State, and they really came in handy. The idea was for us to collaborate with input providers. We also had some investors bringing money to actually finance some couple of farmers in different clusters in the country. Now, NISA was very, very helpful in that aspect because they helped to reduce the default risk because there was a lot of insurance cover if there was going to be any form of loss or any form of flood, as the case may be. So NISA is very active, but I think there's still room for more collaboration with the banks. But more importantly, there's a need for the risk to be there's need for fragmentization of the risk, because the risk when you're lending to a corporate that has inventory already just needs collateralization is different from the risk that is associated with a farmer that is actually going into farm and is not sure of the output. So when you categorize them into different buckets, you can then have this discussion with NISA that, okay, this guy actually has an inventory. We just need you to finance, to come assure the bank, kind of cover up for the period the inventory will be held by Apex or whoever is carrying out storage for the inventory. But when you try to bulk everything and you say agriculture, like Dr. Zill mentioned, you're now making it look as if there's a bigger problem, whereas you can actually segmentize the different risk bucket and actually have solution for all of them.
Well, after all that grammar,
So,
I hope...
can I just correct
Okay.
something? I am not a doctor. I was introduced that way. I am not a doctor at all.
But he's very close to one. He's very close to being one. Don't worry. Yes, could we get any other person, please?
My name is Daniel Eshed. I'm on the business desk of the Nation. My question is to the guy in Tribe Agric. How profitable it is to run a crowd farming platform with the insecurity in the north? I visited a farm in Nasarawa where I met a farmer with a gun. I was surprised, a friend I know. Then he now showed me a forest where he said people kidnap farmers and all that. What is the situation right now? Then for Afex, the problems I found out among farmers is that farmers don't understand basic agronomic practices. They don't know how to run even a one plot farm. Do you have demo farms that people can look at? Because my problem is not agri-tech. The problem is the back end. A lot of farmers don't know what to do to make money. And then you have a lot of platform and all that. Sometimes I don't get excited. And I've told them, even at IIT, I said, look, the guys you train, you expose them to greenhouse and all that, but you go there in the outfield there. People do agriculture, don't understand what it means to farm. So do you have demo farms that people can see? And so that the things you call feasibility, you can now translate it into profit. Do you have demo farms in this area so that we can look at it? Because I believe the problem we have is the basic level, not even tech.
Okay, the way I'll take it is this. I'll allow Ayo to respond quickly. I don't envy you again. On the issue of security and how digital platforms can still make money.
I really wish the government was beside me so that I could say one part and you say the next. But honestly, I think what we've tried to do is really work around like very closely with communities. So first of all, it's really just identifying what communities to work with and what does historical look like in that community and what does history look like in that community. Most times we've been right. And then in those communities also just try to put structures. So put structures around things like group guarantees. So among the group, they are cross-guaranteeing themselves, and among several groups, also the community leaders are cross-guaranteeing. And then even trying to ensure that, I mean, every tribe and just everyone finds it inclusive in such a way that if there was to be an attack in someone's farm, like the entire community is sort of like responsible for ensuring that doesn't happen. And we've seen them just sort of like watch over themselves. And I think that's how we've sort of been able to guarantee risk itself, just by one, selecting the right communities and then ensuring that our work in those communities is very inclusive and crossing across most of them, and they're also cross-guaranteeing themselves. So even if one farmer was to have a loss, then the other farmers are sort of like responsible for that and paying that. I think that's really the most that we've done and can be done at this stage. It's proven profitable so far, and emphasis on so far also showing that there's work that needs to be done. And I think that model goes and is scalable. I think also it's sort of similar to when you talk about, some people read about Nigeria and it's sort of like all of Nigeria is aflame, right? It's the same way you read about Kaduna. I think all of Kaduna is aflame, but then it's sort of like specific communities, specific local governments. And I think if you spend time to actually do those sort of identifications, then you'll be able to work in safe communities.
Okay, thank you, Ayo. And then over to Nancy.
Thing is, when you tell someone a thing, they can possibly forget. But when you show someone how to do the thing and involve the person, there's a likelihood that they can replicate whatever you've put in place. To demo plots, yes, we've had several demo plots each of the planting seasons. And we have what we call field extension officers, which we kind of draw close to us. These field extension officers are actually locals of the communities we actually operate in. So they come to participate in the demo plots, and then they go ahead to teach their populace, the farmers in their communities, the best practices possible. We don't just stop there. We follow them through the journey of their farming till harvest is done. This helps us to have the best outputs possible from their yields. So whether we've had demo plots, yes, we have and will continue to have, because learning is unending.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I can take one more question. Oh. A lady, please. Have somebody here.
Good morning. I'm so sorry. I missed part of the discussion, but I had a very burning question, and it's really for startups, especially ag tech startups in the agricultural field. I wanted to know, when it comes to funding, it's easy to raise funds. Sometimes it can be easy to raise funds, but to be profitable is much, much harder. So for those companies who have gotten into the space and with the funding that you've gotten so far, do you feel like you've had a long enough runway? Do you feel like some of your funds, you wish you had a longer runway? Do you feel, especially with some of the other ag tech companies that we've seen come and go, we've seen some fly by night, but what could your advice be to financiers on what they could do to make it easier and have more patient capital when it comes to ag tech? So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take two of my panelists on this, and then the other two might decide to chip in if they so want. Ayo, over to you. I can see you smiling.
Yeah, definitely. I think there needs to be the right blend of capital in the agriculture sector. There needs to be a lot of equity coming, especially, I mean, we've been in the crowdfunding space, we've gotten our hands burnt also. So definitely understand the need for like distribution of capital. So come for long term. There needs to be also longer term equity. Then there's definitely short term debt for working capital. And I think the moment like that sort of capital use is mixed, then you find architects going into trouble. So yes, so I would say that would be my advice. Definitely more people should seek to raise equity. There should be more equity structures that come up. And then definitely there's now long term debt and short term debt in terms of
okay. Thank you. Zil, over to you.
Again, I'm going to put it squarely on the shoulders of bankers, because the people that need money, they will just come to you and say, we need money. That's it. It is now left to the financier, let me not say banker, to distill what exactly they need the money for, what type of money they need, how long they need it for. So if you give somebody a 1 million naira loan and tell him to pay you back in 1 year, he's going to have to pay you, give or take, 90,000 a month. Now, if his entire turnover is 100,000 a month, he's going to go bankrupt in a few months. If you give him that same 1 million naira and tell him to pay you back over 5 years, he's going to need to pay you maybe 15,000 a month. It's the same money. So and again, what type of money are you giving him? Are you giving him a term loan, a structured finance? Like what Nancy said, they don't give money to farmers. And between everybody, well, not everybody knows this, but farmers don't need money. Farmers need what the money can do. So a farmer will take money and do something with the money. It would help a lot if financiers understand this and create an aggregation system where instead of giving the farmer money, the farmer goes to collect what he wants. What do farmers need? Seedlings, water. Imagine if we had a system where a farmer can hire a tractor. If we don't have that system, a farmer that needs a tractor will go to a bank and say, I need to buy a tractor. And guess what? The bank will give him money to buy a tractor. He'll go bankrupt because he's going to use the tractor once or twice a month for 3 or 4 months in the year, and it's going to lie fallow. But if a bank sees that gap and forms a leasing company that buys 10 tractors, and that tractor is being transported to 40, 50 farms, that leasing company for tractors will be very profitable. It's going to reduce the cash burden on the farmer. So a farmer, anybody will walk into a bank and say, I need money. It's now left for the banker to sit with the person, understand the business, and give the person the type of money for the tenure they need. Sometimes it's equity they need, sometimes it's long-term funding, sometimes it's just overdraft to recycle money that they already have.
Okay. Thank you, Zil. Right, I'm coming to you here. You're an entrepreneur. So do you share anxiety concerning funding of agricultural businesses? Your business, for instance, how have you been able to navigate the tight waters?
Yeah, so I would actually largely share Io's perspective. I think that companies need to raise a decent bit of equity in the agricultural space so that you can build an asset base for your company. And then when you have an asset base for your company, you can then put debt on top of that asset base and then be able to grow your business, invest in initiatives that increase profitability, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think for a lot of people that want to get into agriculture and do it well, you do need to begin to understand what type of equity funders exist in your networks, the type of things that they care about related to the business's growth, your ability to communicate what your business does, et cetera, et cetera. And most of these things actually can be learned on YouTube. So for example, Y Combinator, which Io and I both participated in, has videos online that go through a lot of the steps of going through the equity fundraising process, the legal documents that you need, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's an important starting point.
I think those who are interested in starting the agricultural business, after this session, you can easily meet him. Still in the hall.
Yeah, I'm right.
Yeah, right. So fantastic. So you can have that conversation with him. I'm sure he'll put you through. One of the things I'm going to do now is to allow everybody to have closing thoughts. And then I think that's a wrap for my session. So Nancy, I'll start with you.
So population is expected to actually, the African population is actually expected to grow from the 1.3 billion figure to about 2 billion in the next 10 to 20 years. If individuals are expected to at least spend $1 every day on food, we know that we have a trillion dollar space for generating revenue. Now, we need all hands on deck. We need collaboration. We need the banks to partner with the fintechs. We need the agri companies to collaborate with other people in the value chain so that we can have a shared prosperity along the value chain. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ayo, your closing thoughts.
If you're thinking of starting an agricultural venture, start today. I mean, everyone here is talking about the opportunity, and you can tell that both in terms of body language of the government, everyone sort of wants to get involved. So I would say if you want to start, today is the best time to start.
Okay, great. So can I have closing thoughts from you, please?
Yeah, definitely. I think at the end of the day, this has been a great discussion, and we've talked about a lot of things, but I think for everyone in the crowd, like think about what the action points are for you related to your interest in agriculture, whether you're an investor, someone that wants to start a farm. What are the action points that come out of this conference today, and how can you begin to put things in motion? Because at the end of the day, agriculture requires motion, it requires action.
Thank you. Zil, I'm going to come to you, last but not least, your closing thoughts. But I also want you to give us an insight into how you think technology is going to be a major factor for pushing the sector forward.
Okay, I'll start with my closing thoughts first. I think we need to treat the agricultural sector as a specialized sector. It's a very professional sector, but because a lot of the farmers are semi-literate, a lot of them illiterate, we tend to think it's a low-level sector. It is not. It's highly specialized. There's a lot of information, a lot of knowledge required. I was reading the NESD document on food security, and to get food security, I was reading about soil security and water security and seedling security. And I was looking at soil security alone, and I was like, farmers don't know this. Farmers certainly don't know that you should be testing the soil to know what component of fertilizer to use, how much boron is in the soil, how much zinc. And I was like, farmers, do we do this? I don't know. But again, it's because the financial sector and the people that control money create habits. Because if the people that give you money ensure that you have the minimum practices, then you are forced to do those things before coming to them. So the financial sector is much more than giving money. And I don't think a lot of the financial sector practitioners understand that. Once you tell a farmer, I want to see your soil sample in 100-meter gaps, he's going to say, why? And you explain it to him, he has to do it. If you don't bring this report to me, I'm not giving you money. And then it starts to teach people that this is a specialized sector and that the knowledge disseminates. So we need to treat the agricultural sector, even though the participants are illiterate, it's not an illiterate sector, it's a highly specialized sector. And so partnering with AFEX, Thrive Agric, and all those is extremely crucial for the success. Again, we're not discussing the elephants in the room, which is the responsibility of government, but there's no government person here, so no need getting a hammer on them. Now, regarding tech, I think tech plays a dual role. Tech helps with scaling, and also tech helps with efficiency. And those two things are crucial in the agri sector. Again, I'll use the example of the largest oil palm plantation in Indonesia and Malaysia. Oil palm is highly flammable. And so imagine a farm as big as from here to Port Harcourt. How do you monitor for fire? They need tech. Now, what human beings used to do over 200 or 300 days in analyzing data, they use drones now. Drones just go up. One single drone can cover a 20 square kilometer radius. And so tech, they now have AI and all that analyzes the data. If there's any temperature change that puts a fire risk, within 15 to 20 minutes, they know, and they can deploy something. I don't see how any type of manual intervention can achieve that. It's simply not possible. So tech is crucial in developing the sector, almost every sector for that matter, and maintaining the security in the sector as well. Even for the security, I know people set up in Ekiti State, there was a company, a security company that uses drones. The drones go up, and when certain animals breach certain barriers, it sends a signal, and they deploy people there to ensure that the carnage is not. So tech is crucial in the sector, as long as it's deployed properly in the right places, and if it is done in a manner that aggregates the farmers together so that it reduces the marginal cost on each of them, then it becomes more scalable.
Okay. Thank you very much, panelists. I think you've done justice to the various questions asked. It's been a lovely session with you, chaps. The audience, I hope you've had some insight into what is evolving in the sector. My job is done. So I just want to thank everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So they'll have a group photograph before they exit the stage. Thank you very much. Can we one more time applaud our panelists and our able moderator, for doing justice to the conversation on the present and future of agriculture commodity trade in Africa. And yes, I must agree, technology is crucial in developing any sector at all, especially the agricultural sector. You know, Dr. Zil Akaraiwe has said he's not a doctor, but I have conferred on him the honorary degree because he's such an embodiment of knowledge. So today you are Dr. Zil, but thank you very much. He's Chief Executive Officer, Graham Blake Advisory. Very quickly, we'll go on a 10-minute tea break, 10 minutes, because once we are back, we'll have our first set of Ag Hackathon pitches. I promise you, you don't want to miss that. We are listening to our finalists pitch their solutions to us, and we'll introduce our panel of judges as well. So you may please exit the room to using the exit doors by my left, which will be your right, to have access to the tea and snacks that we have for you. But please return in 10 minutes so we can continue with this occasion. Once again, welcome to Code Cash Crop 3.0. You may please enjoy your tea break. Thank you. If you're clapping for me, make it louder now. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. And please, you may visit the booth as well for networking, because for events like this, you must ensure that you're networking with other industry practitioners. Don't be alone. Enjoy your tea break. Be back in 10 minutes. Take pictures and network. Thank you very much. See you in 10 minutes.
An industry event that integrates technology, finance, and agriculture all the way back in 2018. In 2018, we tackled the co-creation of solutions to boost the competitiveness of agribusiness in Nigeria. In 2019, we took it a step further and gathered Social Media Week participants to discuss payment systems, the rural experience. And then came COVID, aka unprecedented times, and we took a little break. 2 years later,
what we got. FX was the core of what we intend to achieve is to use technology to bridge the gap between agriculture and the world at large. We believe that technology innovation lies in the mind of all, and being able to promote that platform that harnesses this is the key to promoting agriculture.
Now, 2022, we are back and we have decided to make it bigger and better and plug in an Ag Hackathon to actually highlight some amazing solutions. But first, we teased our online community to see if there's any interest in the idea. Shout out to all our followers on Twitter and Instagram, where we sent out a tweet and a poll. Your amazing response gave us the ginger to take it on.
So we are calling the best of the best technology, finance, and agriculture enthusiasts to send in solutions that challenge.
Your proposal should contain your SWOT, target customers, business strategy, market plan, etc. We got over 200 proposals and we narrowed it down to the top 6. And now the main event has us even more excited, from panel sessions to pitch storms to networking with industry experts across the 3 sectors of finance, technology, and agriculture. Let's accelerate the future of agriculture in Africa with Code Cash Crop.
So what does the Code Cash Crop in terms of innovative solutions for problems in agriculture, bringing in more players into the ecosystem and expanding the reach and growth of platform by technology. We believe that the convergence of technology, sports, finance, research, and agriculture with its crop is what will unlock the next frontier of value for Africa's continent. I'm technology is at the forefront of what we've got. FX, or the core of what we intend to achieve, is to use technology to bridge the gap between agriculture and the world at large. Now, using technology to solve the problem, we also understand that we cannot. But you
More music on trendybeats.com.
When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know the phone gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know the phone gangster, only big energy. Big energy. Big energy. I'm all about that big energy. You know you can't run from it. Look, big energy. What's in that? Look, when you're big, I beg. I never enter gear, but shift, I beg. So my aim this year is infrared. When's the last time I missed my guy? Forget. I know you can tell from the confidence. Many have the number, but I only pick the phone for that energy. What you know that? I know they see us. It's like big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know the phone gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know the phone gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Big energy. It's okay, it's alright. Mistakes are part of life, but don't you dare mistake my confidence for big. I try mind taking in small portions. Best back in my life, treated like stock options. Best rapper alive, waiting you on to. Best rapper, I stay, they want. I dare, they form cool, but I aim for the head. Put my heart into these lyrics, see they hit you like lead. This one is for my lifeline. On my lifeline. Can't calm down this energy, you never see any just big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know the phone gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know the phone gangster, only big energy. This one is when I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know the phone gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy.
More music on trendybeats.com.
What you know?
More music on trendybeats.com.
What you know?
More music on trendybeats.com.
When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know they form gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know they form gangster, only big energy. Big energy. Big energy. I'm all about that big energy. You know you can't run from me. Look, big energy. When you're big, I beg. I never enter gear, but shift, I beg. So my aim this year is infrared. When's the last time I missed my guy? Forget. I know you can tell from the confidence alone. Anywhere I sit, you know that's already a throne. Everybody talks, but be careful with your tone. Many have the number, but I only pick the phone for that big energy. What you do that? I know they see nothing. It's like big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know they form gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know they form gangster, only big energy. Yeah. When I come through, big energy. Shades on, big energy. Yeah. It's okay, it's alright. Mistakes are part of life, but don't you dare mistake my confidence. Big picture in mind, taking in small portions. Best back in my life, treated like stock options. Best rapper alive, waiting you want to. Best rapper, I stare, they want. I dare, they form cool, but I aim for the head. Put my heart into these lyrics, they hit you like lead. This one is for my lifeline. For my lifeline. Can't calm down this energy, you never see, and it's just big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know they form gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know they form gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know they form gangster, only big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on when they see enemy.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Wash my clothes, let me with the walk for your job, let me with the help. I become a vessel of my happiness, so still be like everybody get roll, no me say your own roll, pass me my roll. I become a vessel of my happiness, so still be my own. Everybody get roll, no me say your own roll, pass me my roll. Cause not God that they put on my plate, food for my plate, fit no the meat up. Even as this no they go my way, even the days I not get nothing I love. I mean when they drive your bus, I mean when they drive your keke. I mean when they run around, I mean they do the I become a vessel of my happiness. Everybody get roll, no means say your own. I see my own.
trendybeats.com.
You go do your one time, I bet for one time, I'm not about mess. Anything you give me, that be a passion. Bad man no they walk up, man no be caught. Make them they talk up, I see they fly like helicopter. Nobody grace of God and inshallah with them move. Question, you can no get the answer. 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 That's what I said we do. Every single cell when we move. See me like when I look at you. First time I take it with you. Now my cassava way you dey look. Last time I say you wait me do. See when we go get it while I see this you. Got the money comes out. Anything you give me, that be a passion. Bad man no dey walk up, man no be caught. Make them they talk up, see they fly like helicopter. Nobody grace after that, inshallah, with them move up. Question, you can no get the answer. 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 Question.
trendybeats.com. More music on trendybeats.com.
Ọlọ́ládé ni Àṣàkẹ́. Ọmọ ológo ní sọ́kò, gbogbo ìṣòro rẹ̀ ọ̀tá ní òkò. Ẹnu ẹ̀ ò ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ò ní mọ́kò, wọ̀nyí kò ọpọlọ lọ fi gbé kò. Ṣé you no like designer? Àbí you no like to gbàgbà? Ibi gíga gàtì gàdá ìdásí fẹ́ pẹ́ẹ́tẹ̀. Here we go! Bàlázò jígì gbọ́dọ̀ àpòlísì. Kò sí fi hàn ló lọ́dún. Káwé ti kíákíá kọjá lọ. Máì jí o ṣáwọn jáde. She like the one with long anaconda. Two girls on my main together. Each one I do love. I see my bad boy, I'm single. 20 girls I do love. You're the massive party, done the start. Everybody done the dance. You're the massive party, done the start. Everybody done the dance. Making money is my hobby. I do popping, I do para, the lobby. As you can see, for overseas, and if I miss some money all over, yeah, money's going. Cause she, you love me, but Gucci, Versace, and it's a who, Barteku, but you say who, my dog, but you don't be. Yeah, we can see a lot of cheeky, but I'm the easy. I'm sleeping on the bloody, I'm dancing, yeah, I cheer, shower, when the building, shower. Come on, yeah. Two girls with my meat crew. Each one I go love. Each one I say, bad boy, I'm single. 20 girls I go love. You're the massive party, done the start. Everybody done the dance. You're the massive party, done the start. Everybody done the dance. Ha ha ha. Change the flow. Oh, my dear, bring that bitch back. 1, 2, 3, come on. Palazzo, Jiki, Butter, Melisi, Lucinda, on the dirty, Calvesi, Gaga, Koyami, I chill, shower, Yami, Mata Potami, Ebami, Shami, What's up, looking my listen? We can't eat hot dogs. When you like a shampoo, me on my toe. What's that for me, Shai? Mr. Money, no show. Me on my toe. I can shout. You deli body, oh, yeah. When I show for your party, oh, them on your Elle
Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. Thank you. Welcome back from tea and networking break. Can I ask that we please begin to settle in as we'll commence very shortly. Well, recommence very shortly. And if you are outside, can I ask that you please come into the room? We are recommencing this occasion very, very shortly. We hope that you enjoyed your tea and networking break and that you're already making contacts for the future, because that's what this is all about as well. So beyond the innovative solutions, we also want people to network, industry practitioners, network, make contacts for the future. You never know, your business partner might just be seated in the room. So once again, good morning, welcome back. Let's begin to settle in from the tea break. We hope you had a good time. We hope you've started to network. We hope that you're building valuable contacts already. Very shortly, we will listen to the first set of pitches from the Ag Hackathon. I'd mentioned earlier that this year's Code Cash Crop was totally different because we introduced something exciting. So we had over 200 submissions, and then we narrowed down to 6 finalists who will be making their presentations today to our panel of judges. Once again, welcome. My name is Mujibade Shaswanya, and I am still your compere for today. If you're outside, would like to ask that you please come into the room. We want to continue with the occasion so that we can move very quickly. Thank you very much for being here today. On behalf of AFEX, I'd like to warmly welcome everyone to Code Cash Crop 3.0. Let's settle in very quickly. In a few seconds, we will introduce our judges and then have them roll out the criteria for presentation so that everyone has a fair play. But we want everyone to please settle before we commence. In this order, I'd like our finalists to please get ready. So Abubakar Sadiq Amao, you're coming up first, followed by Folashewa Abdusalam and Chibweze or Pata. So please get ready in that order. Get ready. We'll be calling you up very shortly to listen to your pitches. Thank you very much. Mr. D. Participants to settle in from tea break. Thank you. DJ, can we have something light? Something light for about a minute before we officially continue. Thank you. DJ, give us something light. Whilst we're waiting for the DJ to give us something light, we are just waiting for a few more people to join us in the room before we continue with this event. We will take 3 pitches from our 6 final pitches for the Ag Hackathon for Code Cash Crop 3.0. Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. Thank you. Once again, good morning and welcome. I'll now quickly introduce our judges and ask them to take the front row seats as I invite our finalists to make their presentation. With a warm round of applause, please let's make welcome Yusuf Oguntola. He's one of our judges and he is the chief judge and also Chief Technology Officer at AFEX. He leads a team of engineers and ICT specialists that manages AFEX's technology infrastructure. Thank you very much. Are you waving? Let them clap for you. You know how we do. Thank you very much. That's our Chief Judge. Thank you. We have as well Oluchi Okafor. A round of applause for Oluchi, please. Oluchi has over 10 years of experience spanning across the FMCG, telecommunications, capacity building, and supply chain management sectors. A round of applause for Oluchi. Oluchi, are you waving to the fans out there? Thank you very much, Oluchi. We also have Ayo Adegboye. A round of applause for Ayo, please. Ayo was appointed Managing Director of BCX Nigeria, now Aravo, in August 2016, where he recorded a landmark achievement of over 250% year-on-year growth within the first 18 months and overwhelming employee engagement. Thank you very much, Ayo, for being one of our judges today. And last but definitely not the least, we have Dr. Angel Adelaja. A round of applause for her, please. She is a development consultant, an entrepreneur popularly known as Miss Green Farming, the city farmer. Okay, I see that she has fans here. Thank you. Keep the applause coming. Thank you. Who wants to change how agriculture is perceived? She's the founder and CEO of Fresh Direct Produce and Agro Allied Services. Thank you very much for joining us today. So we have our judges here, and I'll quickly tell us about the Ag Hackathon. I did mention that this year's Code Cash Crop is slightly different because we introduced this Ag Hackathon where we'll listen to innovative solutions in agri-tech, right? So this year's Code Cash Crop featured an Ag Hackathon that tasked young Nigerians in technology, finance, and agriculture space to come up with solutions that, one, solved problems around agriculture, trade, infrastructure, two, aligned with Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, 5, 8, and 12 that speaks to no poverty, zero hunger, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, and sustainable production and consumption. We had over 200 registrations and over 100 proposal submissions. Now we have our top 6 finalists here that have been identified by AFEX. They are here today for a pitch storm that promises to be a celebration of innovation and ideas for agriculture in Africa. These amazing innovators will be judged on their ability to define their problem statement, the feasibility, and innovativeness of their solutions. I hope they are listening and everyone in the room is listening as well. And their ability to highlight the alignment of these solutions to the SDGs that were previously mentioned. You can also feel free to mention or shout out your favorite solutions online by mentioning us at AFEX Nigeria and also using the hashtag #CodeCashCrop and get your faves recognitions as audience favorites. Thank you very much. I'll now introduce our Chief Judge, Mr. Yusuf, to give some of the rules, the rules and regulations of engagement and presentation. Let's make welcome with a warm round of applause our Chief Judge for the Ag Hackathon for Code Cash Crop 3.0. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome you once again to Code Cash Crop 3.0. We're getting to the meat and bread and butter of the day. The moderator earlier mentioned that this is going to be an interesting occasion, and I'm sure we are all seeing it as that.
Now, what we intend to have done here is that we'll be grading each of the innovators on 5 core parameters. We'll be looking at their presentation tool. We'll be looking at the content. We'll be looking at the composure. We'll be looking at their business case. And we'll be looking at the SDG alignment. We've pushed out to them 5 different SDGs that FX and organization is interested in. And we expect that the solution they're going to be bringing on board is going to be touching point on each of those SDGs. So we expect them to show a presentation or walk us through whatever their solution is within 20 minutes. The judges would be asking them questions within 10 minutes, and that would form the basis of the assessment and the judgment we'll be making on each of them. We'll collate the points from all of the judges, and then we'll make a final decision as to what the score of each of these participants are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Judge. And I think I must also mention that if from over 100 proposal submissions, we narrowed down to 6 finalists, and this is not to unduly motivate you. I think you're already a winner if you got to this stage. So can we just celebrate one more time our 6 finalists who made it to today's occasion? Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope that you're motivated, and I hope that you're putting your best in making your presentation. Our first presenter and the first speech we'll listen to is from Abubakar Sadiq Amao. His solution is called Tarkin, and it helps farmers expand their access to affordable storage options for their crops. The vision is to connect farmers with warehouses that are optimized for their commodities. Let's make welcome Abubakar Sadiq Amao. You have 10 minutes. We wish you all the best, and we are rooting for you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Abubakar Sadiq Amao from Kaduna, and I am here to present a solution called Tarkin. Is this slide coming up? Okay, sorry for that. Basically, as we all know, okay, let me start with a question. I asked this question yesterday, and I think I should ask the question again today to see, please, who likes bread here? Yeah, I can see hands. Well, I love bread too. And as we all know, we know how the price of bread has been shooting recently. Like, bread has been becoming very, very expensive. Basically, this is happening because there's a shortage of grains. And despite increasing pressures on food supply, about 1/3 of the total food produced for human consumption is wasted. More than 40% of this loss occurs through commodity supply chains at the post-harvest level. So basically, when a farmer he harvests his commodity from the farm, before he's able to sell it off, or when it's right for him to sell, there's always that risk where they lose their commodities because they don't have adequate storage solutions. They don't have access to adequate storage solutions to store these goods till they can be able to sell it when the time is right. And post-harvest storage solutions access, the solutions aren't accessible to most of these farmers because sometimes these warehouses or these solutions are located far off from them. Even though companies like Apex and Thrive Agric and Bobongona are trying to locate these farmers and connect with them, there's still that gap. There's still a depth of connection between the farmers and these warehouses. So the solution for this, what Tarkin is presenting, is basically just like your Uber, how you can connect to transportation. Just you can book a ride from your car, you can book a car from your phone. So Tarkin is proposing storage solutions, logistics options, and credit facilities. And the basic destination for what Tarkin is doing is Tarkin is a supply chain management platform that connects farmers with end-to-end post-harvest storage solutions that are optimized for their commodities. So a farmer let's say a farmer now, he has 50 bags of maize and he's looking for where to store. Tarkin gives him that access, gives him that solution where he can actually take this is 50 bags of grains and go store it in a warehouse till he is ready to sell. Then he can sell it at the price he wants. For example, I have 50 bags of rice now. The market price is like 16,000 naira per bag. And if I can store it for, let's say, 4 months, it can go as high as 20,000 naira. But I need a place to store where it wouldn't be affected by insects, by pests, and it wouldn't be affected by the weather. So we now connect this farmer to the warehouse that are optimized. This warehouse is optimized to have humidity control sensors, thermometers, and all of that, so that they will be able to manage these grains and these commodities in their possession efficiently for the farmers till the farmers are ready to sell. Then next, the value proposition here, like I just mentioned, is how the farmer is able to store till he's ready to sell. And the key feature here is for us to connect with these farmers, we're looking at having these farmers work like an agency network. We're looking at having the warehouses work like an agency network, where these farmers don't necessarily have to be connecting they don't necessarily have to own Android mobile phones or internet-enabled mobile phones, because as we heard from the panel earlier, internet penetration in most of these remote locations is actually very, very low. So these farmers have a problem of owning internet-enabled phones. So that therefore we're giving them the access where they can actually just walk to a warehouse. These warehouses are connected as like on a network as agents, where all they do is they interface with the farmer, they collect his goods, they collect biodata that would enable the whole system to provide solution for this guy. Then the farmer also is now provided with a USSD solution. This USSD solution is all he needs, because he can just dial it into his phone and it's going to connect him to an agent that will talk to him. And most of these agents are going to be bilingual agents, so that they will be able to interact with the farmer in his own language of choice. Other than that, the agents are now going to be the ones equipped with a user-friendly mobile app where they can be able to, where they register information they collect from the farmers, they're able to use that app to control the thermometers, they're able to use the app to manage the warehouse efficiently. Then looking at how this connects with the SDGs, we have the first SDG, which is no hunger. Sorry. The first SDG is no poverty. Yeah, no poverty. No poverty, how we are trying to solve this problem of no poverty. You look at these farmers, they are not able to sell at the price they want to sell. They are forced to sell at the price you give to them. He knows if he stores this thing for the next 5-6 months, he can actually sell it higher. But because he doesn't have access to store, you now force him to sell at a lower price. Automatically, him selling at a lower price is giving him little value for his endeavors. So he doesn't get to make enough money. And that puts him in this continuous loop of poverty, because he doesn't have enough disposable income to cater for his needs. But giving him this solution, providing him with this option, where you tell him that, look, we can actually work together where you store this until you're ready to sell and you're going to make enough money. I believe you're giving him value for his commodity, where you're telling him you're actually helping him make money and you're helping him move from that poverty level to a more comfortable position where he can have money to spend. Also, looking at responsible consumption and production. Because of these warehouses and how they are connected, you now have access to more grains and more commodities being stored, and these farmers are able to go back and farm more. So that way, like I mentioned earlier, we wouldn't be having problems of the price of bread increasing, because there's always going to be access to grains, and the producers are always going to have access to commodities they can use, to grains they can actually use for their production. And that's just going to help responsible consumption and production. And we're looking at decent work economic growth. This farmer already, you have given him the opportunity to enjoy what he's doing. And the more he enjoys what he's doing, the more he finds, the more you are encouraging more farmers to go into that trade, because they can actually see somebody doing good for himself. And that way you can have economic growth and you can employ a whole lot of other people. Our target audience, Nigeria currently has, let's say thereabouts about 38 million smallholder farmers. I believe this is enough number for us to address, and this is enough number for us to work with. And we're looking at 19 million tons that are grown annually. That is actually going to give us enough. That is actually going to give us enough traction to build our business model and grow very well. With the amount of warehouses that are located across the country, Ifex mentioned earlier that they have about 120 something warehouses. I believe Thrive Agric also has their warehouses, but we're looking at bringing up more warehouses that would provide more storage solutions. So therefore, the old warehouses can actually be revived and they can actually provide more storage solutions to most of these farmers. From the business model, and from all I have said since, and from the business model, I believe it's clear that we are going to be making money based on the kg, based on every percentage of commodity that is taken from the farm to the warehouse. So the farmers, when they make money, we are going to work with them. So they're going to be paying per kg. There's going to be a set revenue, a set amount that they're going to be paying on each kg that they get to store efficiently. And if the farmer, when the farmer is done paying his, we're also going to be working with these warehouses because we're providing commodities for these warehouses. We're connecting the farmers and we're connecting the warehouses. These warehouses are also getting to function and these warehouses are also getting to store. So these warehouses are also getting to store commodities and these warehouses are also getting to function. We're providing this service to them. So they would also be paying us a percentage on whatever commodity or whatever kg of grain is taken from the farmhouse, from the farmer's place to the warehouse. Our go-to-market plan, we have this beautiful initiative that we're working with. It's called 1 to tell 10. It's a system where one person, it works for him, he tells 10 others. These 10 others, they also tell 10 people. These 10 people tell 10 more people, and it works like that. And this works good for us because in a community where you have a cluster of farmers, they get to interact with each other, they get to tell each other best practices and what works for me and what doesn't work for me. So the moment I tell you, look, I actually have this warehouse that I actually have this platform that connects me to best warehouses that have been able to store my goods for me where I don't lose, then you get to connect, you get to tell other people, and these other people also get to be onboarded onto the platform. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we please celebrate him one more time? So that was Abubakar Sadiq Amal. We'll take our next speech from Folashewa Abdusalam. Her solution is Palm Farms. The solution, Palm Farms, has a big vision to see every farm on a global map, enhance farmers' financial independence, and ensure that food reaches everyone on the food supply chain with convenience. Let's make welcome Folashewa Abdusalam for her presentation in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Folashewa Abdusalam. I'm a 500 level computer science math student at Obafemi Awolowo University. So right now, I'm going to walk you through my solution, right from the problem statement to the demo. So give me 10 to 15 minutes, and I will do justice to that. Good. So the problem statement, the next slide on the problem statement. You can see a picture there. That picture, I took that 3 days ago when I was coming down to Lagos. And can you see the vegetables are there? Yes or no? Please help me to do my slides so that they can see. Okay. Are they seeing the slides? Okay. So there is a picture there. I took that picture when I was coming to Lagos 3 days ago. And I was like, those are vegetables. Why are they packaging it like that? Do you like fresh food? But do you like it delivered to your doorstep? Someone like me. I actually don't like going to the market, so I'm always having conflicts with my mom. So I was like, okay, let's see. But then I started researching, I found out that for this fresh food to get to me, there are some certain things that need to come to play. And that's when I trace it down to the producer, which are the farmers, the small scale farmers. I found out that these small scale farmers are having lots of problems. See, if we can solve these problems for them, it will affect me at the end as an end consumer. So let's see. Like 88% of Nigerian farmers are actually small scale farmers. And one of the reasons is the fact that they actually lack funds, don't have access to funds. And I don't blame them. thank you. And let's see, okay. Good. I don't blame them actually, because this banks don't give them loans. They don't give them loans at all because of one reason or the other. Through research, they found out that it's because this one, they don't have evidence of the financial activities going on their farm. Sales analysis, zero. They don't know. What they want is just give me what I need to make my planting. Then we went again further, and I found out also that producing crops is actually not the biggest threat to these farmers. It's actually selling these crops at competitive prices. Now, imagine small-scale farmers who can't sell, and they're already close to poverty. What do you think it will happen? How can I solve this for them? Okay, then I found out. I now went to my target farmers, which are the perishable crop farmers. These perishable crop farmers, they actually don't have any technical expertise in handling, transport, and logistics. And if they don't have any technical expertise, it will tell on us, because according to statistics in 2019, 45% of fruits and vegetables are wasted, which amounts to $9 billion. Seriously? Like, it's leading to malnutrition, one, low economic growth. So how can I fuse all this together to help these farmers and also help me as an end user that needs fresh food delivered to our doorstep? So that's Palm Farms. I don't know, it's not going. Please, can you hear me to just put it to the next slide for the solution? Oh, okay, thank you. It's not reflecting here, that's why. Okay, now, Palm Farms now. We want to address these problems that I've stated: the access to market, access to loan, access to information, and access to specific delivery of that logistics. So for the access to market, we now have the farmers markets. Now this farmers market, I want you to see it as a digital marketplace where I can come to buy fresh farm produce, and my farmer too can set prices at competitive price, and they can also receive their money there. But now there's something to this farmers market. If lots of people have access to this farmers market, there'll be an increase in food supply. If there's an increase in food supply, there'll be a reduction in, let's see, there'll be a reduction in hunger. And a reduction in hunger is already aligned towards the SDG number 2 of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. That's for the consumer rights. Okay. Now, this same farmers market, if these farmers actually have, through this, the farmer already have access to a wider market. And if we have access to a wider market, it will lead to an increase in the finances of the farmer. And an increase in the finances of the farmer will actually reduce poverty, which is already aligned to SDG 1 of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Now it's the last one. You see this same farmers market, because I'm already having access to fresh food, it's already having a direct implication on my health. Imagine now fresh vegetables, fresh tomatoes. What do you think about? So that's already aligned to SDG number 3, which is good health. Now, that's one part for the access to market. Let's go to the access to loans. We have our farmers financial dashboard. Now, for the farmers the financial dashboard, there's something unique about this dashboard. It will help you to track the total number of sales, the number of customers that have visited your farm. But there's something else I added to it, because I put it in the consideration of our farmers that actually have little or no education. We implemented the Microsoft Bing speech service to it. So once the farmer clicks on the financial score, it will output it that, hey, farmer Folashawa, you have 20,000, you have made 20,000 for today. Oh, there are 0 customers for today, and so on. That's that's the main thing about the financial dashboard. And at the end of the day, you can download your report as a digital ledger that can be submitted as an evidence of the financial activities going on. Now let's go to the aspect of transport and logistics. Now this is where we're going to align with SDG number 17, which is partnerships. We're going to partner with cold storage warehouses and cold storage movable vans, because perishable goods, they have low shelf lives. And for now, financing, we need to just partner with people that already have the existing infrastructure to ensure that we have cold storage that will be available to these farmers, that will be in charge of transporting this farm produce, this perishable farm produce. And finally is the access to information. our farmers actually, they don't know anything, crop yields, what type of fertilizer. We're like, okay, let us link them up with consultants in the agri business. So that's why we have the agro consults. Now on our platform, the homepage, at the footer side, you can see where you can say book or become a farms consultant. So yeah, we want to try to match our consultants with people, with our farmers that are already onboarded on Palm Farms. So who are my target markets? You know, when I started, I said, who likes vegetables and likes it delivered to their doorstep? I'm also part of the target customer, the young professionals, the families with children who are pressed for time, e.g. my mom. My mom will come back 7 p.m. and she still wants to cook and she wants fresh vegetables. And then the small scale perishable farmers who are actually at the loss, they are receiving the loss of the perishable foods. So next is, how does the platform work? Okay, how does it work? It's just simple. You sign up as either a customer or a farmer. If you sign up as a customer, what you just need to do is shop from as many farms as possible. Once you are done shopping, you pay, and then the delivery service will be done and you get your food at your doorstep. But from the farmer's end too, the farmer gets to upload his farm produce, and then he also gets to see the purchases that have been made to his account, and he also gets paid, and he also has access to that dashboard. You know, that dashboard will serve as a motivation to him that I've made 20,000 naira today, I've made this today, and how. So now let's go to the market size. Now in analyzing the market size, we have the wider audience, which are those online shoppers. The next is actually the people that are interested in in accessing fresh food. Then down are then the target market, which are the young professionals and all. We have $2.3 billion. This was calculated using one formula that I found on Coursera. So that's how this was gotten. Now, marketing strategy. For the marketing strategy, I have 3 things, which are customers, the partnerships, and cooperative societies. I found out that these farmers actually work in groups, you see, and they also have their cooperative society stuff. So if I can liaise with cooperative society and introduce this platform to them and tell them, oh, this is it, I can actually provide you cold storage warehouses. I can reduce the food loss. Okay. All right, please, I want to tell your other farmers, and that's how we'll get to see other farmers that we can onboard. Then partnerships, like I said, we are partnering with cold storage warehouses and all. Then the customers have already explained that. So the business model, we are going to take a 5% commission on every purchase. So that's it. That 9.2 million is already gotten from that diagram that you saw. So now the progress to date, we have already implemented the payment system. We have done the financial dashboard. We have implemented the Microsoft speech service there. And for the market interface has also been implemented. The thing is, I would have loved to show you the demo, which is actually the next slide, but the demo is just it's just a particular part of the financial dashboard where the Microsoft speech service was used. It actually told us that, oh, farmer, this thing, you actually have 0 financial score because you have not made sales. But I don't know, since there is no time, I would have loved to show the demo which I attached to that. Hello, would you just like to? Okay, then summarily, we call it cold cash crop, but I call it Palm Farms crop cash, because if you have access to Palm Farms, at the end of the day, you have an increase in cash. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much for Lashewa Abdusalam for your presentation. Just to inform all finalists that, so for the first batch, we'll have all 3 of you back on stage. You would wrap up your presentation. So this goes to Abubakar Sadiq Amao, for Lashewa Abdusalam, and then we'll have Chibweze as well. We'll also have the judges ask you questions concerning your presentation. So all 3 of you will be back on stage right after Chibweze is done with his presentation. So this speech is from Chibweze Opata, the next one. His solution is called Greener Agro. It aims to increase the smallholder farmers' access to finance, reduce perceived agricultural risk involved during the production to post-production stages, and train smallholder farmers on modern sustainable practices to maximize yield and minimize post-harvest loss. Please let's make welcome Chibueze Okpata for his speech presentation. A round of applause for him, please. You have 10 minutes. After that, all three of you will reconvene on stage. You have 2 minutes to summarize all over again, and then we'll have questions from our judges. Over to you now. 10 minutes.
Good morning. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, good morning. Good morning, judges, bankers, investors, and all present. So I'm Okpata Chibueze. I'm a software engineer. I've been a software engineer for over 7 years. And I took interest in agriculture around 4 years ago, actually 5 years, but I started actively working in the agri space in 2019. And one of the challenges that I met head on was financing. So I don't know how many of you have ever tried to, fund or go into agriculture. There's a lot of risks. So a lot of people, a lot of people don't know about agriculture. Some people don't even know it's a specialized sector, like someone said. And the problems are surrounding the financing majorly because a lot of other things are not right. So, sorry, where did I point this? Okay. So basically, the three problems that we are trying to address are basically lack of reliable farmer database. So this concerns like if organizations that want to directly fund farmers like the CBN, like AFDB, like different funding institutions for agri sector. There's no credit system for farmers. There's no way you can say, oh, this farmer has been 90% performant for maize or so on in the past 3 harvest cycles or whatever. And there's also a lack of interface. There's a lot of fragmentation. People don't have a way that IITA can maybe directly interface with a farmer in another state or stuff like that, which is basically how you supply the farm inputs. And then there's also the eligibility system, which is kind of related to if you want to give a farmer a loan, or how do you know how much money you can give to this farmer that this farmer can repay? Okay. So the solution that we came to this, of course, there are so many different ways to address the problem, but the one that I thought was the most important to address is to attack it directly from the roots, try to provide a training system for the farmers through cooperatives and demo farms, and also make it in a way that, if you're already farming, we can get our supervisors or managers to assess you to see, okay, how good are you, how confident are you, what have you been doing? We get that information and we document it. That becomes, like your credit system that you can use to present or gain access to loan. And then also we provide a platform where, we can provide a transparent information for the investors, the entrepreneurs that want to invest in agriculture. So you can see, oh, this is the activities for this particular farmer. This is what they've been doing. This is their rating and all that. And then we also offer an API because, of course, as this sector is growing, people are going to have more interest in it. So we want to see it in such a way that you mustn't need to come to our system. So we provide an API that if you just put somebody's phone number, like a farmer's phone number or email or whatever, and you can get information, the same information. Okay, so yeah, the way, of course, one of the ways we are going to achieve this is through partnerships. So this is just like in terms of showing you further how we are going to achieve this solution. You're going to have to create a lot of standardization because you can't come and say you're training a farmer when you have not met the stakeholders. So if we are going to train farmers, we are going to meet the stakeholders to say, okay, what kind of quality of maize do you need? And we have to ensure that people are producing what is actually needed, not just outside for exports, but even to meet the FMCGs or whatever they, they want to actually produce. So, and in terms of the market, of course, I mean, there's a lot of potential. In Nigeria alone, there's like over 15 million hectares that's uncultivated. And in terms of money, a lot of people are disbursing money. How efficient is that money? Who is tracking the results and the impact that is made by that money and all that? Okay, this is like a demo of a sample demo of like the farm dashboard. You can see the amount of money like this farmer is eligible for. You can see their credit score. You can see their total overall performance and performance for different crops. Okay, this is for the investors. So there's also like a place where the investor can view the different farmers, their profiles, and see what they have and what they've been doing, and also invest in the farm. Okay, so sorry, it's like someone's pressing. Okay, sorry about that. So the other one is the USSD app. Sorry, can you go forward? So the USSD app, of course, you know that these farmers, a lot of them don't have access to all this modern equipment. So the USSD app is to help farmers. We actually have two major ways I want to assist the farmers. So if you go through our certification program, they're going to give you, if you pay for the soil testing device, we're going to give you a soil testing device that has like the whole IoT connection. And we are going to be able to say, so if you have maize registered under your platform, you'll be able to see, okay, I want to check my crop status for maize. And we are going to tell you the fertility, overall fertility measurements relative to maize. I'm going to tell you the recommended liters per hectare, because at the end of the day, what you care about is how many liters should I mix to apply per hectare. So you can reduce cost, or like you can reduce the amount of money you normally spend without this device. And then, of course, the soil moisture is also important. You need to know whether you're planting in some way you're going to need irrigation. You also need to know whether the expected output that you're going to have is going to match what is supposed to be. So our business model is very straightforward. So we are going to charge people for certifications. We are going to charge for people that use our API. And of course, there's going to be a commission for, if you're funding a farmer through our platform, we are providing that service, not just for the fintech aspect of giving the person like either a loan or a wallet that they can access through their mobile phone. So we are going to also charge a commission on that. Okay, next slide. Then in terms of the benefits, we are looking at 80,000 farmers. We are targeting to train 80,000 farmers or certify 80,000 farmers, create wealth in over 6,000 communities, and we are targeting 2.5 million tons of food crop production per year. And then, of course, yeah, you can go to next slide. Okay. Then for the SDG goals, the particular goals that I think our solution is attending to is to start the one of the no poverty and zero hunger. So we are, in terms of the poverty upliftments, we are impacting around 870,000 families. And in terms of hunger addressing, I mean, we are targeting to actually facilitate of increased production. Okay, then of course you can ask why us. We have a great team. We are employing AI and IoT, and we have the experience. And our current traction, we finalized CAC stuff. We have actually acquired like 2,000 hectares. We have partnered with a company for drone tech in terms of spraying fertilizers. We've raised some money, and then we've also done test runs for soybeans and maize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we applaud him one more time? Can we please have Abubakar Sadiq Amal back on stage, Folashewa Abdusalam, as well as Chibweze back up stage? Thank you very much. You have about 2 minutes each to just give an overview again of your product and solution, and then we'll have our judges ask you questions. Thank you. Do you want to sit, use the lapels there? Should we give them presidential style? Okay, please feel free, have your seat. Thank you. Over to you now. So we'll start from you, sir. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon once again. I am here to finish up on what I was saying earlier. So basically, for traction, we've been able to test this model to see how feasible it is. For example, there is a hibiscus farmer, that's Zobo, a Zobo farmer that we've been able to connect to a warehouse. So we're in the process of moving his commodities from his farm right now to the warehouse. He's supposed to start harvesting in the next 2-3 days. So when he's done harvesting, we're going to facilitate how he moves it from his farm to the warehouse, and this is being done offline. Also, other than testing the model, we are also looking at we've been able to test this model, and after testing, we're also now looking at how we can scale and how we can make this very, very more feasible. So I'm here for your questions. Thank you very much.
So, like I explained earlier, the palm farms, just having different farms where you can shop from, can get fresh farm produce. While at the farmer's end, we are trying to provide the basic things that the farmer needs to ensure that this fresh farm produce gets to your destination. That's all. So, questions?
Okay. Yeah, so like I just finished, but just once again, what we are doing is we're providing a credit eligibility system for farmers, and also we are providing a training and certifications for farmers.
All right, thanks. My first question, I'll start with Abubakar before I move to Folashewa. I heard you have brilliant solution, no doubt about it. My first question was, if a farmer was going to sell for, let's say, 200 naira, but if he could keep it for another 4 weeks, potentially could sell for 600 naira, which was good. But I also want to look at it, what is the time value of money for the farmer? So if 200 naira means how much in this present day as against him waiting. So you probably want to look at that. Then the second one is, I was going to ask you that, looking at it from prosperity for all perspective, we want to probably look at economies of scale. So you rightly mentioned the farmers are in the farm, and you're trying to do what we call Uber for farmers to be able to move from one location to another location. Again, you don't need Uber kind of car. You probably need a truck. So if a farmer will not fill a truck, so you probably want to have a community of farmers so that there's economy of scale. And when you're moving for a farmer, you're probably moving for 10, 15. And on the last note, the competition is not in the farm. Competition is not in the storage, but it's in the market at the end of the day. And if you're looking at prosperity for all, it's actually not about keeping it for long, but how about the turnaround and the turnover for the farmer? That's my question. You probably want to look at that and see how you could come up with it. Other than that, you have fantastic solution. Let me just ask all my questions so that your response could come in. For Folashewa, you have brilliant idea, but I'm struggling in between. I think let's focus on the end goal. I heard when you talk about getting a storage, a mobile storage. I would rather say you tweak your business model this way. There's something we call guarantee purchase agreement or price purchase agreement. The whole idea is not to store for long. The whole idea is to convert to cash. The whole idea is to have daily consumption of fresh vegetables. So if the whole idea is to have something fresh every day, as against putting a lot of energy on storage, I would rather say that I want to create a platform. I'm going to sign a contract with you because you're also looking at their bankability and to be able to have a clean data of how much they're selling on a daily basis. I probably want to go to the likes of, I don't want to mention the name of retailers here, but go to the high-end retailers, the low-end retailers, even the small grocery shop on the street, say that, you know what, we have a guaranteed supply of vegetables every day. But this is the price we're going to lock it down for 3 months. You go to farmer, you say that whatever you produce, I'll make sure it's sold every day. Now, it becomes integrity for the farmers to make sure they come up with something every day. And you already address some of the challenge that they have cooperative. So it's almost practically impossible within the cooperative not to get a daily supply. So if you lock the price down for 3 months, for example, and you compare them to produce every day, again, the prosperity for all is beginning to come across the value chain. So for me as end user or consumption, like your mom who want vegetable every day, I know that every blessed day when I walk to the grocery shop on the corner of my street, there is something always waiting for me. The farmer knows that there is a guarantee every day that whatever I produce will be consumed. So if there is a consistency in what the farmer is making every day, regardless of the size, is leading to prosperity. So tweak your platform to be able to address the guaranteed purchase agreement. Last one for Chibo is a fantastic solution you have, no doubt about it. Technology is going to drive the future of everything we're doing. IoT and AI is going to take the lead. However, you probably want to talk to the regulatory authority as well, because what you're about to do is to revolutionize the way things are done. Organizations are already doing what you're doing, but you're looking at it from different perspectives. So barrier to entry is maybe a challenge if you don't have a regulatory authority certifying you. Before you certify others, you yourself need to be certified. So you probably want to talk to the regulatory authority. You want to talk to the finance company out there to actually give you a nudge as well and to say that, you know what, we can bank on you, we trust you to offer the certification. So if you're saying that your certification is going to be a platform for farmers to be able to access loan, now looking at it starting from the end, from beginning, the financial institution, do they recognize you as well? Now, looking at it again from the value chain, again, entire industry, both the financial institutions, the farmers, everybody is under regulatory authority. So you probably want to see how you can connect with the regulatory authority while you are doing this, because that again position you ahead of others in what you're trying to do. Other than that, I think you blew my mind when you came up with the IoT and AI and how you're beginning to see how you can use a drone to actually do some intelligence in terms of how the crops are planted and all the stuff you're trying to do. So that's a brilliant one. Thank you. I'm sure other judges will have questions for you.
Thank you so much. I'll start with Abubakar. I think that, like he said, you have the right solution. Storage is a big issue. I think some of the areas that you may want to think of is, I think you've thought of storage and logistics, but I think one of the areas that you should really think about is, are you charging a flat fee per kg? Or are you charging that flat fee per kg over time? I think that matters. What is the cost of storage over time, right? Because does the cost to you increase? Electricity, you said you have sensors, things like that. So at what point does it not become profitable anymore, right? Then the other thing is, are you looking for market for your farmers? Or are you just waiting for the farmers to find their market? Because if you're looking for market for your farmers, then there's a bit of, I guess, opportunity to also generate revenue from there. Then I think the last thing is, what I'd be very interested in seeing is how you can also put together some form of algorithm that takes historical information on pricing and then also leverages on that to also predict when may be the best time to sell. For me also, I think that it would be also good to know what your growth strategy is, especially because you can't reach all the farmers. I think you gave the number of farmers that you want to reach. You can't reach all the farmers. Afex has not reached all the farmers, but where do you want to start? Where do you see yourself in the next 1 year, 2 years, to be able to go step by step? How many warehouses do you want to contract on a year-on-year basis? That would be interesting to know. And then the profits that you are likely to see from this, well, the revenue that you're likely to see from this, is it going to yield profits? Is it enough to be able, is the turnover enough for you to actually be profitable? I think those are questions I have. Oh, sorry. Also for Folashewa, great idea. As a vegetable farmer, I know the challenges in getting to market. I think it's also part of the reason why I moved from B2C to B2B, and so when he talks about retailers and reaching out to retailers is a big one, because I think you have to find a way to demarcate yourself and show a difference between you and these apps like online Mile 12 Market website and supermarket.ng websites and so many others, right? Then you also need to think about the fact that if you're working with smallholder farmers, sometimes it's not, if you have one customer, I'm not going to use transport to go and bring products to one customer. So there needs to be an aggregation point. You need to be able to think about what kind of logistics can be provided. So what he's saying also makes sense, because you need to get it from the farmers in bulk. And when you're dealing with the most perishable products, you also have to know that you need to be able to get them to your customer fast enough. So I think that B2B helps. And then based on the excess that you may have, you can now start to do B2C. But I think B2B is what will get you a level of consistency that the farmers will trust you for. I think this other aspect of access to finance is great, especially if you're able to show them, use the data that you're able to help them get to link it to financiers. So I actually see a bit of overlap between what you're doing and what Chibueze is doing. And I see there's areas of potential partnership there. And then I think, lastly, what is the delivery time? So if your mom is in the kitchen and she wants this fresh produce on a regular basis, there has to be some lead time for you to be able to get the product before you now start distribution, because to distribute things in Lagos alone is quite stressful. So I think thinking about where you actually sit, and then I think you have a lot of different products that you wanted to do, the consultancy, the aggregation, the financing aspect. Think of what is the main thing that you'll be known for, that you will do, that you think you can generate the most revenue from and help farmers and impact farmers with. So I think with that, yeah, I love the digital marketplace, but make sure that you have a unique selling point over other digital marketplaces as well. Thank you. And then Chibueze, yeah, fantastic concept. There are, just to be transparent, IITA does have apps, that use such similar technology to get inputs to farmers, to work with extension officers and things like that. And of course, CBN does use a credit rating. So if you have yet to get financing, you are, assessed based on what you're doing on the field. But if you have gotten financing before, they look at your ability to repay. If you currently have a loan, they may decide whether or not they can also finance you. If you didn't pay off a loan, they will know thanks to BVN. However, you're adding something different and above and beyond what is normally collected on the farmers. And that is for those who have even yet to get any financing. You're giving them a track record and you're showing a history for them. I think that an area that would be very, very good is also to be able to incorporate GIS into it, because farmers don't farm the whole 5,000 hectares at once or 300 hectares at once. They start with something, and sometimes an investor may want to know how much can they expand, and so the investment may not be on what they're doing now, but where they can expand too. So knowing the kind of land size that those farmers have, knowing how much of that land size they're actually operating on, and gives them an opportunity to think of, okay, where can I also invest? Then I think the other thing is that who is doing the accreditation? I mean, you're doing it, but do you have agents that are going to be doing it? Because there's a lot of funny business when it comes to agric, when it comes to having field agents that may be the ones to certify the farmers, certify the history of the farmers. Are you asking them for their banking information? I think the API concept makes sense for financiers and things like that. But like he said, you need to speak to the regulators and see how you could be incorporated with the regulators to make sure that you yourself are regulated. And then lastly, I would just say that in terms of the training aspect, is it something that you want to do on your own, or is it that you're going to link up with trainers, or you're going to ask farmers whether they've gotten any certification from external trainers? Because I think that that's something that if it's not your core thing, you shouldn't bother getting into it. Work with those people who already do such accreditation and training on certain aspects like good agricultural practices and stuff like that, and then just let it be like a check mark that they may have.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
I think you guys can go ahead and answer the ones that have been asked so that you don't forget what's been said, and then we can go after.
Good afternoon once again, and thank you for your questions. So for the time value where you asked if he sell for 200 naira now, and if he sells now, it's probably 200, and if he keeps for the future, it's 600. We're looking at having off-takers available. So when he's ready to sell, if he says, okay, I want to stop for this period of time because I already know that based on speculation, it's going to get higher. We're looking at off-takers that are readily available for him to sell. So he isn't going to start looking for market or start looking for who is going to buy. We are just going to connect him directly to the off-takers. Then for the Uber of movement, where I said the whole analogy why I used Uber was, we're trying to see the seamless interaction of you just ordering a cab from your phone is why I picked up from there. So this farmer that wants to store, we're looking at a seamless connection for him to the warehouse, where he doesn't have to start looking for so and so person up and down. All he has to do is just pick up a phone. He makes a phone call and he's directed to the nearest warehouse. So it's not like we have a car that we want to come and pick one bag or want to come and pick two bags. If you want us to transport it for you, then we're probably going to ask questions like, how much grains do you have that you're trying to transport? And for the quantity you have, this is how much it's going to cost you to transport it from your location to the warehouse. Yeah, I think those are the two questions. Mark, for your question, the charging, you asked charging if it's going to be like, if it's a fixed price or if it's charging over time. So we're looking at, there's a particular period that most of these farmers don't store for. They don't, from my interaction with them, a whole lot of them don't store for more than 4 to 6 months. So they already have that time frame of, at most, if I'm going to store, I am storing for 6 months. Then you tell him, okay, fine, you're storing for 6 months. Based on our own calculation, and for your commodity, then with all factors calculated, because sometimes grains being stored tend to lose moisture. So based on all these calculations, we give him the best option to tell him, look, this is the best time for you to sell. And we already have access to markets. We already know what is the best time for him to sell. So he can't store for more than 6 months. We already have the market. So we are in the best position to advise him on when to sell and when not to sell. And we're looking at charging him per month. So because most of these farmers, just like I mentioned earlier, a whole lot of them, sometimes at most they make per day, they make, let's say, $50 per day if converted to dollars. And if converted to naira, if they have to take to the market to go sell, sometimes you see some of them make 15 to 20,000 naira at most. Sometimes they make more than that, sometimes they make lesser than that. So just trying to see how you're going to work, how we are going to work with these guys to not overburden them, to not charge them too much. We're looking at giving them a flexible payment option where they pay less. And since we have other means of revenue, we are not going to be placing the whole bulk of our revenue on the farmers. we're looking at other options. For example, when you sell, the commission we're getting on facilitating you selling to the off-takers, and the warehouse, what the warehouse is also going to give to us. I think, is there any other question I haven't
No.
answered?
So let's go to the next person. And Shewa and Chibueze, you would have 2 minutes each to answer your questions.
All right, thank you. So you talked about revenue generation, that I should liaise with some stores around that they already know so that I can create a particular attraction. Fine, that's good. But we need to start from somewhere. And we know that for my target customer there, I chose the young professionals because I know we always trade value for money. If I know that I'm getting the best, which is fresh food, I'll definitely pay for that service. So that's where we start scaling up from there. Then I also took the advice from Miss there over there. She said about the B2B consideration. So I'll definitely take that into consideration. So I don't know, is there any other question?
How many people do you think you can reach out to, the young professionals, you as a person? So she was talking about B2B, B2C, creating a channels and having a platform that potentially could reach out. If you have an application that potentially could help you through the B2B and B2C arrangement, reach out to 2 million people, why do you as a person want to go around reaching out to 20 people? So you need to fine-tune the platform you have. We can have conversation after this engagement.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the advice, especially around the one of meeting regulators. For the question around training you asked, so it's actually simple. The training is going to be done by the farm managers. So it's not like it's abstract. It's actually practical training. So we have farm managers that we already have on our database, and these are people that work on real farms. So it's an extra way for them to earn money out of season, when they are not in the farms. So during those times, the people who want to learn, they can indicate, and once it's their turn, you can either, if it's assessments, the farm managers can assess them and document their information. I think so. That's basically it. It's simple.
All right, thank you, everyone. I had a question, one question for all three of you, but I don't know that we have the time, so I'm going to just convert that question to advice. You all have incredible solutions. We're focusing on storage for optimization of profit. Palm Farms is focusing on the digital marketplace. And then Chibueze or Green Agro is on training, database, financing, and all of that. So incredible solutions that I think that regardless of who wins, your solutions are going to go on to provide a lot of value to the marketplace. My concern, however, is how are we communicating this value to the farmers themselves? Because, I mean, we're in Oriental, it's a nice place. We have graphics, we have PowerPoints, we have all that nice stuff. You're not going to have that in the real world, So I'm very concerned as to how we plan to engage with the farmers to get them to believe in the value that you're giving them. And I think that, because what I was going to ask is that each of you to speak to me like I'm a farmer and convince me to buy into what you're selling. That was my question. But like I said, we don't have time, so I'm going to convert it to advice. You guys need to understand that you do not have a product without these farmers. So while I'm hearing a lot of emphasis on the partnerships and the stakeholders and the, all the other big stuff, I'm not hearing enough about how we are actually going to convince these farmers. And that's not to say that majority of farmers are uneducated. That's not necessarily the situation. But the truth is that even if I'm an educated farmer and you come to me and you speak half of the grammar that was spoken today, I'm probably not going to, 1, understand, 2, be impressed, 3, be convinced that I should even, hand over my hard-earned produce to you for storage, for financing, or for selling, So that's why I'm converting my question. No, you can respond, of course. I'm converting my question to advise that you need to also have strategies for meeting these farmers. You're not going to be able to meet 100 farmers on your own, but you have bodies or associations or state governments or whatever. So that needs to be a part of your pitch or whatever it is that you go to do moving forward. So that would be my contribution. So Chibueze, you said you had a response. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to comment because I didn't have time to comment on how we market our solution. But actually, what the primary goal is, what the farmer want to hear is that they want to farm and they don't have enough funds for what they farm. So that is the primary thing they want to hear. And the way we reach them is through the community, someone mentioned trust groups. So it's the same concept. So, but in this case, I think there's more we can do because someone also mentioned that if something like having like our IoT device, for example, is a requirement for the bank to give you loan, then it should automatically diffuse into the farming community for them to start actually embracing this kind of solutions, which at the end of the day benefits everybody because it gives them money and it gives the other people reduced risk and guarantee.
It's numbers because the technology I'm leveraging on is the cold storage. It will reduce the percentage of food loss because once you get the numbers from the food loss, you see that it's actually indirectly affecting the farmer. The farmer brought out 10 tons of tomatoes, but due to food loss, they already had a deficit. So through the cold storage technology I'm going to leverage on, that's how I'm going to convince my farmer that, hey, I'm going to reduce this food loss for you through the technology I'm trying to liaise with. That's it.
Okay. I think I mentioned it in my first presentation where I mentioned the 1 to tell 10 referral program. So when you have one person that's, for example, the hibiscus farmer, the moment he makes more money from it, they have a cluster already. He informs the people in his cluster. He has a solution that works for him. These guys, they reach out to us. We provide the same solution to them. They also tell other people. And for every person you bring on board, you're getting, there's a sort of like reward system in place through the referral. So maybe you bring 20 bags and you're going to get maybe 1 bag free or 2 bags free for a particular period of time. So it's, like I mentioned, it's a 1 to 10 referral program. That's what we call it.
Thank you. I had a lot of questions, but we've run out of time. I'll ask just one. You'd have 30 seconds to answer it. Just one question for all of you. If you are the overall winner, and you get to win 2.5 million naira, what do you spend that money on immediately on your products? 30 seconds.
The USSD solution.
I'm definitely getting a domain name for us and ensuring the AWS service that we're implementing has to be done immediately.
Well, for me, it's going to be around the device that we are setting up because there are different versions. So, but the primary one that we want to acquire is like the soil one. So we are still, it's not final. So that's.
All right, thank you.
Moderator.
Thank you very much to our judges and of course to our first 3 finalists who have presented their solutions today. And I say congratulations to you because you've made it thus far. So congratulations. Can we celebrate them one more time? Thank you. Thank you. Just before we proceed for a lunch break, we would have a second panel conversation and listen to the final 3 solutions. So I mentioned earlier that we have 6 finalists today. So you've listened to 3. We have one more panel conversation before lunch, and then we'll take the final 3 pitches after the second panel conversation. This second panel conversation will focus on de-risking cross-border transaction to simplify trade. And I'm looking forward to this conversation. I'll introduce our moderator who will come up stage to receive other members of the panel. Our moderator is Olaolu Ajose, and it's such an honor to have you here, Olaolu. Olaolu Ajose is head of engineering at Chaka. He's a systems engineer and the co-founder and chief architect engineer at Chaka. Can we please celebrate Olaolu? Thank you. It's an honor to have you here. We're looking forward to the very insightful conversation today. Next joining is Punit Arora. It's an honor to have you here as well. Punit Arora has over 2 decades of work experience and in-depth knowledge of freight forwarding, supply chain, and logistics industry. He has worked in dynamic business environments ranging from developed, matured economies like India, Singapore, Dubai, to frontier and complex markets in Africa like Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda. Such an honor to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. A round of applause for Punit. Thank you so much. One of the interesting things about technology is that it connects us to people around the world, regardless of where you are. So we have a panelist who will join us virtually. Bosco will be joining us virtually. I don't know if he's connected yet, but I'll quickly introduce him and would also welcome him. John Bosco Sebabi, he is the Deputy CEO PAPS. PAPS is Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. We're happy to have you. Let me confirm from the technical team that we have him. He'll come up stage very shortly, but I'll also introduce another panelist who will be joining this conversation. We have Dr. Akim Oyewale. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Marble Capital Limited. Let's make welcome Dr. Akim Oyewale to join this conversation, please. He has over 20 years of extensive experience in investment banking, credit marketing, trade finance, and sustainable finance. He managed the Stanbic IBTC Nigerian Equity Fund, and he is very knowledgeable. So this is a power-packed session. We're waiting for our virtual panelists to join us.
I am on. Thank you so much.
Very much. But in the meantime, please let's remember that you can join the conversations online on social media. If you're supporting or rooting for any of our 6 finalists, just keep mentioning their name on social media. Just make some noise. Let the world know what's going on here today. Apex is bringing technology, agriculture, and finance. So we have Shikemi Tayo also joining this conversation. I beg your pardon, I was getting too excited. A round of applause for Shikemi Tayo, please. Thank you very much. Are we getting tired? Are we getting tired? Thank you very much. Shikemi Tayo will be joining this conversation. She's the founder, Kit for Professionals. She's a transformational leader with experience delivering process excellence, digital transformation, high-performing teams through process technology-led transformations with a passion for positioning people, processes, and technologies to drive operational excellence. Such an honor to have you here, Shikemi. We're looking forward to the in-depth conversation we'll be having on the subject matter today at the second panel conversation at the 3rd edition for Code Cash Crop. Are we ready with our final panelist who is joining virtually?
I am there. I'm here.
So I was talking about mentioning your faves on social media. Use the hashtag #CodeCashCrop and tag Apex Nigeria. Let's keep the conversations going on social media. Let's engage the world. Let them see what's going on right here in Lagos, Nigeria, as we're bringing agriculture, technology, and finance into one room to solve Africa's food challenges. Thank you very much to everyone who's joining us today. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us. It's a very, tangible investment of your time. You will feel the results. And I hope that you're networking as well. And, if you're listening to anything happening here, the pitches, and you find one of them interesting, you never know, you could connect and collaborate, because we're also highlighting the importance of collaboration. So not just for the people who are pitching. If you find something that piques your interest, you may just want to collaborate with the person who is making the presentation and connect. You never know, you might be building the best next big thing for Africa. So thank you, Apex, for bringing us to this room. Thank you for bringing bright minds. I think we should celebrate Apex one more time, because this is such a laudable innovation. We're looking forward to the amazing things that will come from this after today. We're looking forward to, implementing all the solutions and just supporting this great cause. Thank you so much. My name is Mojibade. I'm delighted to be your compare. We are now waiting for our final, but we can go ahead regardless. Is it? Okay, great. So I'll hand over to our able and capable moderator to take over the conversations from here. Over to you.
Thanks for having me. Very interesting panel. I'm delighted to coordinate or moderate the session. John Bosco is joining us virtually, so we will be probably like to have him projected. Let me provide a background to the conversation we want to have. The landscape of intra-activity or trade has been increasingly fragmented, competitive and informal, posing a lot of risk to standardization, price misalignment, and counterparty risk. And the staggering stats that actually jump at me was research shows that the trade between African countries is as low as 2%. That's between 2015 and 2017, just 2%. And comparing that with European counterparts, like 67%, Asia 61%, and even United States 41%. So that puts a lot of questions, like what is wrong or what can we do? So I will start the first question. We direct that at Tone, since he has a lot of experience in export, imports, and whatnot. So can you speak to what exactly needs to be done? Because I know trade plays a crucial role in providing livelihood for farmers and players along the food chain. What practical measure do you think is needed to create that enabling environment that can promote agricultural productivity, growth, and enhance competitiveness of the agricultural food export?
Yeah, I would like to start, since I have experience both in East as well as sorry, am I audible? Yeah. So I would like to start, since I have my experience both in East and West Africa. So I would like to say that, if I look at East Africa and compare it to West Africa, the logistics scenario over there is much better in terms of, you can say, intra-country distribution. If you look at Mombasa as a port, Mombasa feeds into landlocked countries. And if you look at Dar es Salaam as a port, so they have really gone at an advanced stage. But for us to move our products from, let's say, from Lagos port into Niger or neighboring landlocked countries is still a very major challenge. So logistics in West Africa, I would say, is still evolving. And there are a lot of connectivity issues. And because of those connectivity issues, I would say that the farmers are not able to reach their products on time. I mean, right now, if I compare, we are just talking grain logistics, but if you look at one step ahead, there's also called something called temperature logistics. We have not even gone over there. Let's say right now, when we are talking about flower exports, fruit exports from East Africa, a lot of these flowers in the Dutch auction comes from Kenya. So that is also a part of an agri sector. I mean, that is something which we have to see. Once we probably are able to, come to a situation where we have a very stable non-temperature controlled supply chain, that is when the next advanced stage we look at, where we start looking at temp controlled supply chain for agri commodities. So there's still a long way to go. But then again, having said that, I think there's still, we are in the right direction. Very soon the Lekki port is going to open up. So it is going to decongest the current Apapa and Tinken port that we have. So I think going forward, we'll see a lot of improvement as well.
Thank you very much. Just to provide a bit of more context, would it be okay to say that more road network, more government policies, or more ports? How can you just help summarize that?
Yeah, it would be more government policies for sure, supporting the farmers. And then also, of course, access to finance and also good governance. That is of prime importance, because if you put everything together, but if there is no good governance, then everything falls like a pack of cards. So that is very, very critical.
Thank you very much. The second question actually is, it will segue from your answer. John Bosco, you actually have a lot of experience with helping to facilitate payments across the continent. Across Africa, that's across different countries for import, export. That's what PASS is about. Can you please help us provide more context in how maybe payments can help facilitate or reduce the risk that we currently face?
Thank you very much, moderator. Can you hear me very well in the room?
It's muted. Can you unmute it, please?
I have unmuted myself. I hope you can hear me in the room. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much for for inviting PAPS to this event. It's a truly good recognition that what PAPS is doing to promote payments across the continent is being recognized by traders from across the board, including commodity traders and agricultural products traders like yourselves or the people in the room. Now, in the context of what you've asked and the context of what intra-African trade is, let me just describe the whole intra-African trade and the barriers and challenges to it. One, intra-African trade stands at as low as 13 to 16%, depending on who is looking at it. If you include North Africa, it's to 16%. If you take out North Africa, it becomes 13%. Whichever way, whether 16 or 13, it's very low. And why is it very low? It's very low for a couple of reasons. Both infrastructure issues, logistical issues, roads, and many other things like airports, lack of airports, barriers across borders where you have customs processes taking so long. So it's a host of all that. But then there are also other soft issues that we have not been looking at. We have not been looking at payments, how payments flow across Africa. For a payment to flow from Nigeria to Ghana, it will take 5 days. And to drive from Nigeria to Ghana, you can take only 1 day or 2 days. So you can see clearly this has not been looked at in the past. Why has it been looked at? Because we've been using correspondent banking. Correspondent banking means that a transaction is going to leave Lagos, it will go to New York with the time difference and everything else to spend a day or two. Then you have another correspondent bank, maybe moving to Ghana, say the Ghana Commercial Bank, and the Ghana Commercial Bank has a relationship with a correspondent banking relationship with a bank in the UK. So it has a certain trajectory it's following today. And that's a trajectory that we want to cut out, to say a payment moving from Nigeria to Ghana, from Niger to Morocco should be instant and should go straight from the bank in Morocco through their central bank and to the bank in Niger through the central bank. And that should be done like that. So a payment across Africa or within Africa should remain within Africa. So we've had about $18.8 billion going through the correspondent banking system for Africa. And only 20% of that is cleared and settled on non-African continent. 80% of it is done outside Africa. So that's what we want to remove as PAPS. And two, it's for traders to trade across Africa, they also need to solicit for a hard currency, for a third currency, which is either USD or a Euro, depending on where they are. With PAPS, we want countries or traders to use their own local currencies and be able to trade across Africa. So that's how PAPS comes in to facilitate this movement of goods. Now, once the payment goes instantly, then the goods also move quickly, because to date we have a transaction. The recipient first transfers the money, the funds, and then goods follow. So at least we can reduce the time the funds have to take. So if it has been taking 10 days for the funds to go and the goods to move, then we can now maybe have 3 or 5. Only the goods are moving, because sometimes it will not be easy to can't reduce the distance that trucks have to go, but we can reduce the encumbrances across the customs. So that's what I can say about about cross-border movement of goods and how PAPS comes in to facilitate this, or how payments facilitate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just as a recap, is it okay to say that you are proposing we have more settlement houses? Or we have, because I know a lot of currencies around the African region is not that very strong. Is that the reason why we had to route transaction to New York? Or what exactly do you think is the problem with how payments or the settlement houses are operating
Now,
today?
no, thank you for, maybe I need to clarify that as well, because when you talk about currencies and they're being strong, currency is strong because it is traded in frequently. So that means a currency has a derived demand. So if Rwanda and Nigeria are not trading, there's no way Rwanda is going to demand for Naira. But if trade increases between Rwanda and Nigeria, then the demand for Naira from the Rwandans will increase as well. So that means that we've been using the dollar for one reason, that we don't have enough trade between ourselves. So we have to use a currency that is being traded in, where most countries are keeping their reserves in. So as the trade increases, then that becomes a reserve currency as well. We've seen that many African countries are now also reserving the yuan because trade with China has increased over time. So if we increase trade between ourselves, our own currencies will align, and therefore that weakness will be dealt with. So we are not saying that there should be too many clearing houses or settlement houses. We want one centralized financial market infrastructure, which is PAPS, to be able to do this. And this gets a mandate from the Afrexim Bank that set it up, gets a mandate from its own establishment agreement, which was ratified and signed by all states in Africa. So, and also let me just maybe tell you one story that way back in 1963, when the OAU was being set up, the heads of states agreed and even minuted in the very first meeting that Africa should have its own clearing and payment and clearing system. So it has been a vision for a very long time. We are today implementing a vision of the heads of state, which was put down in the minutes of the OAU by the heads of state, our forefathers at that time.
Got it. Thanks a lot for that. Over to you, Shikemi. I know the reason why we have so very low percentage of success is because the process, or let's say the things around processing, either be payment, either be movement, or a logistic, like Puni mentioned, is really not great. What do you think can be done to improve the process to de-risk this transaction risk?
Hi, okay. Okay, so from everything Puneet and John has said, there is the element of standardization. It's very clear that each country is operating based on some set of policies or principles that has worked for them. And now everybody has to come together to do the same thing. It's very clear that we need to address standardization. If we don't do that, then we're not going to move very far. One very clear thing is, apart from even the currency, is even what I call anti-money laundering. There are things around knowing your customers, right? Because as once the fallout of the Trade Act is that you're going to get more participation. So how do you make sure that the right people are participating and they are not just using this rail as a means to do more unscrupulous things, right? So that brings in KYC. Now, do you want to do KYC every single time? So I'm a producer in Nigeria. I want to export to South Africa. South Africa has to do KYC on me. I want to export the same thing to Kenya. Does Kenya have to do the same KYC with me? That's probably going to be a waste. So we need to start thinking about ways that we can use technology to standardize. And for me, blockchain is a very good place to start. Once I can do KYC for myself one time, that can be reused across different countries. And even down to anti-money laundering, for example. Once a contract has been signed, then it's bounded. And it can't be, well, so far so good. It can be changed. So technology is one way in which we can address some of the concerns that we've raised, because trying to do it manually or trying to get people to inspect it, which is one of the things that I see us do sometimes, it's not gonna work and we can't scale. And scale is coming, so we have to prepare for it.
Thank you very much, Shikemi. Sorry, Akeem, just to wrap up on the first question. I know a lot of problems around maybe financial advisory services, or people are not too sure how to access finances to power or reduce a lot of cumbersome processes. So what do you think can be done from standpoint of maybe advisory or investment?
Thank you very much, Olaolu. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think for us to be able to scale up and reduce the challenges of cross-border transactions in Nigeria and across the continent, it's important for us to ensure that we regularly contact appropriate and authorized advisors. I mean, if I use Nigeria as an example, you have the Securities and Exchange Commission that has licensed appropriate advisors that you can go onto their website and connect with these people and be able to speak to them, and they'll be able to advise you on how to raise funding. A lot of people complain that they have challenges raising funding for transactions, especially in the agri sector, but it's not always the case. The truth is that perhaps you're going through the wrong process, or we do not have the necessary requirements to allow us to be able to tap into I would say, the avalanche of funds that are available in that sector. That's on one side. So get the right advisors, and they'll be able to tell you how to access these funds. The second bit, which I think Shikemi mentioned a bit about, is the differences amongst the requirements across the different countries on the continent. I know in West Africa, for example, there's actually a program to have what we call the West African Capital Markets Integration Committee, which is a scheme to ensure that the capital market requirements across West African countries are similar or they are aligned. If we're able to replicate that across the other trade regions on the continent, that's going to allow someone that is in Ghana trying to raise funds to be able to make sure you can access funds either in Ghana or even in Nigeria, depending on the kind of product that is trying to finance. So we should, as much as possible, have a lot of contact with our regulators in the capital market, have the right advisors, and support the policymakers, especially what John Bosco is doing with his team, the PAPS, which is a very, very critical infrastructure that's been built across the continent, the PAPS. So if we understand what it's all about, it's going to allow us to be able to trade more across and amongst ourselves on the continent as against what we currently have, which is not ideal.
Thank you very much. I've already started the second question, but I'll just ask so that we can at least maybe focus on aspect of the question that has not been provided. Now, we know digital technology can help to mitigate a lot of risk, and a lot of people actually have mentioned technology. In fact, the whole of the vertical hackathon, they mentioned a lot of things around technology, but I'm not too sure a lot of people are speaking to how technology can help the decision-making process. So Shikemi, can you just help to provide insight into how do you think you can use digital technology to help mitigate this risk, but from the informed decision perspective?
Okay. So we've talked about data. Even with the hackathon, there's been mention around the need to have data. But from my experience, it's not enough to have data. The question is, what is the data going to do for you? Again, a lot of us are familiar with this, maybe even experienced it. You start your data, projects, you gather a lot of data, and then you have this massive warehouse of data. And then what? What are you going to do with it? How are you going to translate it into such a way that the data only means one thing? For example, I had an experience recently, and I contacted the customer care center, and the agent told me, Thank you, ma'am, for contacting us. Please expect a response shortly. Now, what does shortly mean? Does it mean 5 minutes? Does it mean an hour? Does it mean the next day? And that's the way we need to look at data. So it's not enough to just say, we need to provide data for transparency. No, we then need to ensure that the data is so unambiguous that it only means one thing at every point in time. So as an operational excellence person, it's not just enough to say technology. You also have to look at the process. You need to look at how the data is being generated. You also need to look at the people that are going to consume the data. If they don't understand how to consume the data is as good as useless. So my feedback or my take is that if you want to de-risk cross-border transaction by making data available and transparent, it's not just availability. You need to look at the process, you need to look at the people, and you need to look at the ability of the people to use the data to make sound decisions. So that would be my take.
Awesome, thanks a lot. I think I'll go back to John Bosco, if you're still there. Is John Bosco still there? Hello, is it still there? Okay, no problem. I'm gonna ask back to Pune then, still on data, but try and look for how to, because you've been in this business for 2 decades. I'm sure you must have seen a pattern that is not maybe inefficiency somewhere or policies that needed to be made, but people who are making this decision, like Zeal mentioned, are not that they're not seeing the gravity of the decisions to be made. So what do you think needs to be done differently from the point of view of informed decision, either policy making or building stuff?
Yeah, one of the challenges that we still see in Africa as a continent is that different governments have different policies. When you are looking at EU, there's a single policy across EU. But when for a country which is just neighboring to us, be it Ghana, be it Benin, be it all these neighboring countries, so each country has its own set of laws. And import and export procedures around this whole continent is quite complicated. It's not as easy as just picking up an invoice and packing list and moving the shipment. There are a lot of things like you need to do pre-inspection of shipments. You need to do a lot of things before you can either ship out the goods or ship in the goods. I mean, from the time an exporter decides that he wants to export his agricultural produce to the time it actually moves on the vessel, you'll be surprised to note that it takes a lead time of almost about 10 days. So that is the kind of lead time that we are talking about. So we need to see how we can reduce that lead time. And one more thing which we need to also look at is that how genuine is the data on which we are taking all the decision making. Sometimes the data itself, is not 100% accurate. So any decision taken on that data will only create more problems. So it is a compounded problem. So like in this panel just prior to us, they said, if you find the problem, you have a funded problem. So just to elaborate on that. So that's the take. And it has to be a Gemba approach to business. You cannot sit in the, logistics is all about going to the port, going to the area where the action is happening and then taking a decision. A lot of policy makers today, if let's say Minister of Shipping and Transport, if he wants to go to Apapa and he gets stuck in the traffic, that's the time he realized that, oh, if I can get stuck, just imagine the kind of challenges it takes for the containers to enter. So it has to be, and I think it's the right approach that we are on. Is just that we need to continue to build up on that. Like, let's say, for example, now we do not allow all the trucks coming into Apapa port together. We have something called call method, which is working perfectly fine. So I have been here almost, if I look at it, 6-7 years back. For me, I used to have my office in Apapa. Getting in and out of Apapa used to be a challenge. You have to try all kind of innovative methods of riding an Okada, riding the boat. So that is what we are coming in from. But yes, now things are getting better, and I feel beginning next year with Lekki Port coming up, the free zone coming up, a lot of things will ease out.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for that. And actually, question 3 is somewhat like that. African Continental Free Trade Zone. I know there are a lot of bodies that are helping to try to standardize things like Shikemi mentioned. And yes, over the years, they build momentum and we can see traction. But looking at the journey so far, can we really say that they are doing much? Do you think they are doing much? Okay.
Moderator, maybe if I can jump in on that before I leave. I'm going to leave in a few minutes, but I want to jump in on that SFTA because it's a very interesting subject to me. SFTA was set up for the purpose of increasing intra-African trade and also being able to reduce tariffs within borders, and of course, eventually doing away with the tariffs and all that. So it's the first stage of Africa getting together as a bloc. And more than 40 countries have ratified in less than 2 years. This is a very big success for it. Now, it has not yet, of course, we have not yet seen so much of it. However, the other objectives is to make sure that they handle the policy that my colleague just mentioned, whereby you have countries bordering each other with two different policies. So SFTA is going to also to touch on that and look and see if the policies are actually, especially trade policies, are harmonized. So this is a journey we're going to see in a couple of years, and maybe we should be able to judge in the next 5 years. They've just been operating for a year or two. So I think if those objectives of SFTA are arrived at, then we'll be able to achieve much of what my colleague just mentioned. So I thought that I should just jump in on this before I close off. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I will go to the next question. And this will be, policies. I think we mentioned policies. And so that it doesn't just look like we are, singing the same song across board. If we were to look at very specific policies, and this might be on the supply chain, might be on payments, because I know from running an investment house, what it looks like to have SEC or CBN come with policies. It can literally, they are standardizing things because a lot of people come to, bring solutions that defraud people, and you don't want that to, mar the face of investment in the country. So back to the sector of agriculture. What do you think, or what are the necessary policies that are needed to actually remove all the plenty risk that we face together? Let's start with Akim.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think the agri sector is still a sector that today you don't have a lot of policies, I would say, in terms of guidelines that tell people what to do. People just go and do what they think they do. And that's why you see a bit of innovation here. And sometimes you don't see a lot of innovation. But one area that continues to elevate the ability of investors in the agri sector is the commodity exchanges. And I think, even though we have FX here, we have to really give them a round of applause for what they've done so far. So I will ask us to please applaud FX for what they've done, in actually making the agri sector to be very, very respected in the financial subsector. We have a few more commodity exchanges coming up and doing that. So the policy of government in that is important. The other area where we need a bit of consistent policy and across the continent, is the area of finance. Perhaps, which we cannot speak too much about, is going to make a big change in a few months to come, a few months or few years to come. That policy will allow us to be able to trade as if we literally have one currency for the whole continent. So if it's successful, you're going to have Nigeria being able to trade very freely with Cameroon, with Niger Republic, with Benin Republic, and across other blocks on the continent as well. So the financial policy on settlement and trade settlements and payment systems is important, and we need to ensure we support the necessary regulators when they come up with that. Finally, I will say that, under the edges of IOSCO, a lot of regulatory bodies in the capital market, especially SEC in Nigeria, they are battling with a lot of Ponzi schemes coming up every now and again in different shapes and sizes. And what this does is that as soon as you have a bit of some success in calming people down, there's no more MMM, another one will come up. And that's because people are still eager to have access to cheap and very quick investment gains. I will add my voice to it that please, as much as possible, as investors, we shouldn't be carried away with mouth-watering returns. You should ensure whoever you are dealing with is properly regulated, because that is how the policies of government, whether by the central banks, by the capital market regulators, can actually percolate, and we can actually see the impact of such policies. So I would say, please, let's ensure that we deviate from following the get rich quick syndrome and folks, and please just follow whoever is properly regulated. Thank you.
I will double down on this question still to you. And this is on policies, because I know a lot of people argue that rather than ban, because that's what we have as the order of the day in this country, things are quick to ban. Rather than understand the market and create policies or proper regulation around it. Crypto is an example. In fact, was it last year, December, quite a number of the likes of Bamboo Chaka, because the SEC came down and said, it's no operation. They said, you don't have license. And the question was, what license do we need for this? Because we were not actually brokers. We're just like marketplace for brokers. And they said, there's no license yet, but we'll create one for you, the subcategory. And you can just imagine the setback for a lot of businesses, because you've been banned, you're trying to double back, show that traction to investor and whatnot. And yet government don't understand that. So back to you on the question, is it that the policymakers are not catching up with the momentum of innovation, or is it that they don't have enough data to make the choices?
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm not going to hold brief for the regulators, but I think the truth is that the reality is that regulation always catches up with the market. So most of the time you have the market actually going a step ahead of regulation, and regulators try to catch up. What I will expect in an innovative industry like the digital space is a lot more engagement, with the relevant regulators to upskill the regulators, enhance the capacity. That's an investment you need to make to be sure that your innovation actually is sustainable. Because the knee-jerk reaction for any regulator when they don't understand something is to say, stop it. And that's not just related to Nigeria. I mean, in the US, SEC, in Kenya as well, we are seeing Kenya stopping Flutterwave, stopping Chipper, and all of that. That's just the fail-safe mode for regulators. So for us to be able to ensure that their policy making is aligned with the way the market is growing, we need to have a lot more engagement, and that's a contribution we need to make, in our own space.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll just allow, okay, Chikemi, you can go, please.
Okay, so I might have an uncommon opinion, but there is a concept that we use in operational excellence. It's called push versus pull. For a lot of us in this room, we've experienced what we call push. We know that these things we're coming up with, whether regulation or policies, are good for the farmers, they are good for everybody in the value chain. So we push it to them. We educate them, we try to inform them, we try to get their buy-in. And it will work at the beginning, but it's very hard and it's a lot of effort. But there is a concept we preach called pulling, is where the person actually understands that they need what you're selling, and then it becomes a two-way street. And so you are able to scale faster. I worked for a long time in a fintech company. One of the things that got us to where we are now is the regulation, not from the angle of maybe establishing a policy, but for the requirement to us. When we started payments, there was nothing like KYC. When we started payments, there was nothing like limits. When we started payments, there was nothing like all of those things. But as we started to, we started the journey from 2002, And then in 2008, something interesting happened. And then a policy was introduced. And then we had to make sure our solutions were compliant. We need something similar in this sector. We need a governing body that will define the barest minimum for all participants. And then participants are responsible to at least get to that barest minimum. Because if we keep pushing and pushing, you're going to get tired because there are a lot of people. So my recommendation in terms of policy, I don't know what the name of the policy is. We can call it a pool policy. But what it will do is to define minimum criteria for every party in the value chain. And then as part of their eligibility, they have to meet those things. And then you realize that you've already done half of the work. And then what you can then focus on is improvement and scaling and all of those things. How can you scale when you're not even able to survive? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we would be having closing remarks from all the panelists. Can we start from you, Pune?
Thank you so much. From my side, I think African Continental Free Trade Agreement is a very good start. We would just like to see, in an ideal world, it reaches to the EU levels. So that is something which we all like to see. But again, developing infrastructure is one of the key challenges that we face right now. If you look at connectivity, it's one of the major challenges today. To move from one African country to a neighboring African country, you still have to go via Europe. So those are some of the logistics challenges that we have currently. But again, I guess there's a lot of investment that is happening from all the stakeholders, companies like APMT and CMA, shipping lines, various global shipping lines, MSC, they are making huge investments in port infrastructure. You see new carriers are coming up. So I think post pandemic, we have all realized how critical digitization is, because we all had to work from our homes and make sure that even working remotely, we had control over our businesses. So that is where we have realized how digitization is important. And this is exactly what we are trying to do in supply chain industry as well. Try to connect all the stakeholders through a digital network and take it forward from there.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Shikemi?
Okay, for me, first of all, this is a good opportunity. My closing remark is, we need to drive awareness of food security beyond the sectors that are listed in this room. I was talking to Olaoluwa during one of the presentations. I'm like, why are the telcos not here? Right? We're talking about how there is no network in the rural areas. They need to solve that. I'm wondering why the media house is not here. We say that the farmers are not able to sell their product. Who is going to do the advertisement? And this is just, for me, it's just getting clearer that we cannot leave food security to a select group of discipline or industry. As long as we plan to be alive and well, by 2050, we all have our roles to play. And yeah, for me, that was a good aha moment. Thank you.
Very much. Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, for me, my closing remarks would be that there's still a great deal of need for awareness and collaboration between the agri sector, the tech sector, and the financial sector. And there is so much that can be achieved with that. We also need to collaborate a lot more with the regulators, so that all the improvements we are seeing, they will just be accepted as against them being pushed away. Absolutely. And finally, I mean, we mentioned earlier that there's so much funding available, in the agri sector, and the number of people actually tapping into these funds. The most important thing I would say, and I like the question the Chief Judge asked the contestants earlier, when you get these funds, what do you use these funds for? Yeah. I think that is extremely important if you want this industry to continue to grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think data will play a very critical role here. because sometimes when the statistics of the impact of the current way we run agri or how we run logistic is before our faces, we might begin to see the implication, that the immediate implication. And like he mentioned, it's only sometimes when policymakers are in a fix before they realize that, oh, policies are not properly, crafted in this particular niche. And in another maybe 30 years, that's be 2050, the world population will be 9 billion. And sadly, we do not have enough, maybe based on the technology we have today, we don't have, based on scientific facts, that we have enough way of producing food to feed 9 billion, population 9 billion people. And thankfully, John Bosco had mentioned how we can, simplify payments to make that a reality. John Bosco, Pune also mentioned how we can improve logistics to make this a reality. And, from the advisory point of view of finance, Akim has done a lot of justice. Shikemi also spoke heavily on the process improvements and how things can, we can fine-tune things to the better. So on this note, I want to take questions from the audience. Yes. Yes, please. We have a few hands up. Can you hand them the mic?
Thanks. My name is Ayo. Just a comment to what Shikemi was talking about. I think to the organizer, we need to expand the scope of this subsequently. TECO are actually doing a whole lot. NCC is doing a whole lot as well. I remember some 12, 15 years ago, I was sitting, we're talking about what we call State Accelerated Broadband Initiatives, SABI. And the whole idea was to actually incentivize the operator who could go to the rural communities to set up telecoms infrastructure. And I know recently another set of investment is gone in using alternate source of power to be able to power the rural community. I'm also aware of a fund by NCC put together with United Nations, actually training farmers, leveraging on USSD code, and to actually update them on the price of the commodities, which I'm sure affects is part of. But like you have mentioned, we need to expand the scope. Looking at it, the value chain is actually bigger than all of us in this room. It's a concern for everybody when you are looking at sustainable development goal. It cuts across. It's everybody's business. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Questions, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. My question goes like this. I think most of the whole idea today so far, from the early panelists and even the participants from the hackathon, I think basically on post-harvest. Post-harvest.
Yeah.
Then what happened in pre-harvest because when you have what's happened in pre-harvest that before you have harvest, yeah, then we talk of trading. I think technology should basically balance to find a solution on who are the major players, the producers of those agricultural community. Then what has been done to uplift them? All of them, 90% of those who are producing those things, they are subsistence farmers. And we are talking about storage. I think it is only when you have excess beyond what your family can consume that you take or sell it out. And they are attributing this to high rise of the food storage, lack of food security. I think the thing is that there should be a way to uplifting those farmers to produce beyond the subsistence and they should be able to produce at commercial level. So that's what the technology to basically offer them. When a subsistence farmer will produce and sell what he produce at point of harvest, and maybe in just a few months later, those farmers again will go and buy food to even need it for their family. Because there will not be food outside. That is it.
Excellent question. I think the last panelist explained the need to have quite a number of things put in place if you don't show traction, nobody will fund. If nobody funds, you can't, produce on the large scale. And also, when we were, describing some of the things that are causing this risk, ability to move goods, especially perishable goods, is very important. And a lot of things goes into this. So it's not just for one sector. A lot of very skilled player must come, to the fore to solve this problem. And it's not just people in the farming, also people in finance, people in investment, people in, it's a lot of players making the food chain a successful one. So yes, thanks a lot for that question. Yeah, next question.
All right, my name is Daniel. So yeah. I'm from Miraculous Enterprise. So we do palm oil processing, and we also found green continentals. Yeah. So we're all still into food crops also. Yeah. However, my question goes to the issues she touched about KYC, because I and my partners have been thinking about cross-border movement of goods. So when she talked about digitalizing, if we certify in South Africa, we don't need to go to Tanzania to do the same, finding a way around those things. So my question is, if I do the due diligence in South Africa and I moved my goods, if I want to move to Tanzania or Rwanda, Uganda, who's going to be there? Let's say the first time I was sending my palm oil, the standard has been already stated that the calories in the oil is of 5%, and these other issues are so percentage. So who's going to certify that the one I'm sending to Uganda is still 5%? Where does technology come in such situation? If I'm sending ginger, for instance, from Kaduna, and there are specific criteria for the ones you find within the North axis of Kaduna, which makes it a little bit special. And I'm getting ginger from some other place in Nigeria, and they are not of the same constituents. So who is going to be there to ensure quality? Because I think trust is quite huge. Does this technology include the trust in carrying out these transactions, as we all tend to move it to everything digital? So I have to know how this issue of trust will be concise and managed. And we can then, a friend in Uganda, Dima, can then say, when I'm bringing my palm oil from Nigeria, he is certain. And my friend in Burundi can actually give the same testimony that it's the same quality. How do technology find its way? Then sorry, the second question is, we're talking about availability of funds for these agricultural projects. So sometimes I hear it more on stages like this, and other times on televisions. And when we talk about the issue of de-risking of these issues, it seems to be a little bit more. There are various NGOs, various business schools providing educations for these processes of de-risking. So, but at the end of the day, after the whole de-risking and the whole education, whatever program it is, you find out that this fund is talking about does not still get there. Yeah. So apart from these funds, like we talk about that people who really need this fund for us to drive development, no matter how fast we want it to go, 80% of them do not have access to these funds. Yeah. And everybody already knows why they don't. Yeah. So I want to know, because most of the financiers or people who give this fund just want to give the fund and just go and expect that you bring. So I'm saying, what are the financiers doing to ensure they work personally and see that the farmer or the person who is interested in the agriculture, they walk the person through and don't just give him the fund, like walking through to see that it gets to success.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that elaborate question. If Shikemi, you want to start, then Kim, I think also you want to chip in something. Can we be
okay? Okay, so when I was talking about KYC, it was pretty much validating the producer. But to your question around validating the quality of the product, off the top of my head, it would be using two technology rails. The first one is still blockchain, and I call it a contract. So the requirement for a perfect, you said ginger, will then need to be defined and sealed on the blockchain, right? So that's step one. So you can't change your requirement between Kenya and Uganda. However, when you then get to the destination, I think you mentioned South Africa, you then use a combination of IoT, robotics, and then the smart contract. Because let's face it, trying to use I to check that 500 bags of something is pure is impossible. So you're going to have to use a combination of robotics, but a smart contract, and that is very, very important. So that way, the definition of good remains the same, irrespective of the country that you're in. So that would be my take on how technology can help with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will just quickly answer the bit about having access to funding and not getting the necessary support, especially in the utilization and even getting the actual credit into your account. I mentioned something earlier, and that is that it helps if you go requirements to meet up with the disbursement conditions precedent to disbursement for the facility. So you will struggle and you may not get access to the funding. There are also a number of institutions that were set up primarily to support and make it very easy for you to have access to funding. You have the Bank of Agriculture and you have NISAL. NISAL is meant to ensure that there's a bit of a de-risking. They provide some insurance coverage, for folks looking to access funding for their agri products. Of course, I mean, the CBN has tried so many times with Anchor Borrower Scheme and all of those. So there's so many ways, but yes, you can go directly yourself, but it also helps you if you have a competent advisor that's able to guide you through the processes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And that's where Marble comes in.
Yes, that's where Marble Capital comes
I think also Zeal mentioned something about being very specific with what you want to use funds for, because you can't just say financing and not be very specific, because sometimes you purchase what you don't need. You can just borrow or loan or lease. That might be a more efficient way to go about it. So yes, get an advisor and also be very specific on what you want funding for. I think somebody wanted to speak from here. Just our last person. We're done.
Thanks. Very quickly, I just wanted to see if the panelists could speak on 3 quick things, which is number 1, the role of SRS and other institutions, including governments, on certifications, grading and sorting, and ensuring that the quality that is being exported or taken out is actually something that can boost the popularity of the product coming from Nigeria. Number 2, I think also the issue of ports when it comes to government and making sure that there's a process of digitization and alternative models that can help people fast track at the ports. Then number 3, this opportunity for geographic indications to kind of protect Nigerian products so that we don't have Ijebu Gari coming out of China, but making sure that Ijebu Gari comes out of Ijebu land, And then I think lastly, the whole issue of protection of transactions. I think that many people who have exported have either been burned in one way or another, where so there are some portals that you can use to kind of put funds in escrow and things like that, but a lot of times they say that, oh, we're not putting out quality products, but other people are actually taking advantage of the fact that the systems are not quite set, and even when the product is good, on the other side, they're saying it's not so good, and then you don't get paid for your product or you have other issues. So I think that leveraging on technology, and I think this issue of blockchain is quite important because, from farm to market, you're able to track what it is that you have, who has been in contact with it. Food safety is also, quite important. And then ensuring that if those standards are set, it can pass on to, every other location until it gets to the final customer. So if you could touch on those.
Thank you very much. I think Pune will speak on the logistic aspect of the FRS and Okay, SRS.
SRS.
Okay.
Yeah, from my side, I can tell you currently we handle a lot of consignments going to developed countries. The only reason why we are not able to do finished goods or value add over here is because of the logistics issue, the challenges that we have. So the fact that the ginger from here goes to US, which has very stringent quality policies, the fact that the hibiscus from here goes to Latin America and US, and then the fact that sesame from here goes to Japan, which is one of the biggest consumers of sesame. So it talks volumes about the quality of product that Nigeria sends. And of course, it is building up, slow and steady, it is building up. The only place where sometimes Nigeria tends to lose is the additional cost because of the logistics challenges. So that kind of sometimes makes importing from Nigeria, or rather exporting from Nigeria into other countries, a little more expensive, because globally you have fixed prices for commodities. You cannot go beyond that. But having said that, of course, it helps. The certification does help in establishing the quality of the products, and the customers are buying. It's definitely there. And with regard to digitization of ports and other authorities, it is an ongoing process. Like I said previously, any truck would load and get into a Papa port, but then today, once you load, you still have to wait in the yard, and once you get called, that's the time you can enter the port. So that has kind of helped in decongesting the port. And again, beginning of next year, we have an additional port facility. A lot of exports from Lagos has also moved to One port, because exporting out of One has been relatively less time consuming. So exporters are looking at various innovative ways. You know, there have been challenges, but the spirit of the nation has been never say die. So we try to be innovative about getting our products out.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Just to wrap up, can you speak about the quality? Because you mentioned how to fast track this process and also guarantee quality of the transaction. Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of the process, this might sound a bit simple, but what I find sometimes, especially with this kind of large enterprise, is that at the heart of it is the smallest process, right? The one that goes from here to here. And sometimes we lose focus of those things and we focus on the big picture. And then we spend so much money trying to perfect the big picture. But that very small step is still not working. The only solution is we have to look at those steps and fix them. We depend so much on people to always be on point and never have a bad day. But you and I know that's impossible. My motto is that it is the responsibility of the employee to show up and be dedicated. It is not the role of the employee not to make mistakes. And the moment we start to design a system with the assumption that the human being would always be on point, will always be sharp, would always, I don't know, is a magician. For me, is dead on arrival. And so sadly, the truth is we have to go back to the basics, because it's the basics that gave us the reputation that we have now. So until we tackle the smallest unit in that value chain, we can't sustain the success that we have. And that's it. And it also goes down to transaction. What are the basic components of a transaction? You debit somebody, somebody takes it, somebody gets credit. There are also steps in between those things. I can relate because I tried to do a transaction to South Africa. I was very proud of myself. I initiated a transaction. They told me it was going to be 10 days. And then 10 days after, the provider says, oh, dear Ms. Shikemi, we've received your credit, but it's short. I was trying to pay for 32,000 rands. They got 21,000 rands. And I'm like, what? And then I'm sure my bank will come back and say, oh, exchange rate, oh, something like that. And then I have to go foot the difference. So those are those things that we have to deal with. And I'm a fan of, we know the problem, we know the solution. Somebody said something about willingness. Fixing things is not easy, but sometimes that's the only way you can get joy. There's no running away from it. So for me, yes, it's doable, but somebody has to commit to it. It has to be somebody's responsibility, and we have to hold that person accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. That's all from me. That's all. Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's give them a round of applause. Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Temi Badru, co-hosting with the phenomenal Mojibade Shosonya. Such an honor to be doing this. Now, without further ado, we're going straight to the next pitch session, which is something that we all have been anticipating. It's been a great one. I mean, I was here for the first one, and I'm like, who's going to take everything? Who's going to win? But like Moji said earlier on, everyone is a winner. So we commend everyone. We celebrate them for making it through the different rounds to this phase. Now I'm going to like to invite the judges, the panel of judges. I'll invite them to please take their seat. Let's give them a round of applause as they make their way to their special seat. Yusuf Oguntola, Oluchi Okafor, Ayo Adegboye, and Dr. Angel Adelaja. All right, a round of applause for them. You know, we can't go ahead until we have the panel of judges seated and ready. All right, so let me quickly run through the mode of operation for the Ag Hackathon pitches, just to remind us and to remind everyone who is here as well as the finalists. We're going to be having the pitches, and each panelist or each finalist has 10 minutes to pitch. So 10 minutes to pitch. I'm going to be your humble, accurate timekeeper and making sure that we stick to 10 minutes. Afterwards, after 3 panelists or 3 finalists pitch, they're going to come back for a quick question and answer session with the panel of judges. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. And just to remind everyone that we are all winners. I mean, just being here at this stage, although we're still looking forward to who is going to be the final top 3. All right, the first finalist I'd like to invite is Prince Achoja, and his solution, Magi Norma, integrates financial services built for farmers in poor and remote communities to help them access both offline and online financial services, while also accessing agricultural information easily and faster in their local dialect. To tell us more about this, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I make welcome Prince Achoja, whose solution is Magi Norma. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, esteemed judges. My name is Prince Achoja from Kano State, Nigeria, and I'll be presenting to you a solution that is called Magi Norma. It's an Hausa phrase for farming integrating savings. Okay, the slide is up. Next slide, please. I would love if you can control it from there. Okay, so when the AFEX hackathon came up, one of the things that got to me was the fact that it was trying to create solutions for agriculture, finance, integrating technology. A lot has been done with agriculture on its own, and a lot has been done with finance on its own. But you'd agree with me that not so much has been done with agriculture and finance together.
I would love to show you a picture. When this hackathon came up, we quickly went and started talking to some farmers. We went to 2 locations in Kano. We went to a location called Rano, and we went to a location where it's a grain market called Dawandu. Now, this is Malam Garba. He is a farmer. He's a 60-year-old farmer. He has 16 kids and 2 wives. He's a very poor farmer. What took me to have a picture of a sample of him is the fact that I met him holding an Android phone. Other farmers we met were not holding an Android phone. They were actually using the button traditional phones. So, but his case, he could not understand English. The highest school he's gone to is an Islamic school. But I noticed he could send voice notes to the person in the market, send pictures of his produce to the person in the market, and receive payments, maybe through a third-party app. Okay? So that's just a brief discussion about Malam Garba. Next slide, please. So the problem remains, how do we take agro information to farmers in remote rural community? When I talk about information, I'm talking about updated farming practices, and then how do we reach farmers with simple and flexible loans? For example, the man called Malam Garba, he told me that he at the end of the farming year, as little as 2,000 naira, he doesn't have to move his produce from the farm to the market. So how do we take these flexible loans to people like Malam Garba in that community? And then how do we connect farmers in rural community with extension workers and agro experts? Fourthly, how do we make financial inclusion possible for farmers in this community? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Margie Noma. Margie Noma is an offline and an online platform that we've built integrating so many technologies for farmers in rural community, remote villages, to ensure that they become financially included. I'll give you an example. Now, this farmer is in the village and he wants to carry out a financial service. Of course, he's not educated, so he needs a platform where he could do just 2 steps and carry out this service. We've built that. He doesn't need to move from our platform to a UBA app to make a financial services. We integrated that into our platform, and we've built a wallet to say that his phone number becomes his bank account. So he doesn't need to, the wallet ID is his phone number. We only integrated so many other banking APIs where you could have other of his bank accounts linked to moving his money from his wallet. So Malam Garba, instead of going to a third-party app, can quickly make payments from our app. Secondly, we built a platform called the Agro Search. Malam Garba is looking for information. Where does he get this information? On Margie, of course. And what the shocking thing about this, the alarming thing, the beautiful thing about this is that we've integrated a language translation API. So whatever information Malam Garba gets on that platform, he could translate it immediately, and he could get it in his local dialect, he could get it in Igbo, he could get it in Yoruba. Not only that, we also added a voice text to speech option for him. He can't type, he's only been to an Islamic school, but he could say something like tomato, and tomato can come up, and he could search tomato and get it in his local dialect. We've built that also. And then we've built a chatbot system where Malam Garba can interact in just 2 steps and gain access to a geo-tagged agro extension worker in his locality. He doesn't need to go to any place, he just needs to go to Maaji and he gets an agro extension worker in his locality. We've also built him to have agro expert on the same chatbot system, business expert. Let's say he doesn't know how, he knows how to farm, but he doesn't know how to build his business. We've built a chatbot system for him to get access to agro business expert. And then for the soft loans, we have 2 kinds of loan we've built in Margie. We have a soft loan for people like Malam Garba that at the farming year, they don't have money to move their goods to the market. We've built a soft loan platform where in 2 steps, Malam Garba can get credited with 2,000 naira and move his goods to Dawanau market and sell them. Apart from that, if he needs to expand his farm, he needs money, we have what we call the LTO, local terminal operators that will be working with us as our agent, where Malam Garba can go and do an updated KYC and get access to better loans to enlarge his farming process. So at the end of this presentation, because of time, I'll run through the demo. We have a 2-minute video we'd like to show you. Now, what's unique about us and how does this connect to the XDGs? Marginoma is built with simplicity and is built to be localized to the farmer. A statistic came up during the panel discussion that 90% of these farmers are found in rural community. And if we must address agriculture, then we must build a solution that is going to be addressed to them. So we built Marginoma using several technologies like end-to-end encrypted local charts. We built technology where they could meet their experts in their local dialect, real-time using GeoTap locations. We've also used the language translation API where they could translate. So how does this relate to the SDG no poverty? Of course, if Malam Garba has access to updated information, then his farming yield is going to expand. If he has access to information, the productivity is going to be much, and then there's no cause for zero hunger, because Malam Garba knows that if he does A and Z together, his farming output is going to be great. And then, of course, this answers decent work and growth, economic growth, and then also responsible production. Who are our target audience? A document released by Guiden in 2019, 9th April exactly, shows that 5.7 million are registered farmers by the CBN. Imagine 5.7 million registered farmers. Now talk about who are the unregistered farmers. These are our target markets. Secondary target market, we're looking at agro firms and individuals. So this is the market size, 2.26 billion. And we've carved for ourselves some market share. For the payment and our savings service, we've carved a $1.2 billion as a market share. It's daring, but we are ready to take the dare. We've carved also 500 million as a market share for us for the agro research and the extension workers, 400 million as a market share for us in the loans. What's our business model? We tend to use B2C, but we've broken our business model into 3. The first one is the digital wallet. In the digital wallet, what happens is Malam Garba can move money from his wallet to his client's wallet for free. But if he needs to move the money from his wallet to his bank, then we need to charge him. So we're going to be using that as one of our business model. We tend to charge just as an estimate, an average fee of 5 naira. So imagine 100,000 transactions per day. We're looking at 500. For the next business model, we have freemiums on loans. For example, Malam Garba can access little loans for free, but when he needs a loan that is above 2,000, 1,000 naira, he needs to update KYC, and then we're going to charge a specific percentage for that. The third business model is freemium on services. Malam Garba can search, get updated information in his local dialect for free. But when he needs to get to talk with an agro expert or a business expert, of course, Malam Garba will have to be charged a little fee of 50 naira for him to have access to an agro expert. Our mode of customer acquisition, because we know these people are in the rural community and they make use of radio, we're going to use local radio, we're going to use televisions, we're going to be using their community mobilizers like their religious leaders, their Menguas. If you're from the north, we call them the Menguas. We're going to reach out to them. And also we're going to be using the print media. Our competitors, we tend to look at agro platforms, local thrift, and this is our competitive advantage. This is what we've done. We've built an MVP, and we are currently carrying out a market research. This is our roadmap. At the end of the year 2024, we want to successfully reach out to Kaduna State and expand in all of the local governments. Thank you so much.
Well done. A round of applause for him, please. You know, that moment where time's up and it's just like, I must add this part of it. I must add this part of it. So ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next one. But just as a means of communicating with the finalists, I would be tapping on the microphone when it's 3 minutes to go. And then I'll tap on the microphone again when it's 1 minute to go, just so you know how much time you have, so that, you know, hopefully it will help you to communicate faster and to pitch better, hopefully. So now moving on to the next solution. Samuel Akame. His solution is Credence. His solution, Credence, seeks to be a neutral interlink between the supply chain and financing network by providing digital solutions for farms, food companies, and key stakeholders. It works through its smart escrow and other built-in innovative technology services. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me as I make welcome to give us more details about this, Samuel Akame from Credence.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to ask a very quick question. Has anyone been defrauded here, like scammed? Well, I am glad I'm not the only one here right now. So in 2018, when I got into commodity trading, I was very excited. So I was an aggregator and I met a couple of buyers and sellers. So I made a purchase of 10 tons of rice and I was very happy because my products are coming to me. Fast forward, I had a very good discussion with the seller. We had a very interesting one. He was trusted in the conversation. And over time, 3 days later, we had to make a delivery. This is 2022, I'm still expecting my delivery. This is one of the major problems when it comes to commodity trading in Africa. Please, can you, okay. Okay, now we are having trust issues when it comes to commodity trading in Africa. Online payments globally accounts for about $206 billion going into commodity, going into fraud from 2021 to 2026. And about 47% of this goes into physical products. Buyers and sellers are very afraid to be taken advantage of. Now we are introducing a smart escrow system to leverage and also to reduce risk for financiers. However, in bid of this, we're also creating an end-to-end supply chain leveraging on truck brokerage services, creating end-time visibilities for every product at every point in time. Let me walk you through the product itself because it's a platform as a service and I would love to enjoy it. Please. All right. So, okay. Now this is a wallet system. So Credence is a platform as a service. So if I'm coming on board on Credence to make a purchase, I get into the transaction details. I'm a seller. I want to sell 10 tons of cocoa. I made a transaction. This is the transaction details and many more. All these informations are needed because it can actually help us to facilitate at every point in time what is intended to do. So you have the wallet system and also the transaction details. For every of our charge, we charge about 3.5% on each transaction. Okay, now a transaction code is, a transaction is created. And here's one thing, 2 parties does not need to be on the board at first. Only 1 person is needed to be on Credence. What we do is that we collect an email and a phone number of the other party looking forward to make a transaction on Credence. Then we send an email to them. Hi, good afternoon, Samuel. A transaction has been initiated by you and Frank. This is it. And also you go through a verification phase to actually come on board as a user itself. The delivery takes place because we are working with end-to-end delivery services across Nigeria that are licensed and they're licensed. So it's very possible to track at every point in time which product it is. We are giving users the confidence in trading because honestly, I would love to see my product at every point in time, just like I'm making order from Boat Food. I know that in the next 10 minutes it's going to reach my house. That is what I'm looking forward to. And also, aside from being an escrow as a service system, we're also creating a storefront. It's more like a marketplace. We are giving value to sellers in commodity trading and making real-time experiences to make for commodity trading rather, sorry. All right, so now this is the marketplace. This is the marketplace. Aside from an escrow as a service, we're also creating a marketplace whereby users can actually make sellers can actually onboard our products because it's a very interesting thing. We have quite a lot of e-commerce sites, agribusiness people working on e-commerce. However, we are using an escrow as a service system to integrate into a marketplace. So now I'm making a purchase of Ghanaian rice. And now one of the things you do is you generate a unique ID, which is a transaction ID in terms of, which is very unique to the transaction itself. And okay, so it goes to an assessment phase. The assessment phase is to actually notify the buyer at every point in time that, okay, okay, let me reach out to, we reach out to the seller itself. Hi, good afternoon. Someone wants to make a purchase of rice. Now it's in the position of the buyer, the seller to actually make a click. Oh yes, we have we have the products which gets approved at every point in time. And we generate an invoice. Another thing is that Credence is also digitalizing letter of credit. You don't really need much of an LPO that takes you about a month or 2 weeks. One of the things is that we create a contractual letter of credit that serves both parties at every point in time when it comes to disputes and many more. So we tend to create every system to make sure that security of commodity trading is actually achieved at its peak. And you also get notification at every point in time for your truck brokerage at every point in time. Where have you gotten to? And thank you. Where have you gotten to? And how the goods are. So here's the market size. So you're working with a connected agricultural platform. So the market size is about $1.84 billion in 2018 with a compound growth rate of about 19%. So that means by 2024, we're expected to be about $4-something billion. Now we are piloting with Southwest farmers and Southwest commodity traders under the value chains of maize, rice, beans, cocoa, sesame, and ginger. Subject to this, we move on to other geopolitical zones and other value chains also. The business model, we are charging about 3.5 on every business model. Our go-to-market strategy, we are partnering with, we are working directly with agro-commodity cooperatives because these are umbrella platforms that have been trusted, right? So before you can actually show trust, you should be able to work with people that have been trusted. It should be an umbrella way to make a coverage of commodity traders under that, and also working towards partnership itself. And yes, we are creating a buzz on digital PR strategies. And we are having our competitors. We are having escrow.com, it's a global competitor, and 3Party, which is from France, and also VesiCash, which is in Africa, here, Nigeria, and Valid. These people are more into the commodity trading. They're into more general merchandise. You are looking for your gadgets and quite a lot of things. These are people that does it. But what the competitive advantage we have is that we are streamlining this operation to agriculture for a start. And one of the beautiful thing about Credence is that we are bringing up a marketplace on the business. Everyone does an escrow as a service, but no one brings up a marketplace into the system. And we're also creating an end-to-end visibility for truck brokerage services. Yes, we are very easy to use because it's a mobile phone that's needed for a transaction to be done. The design and brand is very important to us because it's simplicity. When I hear about Credence, yeah, come on, I'm being trusted, right? So we are also one of the first movers of the market in agri business. And sustainable development goal. So we are streamlining our operations to the sustainable development goal of 2, zero hunger, and also infrastructures and innovation. We need innovation to drive zero hunger, and as much as we can, even though we are not focusing on rural farmers at this point, there are traders that work on these systems, right? So these are one of the major force. So we're looking forward to actually becoming a best case scenario, becoming a market leader with a revenue of $9 billion naira, and also target about 15% of food companies, agribusiness, commodity traders in 5 countries in Africa, and also become an API that can be integrated into other e-commerce sites. Our financial projection, we intend to onboard about 70 users in the next 6 months, and we are projected to, in the next 5 years, to actually have about 7,000 users using Credence, with a projection of 30 billion naira in transaction. A lot of commodities have been moved heavily in Nigeria, and we intend to actually major on this market space. We have a current milestone, so we are currently in the discussion phase with commodity trading platforms across Nigeria. Umbrella bodies like ECOWAS Farmers Initiative, Green Farmers Initiative. Yes, we are in the discussion phase, and we also have 6 major team players working alongside the Credence. We have social media footprint of what we have to do, and also we are incorporating Credence into the CAC. Subsequently, we intend to get an NDIC license and also raise a few million for mobile applications. We believe that Credence can actually affect the change of finance, technology, agriculture in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, he beat the time with about 1 minute, 30 seconds. He just gave it to us and said, I dash you. Let's give him a round of applause for that. And last but definitely not the least, I'd like to invite Oluwasomi Michael Giwa. His project, AgriSeed, looks to eliminate information asymmetry in the agribusiness value chain, spur investment, and revolutionize the Nigerian agricultural ecosystem. So please let's invite Oluwasomi Michael Giwa. 10 minutes.
Please, can you take it to the first slide? Second slide. As you can see, we have Ayodele Balogun, a Nigerian farmer who has for years experienced a continual decline in production volumes as a result of his inability to afford mechanized systems of farming. Also, to make matters worse, the sellability of his output have been eroded as pest infestations continue to plague his operations because he cannot afford adequate storage systems. How sad. On the other hand, you have Adana Okonkwo, a retail investor who is new into the scene, and as a result of her naivety, has lost over 1 million naira to fake agro investment schemes. Also quite tragic. But sadly, this is the state of things in the Nigerian agricultural ecosystem today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Oluwasomi Giwa. According to the food, next slide. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, over 90% of Nigerian farmers are in Ayodele's shoes today. They do not have access to the financial market and as a result, cannot raise capital to fund and scale operations. On the other hand, we have people like Adana, investors who are not exposed to the countless investment opportunities that subsist in the agricultural value chain. Unfortunately, as a result of this funding gap, Nigeria has to import 58% of our annual food consumption from other countries. But lucky for us, I am here today to provide solution to every Ayo and Adana's problems with my magic wand, AgriSeed. Next slide. So AgriSeed is a low-cost investment platform that grants investors easy access to agribusiness opportunities in the value chain. As a nexus housing a myriad of opportunities, we at AgriSeed provide a hub that connects deep pockets with agribusinesses who need capital. At AgriSeed, we are working to, next slide. At AgriSeed, we are working to eliminate information asymmetry, spur investment in the agribusiness value chain, and herald the revolution in the agricultural ecosystem. From production to warehousing, to manufacturing and distribution, we at AgriSeed are here to ensure agribusiness players secure funding, scale operations, and improve value added. How do we do this? We come in as a two-edged sword that not only grants Africans easy access to the agribusiness investment market, but we also ensure agribusiness founders get funding to run and scale operations. AgriSeed aims to simplify the process and reduce the lead time agribusiness founders spend in sourcing funds to run and scale operations. How do we do this, you ask? Next slide. As an application that synthesizes agriculture, finance, and technology, we at AgriSeed allow investors and agribusinesses an opportunity to meet, connect, and develop profitable business relationships. And then again, on second thought, it isn't that simple. Next slide. Yes. So for an investor that is coming onto the AgriSeed platform, you can do one of three things. First off, you can either request for funding. Secondly, you can explore other agribusiness opportunities. And thirdly, you can speak to one of our business agents. If you decide to explore other business opportunities, you would see how agribusinesses have raised funds in the past as a benchmark to what purposes you would use the AgriSeed app to raise funds for. If you decide to apply for funding, we would require certain information to allow us perform due diligence and assess your creditworthiness before you are matched with a business analyst in-house. Furthermore, in order to ensure sufficient fundraising activities, we at the AgriSeed team will screen proposals, vet investment offers, and provide advice on operational strategies. Next slide, please.
After these projects have been approved, they'll be listed as investment securities on the AgriSeed app so that investors like Adana can easily access them. Now, these investments could either have fixed or variable returns and can come as Naira or dollar denominated assets, the choice of which would depend on the riskiness and profitability of the asset in question, as well as general industry guidelines. Don't forget, as an investor, you will have different opportunities to choose from on the AgriSeed app. However, because of time, we cannot play our video. We have different opportunities to choose from. You would also have an opportunity to look for information specific to that particular investment to enable you make an informed decision. You would also be directed to a page that ensures that you are investing in the right agribusiness investment. You as an investor that you're interested in helping us on this journey to ensuring the funding void is filled. You are probably wondering, what do you stand to gain by investing in AgriSeed? I'm coming to that in a moment. But before I do that, might I let you know, next slide, that our analysis of the business environment using the SWOT matrix, the PESTEL framework, and the Porter's 5 forces model reveals that we are strategically positioned to be a market contender in the coming years. And how do we know this? One, because we are different. Our diverse product offerings give us a competitive edge over other market players. This is because amongst our peers, there's no one of them that provides more value to the agribusiness value chain than we intend to do. And we believe this will encourage a widespread acceptance of our product AgriSeed. Next slide. Secondly, we are cost effective. We are coming to the market as a low-cost investment platform that maximizes the return of investors. And how do we do this? We limit transaction charges to a cap of 0.5% on every successful deal that is done on the AgriSeed app. Thirdly, we offer ease and flexibility. We are breaking down the agribusiness value chain into affordable fractions so people can just come, invest in agriculture, own multiple asset classes without the strings of high costs and management anxieties attached to their necks. Lastly, we are customer-centric. Our user data-oriented approach to product development will drive our innovation process as we dole out products that are tailored to users' needs and will ensure our reputation as the perceived #1 remains the same. Next slide. This, alongside our comprehensive go-to-market strategy centered around aggressive advertising, beneficial partnerships, and promoting brand awareness, would set us up on a roadmap to success. We believe our strategies would help us achieve an estimated target market share of 2.5% over the next few years. This is in line with our goal to have over 500,000 user accounts on the AgriSeed app by 2027, while settling over 50 billion Naira worth of investments. Next slide, please. We will convert these transactions to revenue with our tripartite revenue model, which includes one, charging placement fees on agribusinesses for funds that have been successfully raised. Two, the bid or ask spread on securities that are listed on the AgriSeed app. And finally, transaction charges that have been capped at 0.5% on every successful transaction done by the investor. Next slide. To take our idea off the ground, we need a seed funding of 38 million Naira, which will be deployed across product development, aggressive marketing, and other administrative considerations. Next slide. Consequently, we are estimating that revenues will grow at a compound annual growth rate of 48.97% over the next 5 years. We expect revenues to peak in 2027 at a total revenue figure of 157 million Naira on the back of increasing investor interest in agribusiness opportunities and increased market penetration of our product AgriSeed. Next slide. Also, we forecast an average net margin of 29.4% over the next 5 years that is supported by our cost optimization techniques and developing economies of scale as a result of our expansion. Furthermore, our project boasts of an internal rate of return of 43.2% and a payback period of 4 years, both of which are testament to the cash generating ability of our project and our ability to generate superior returns for investors. Next slide. At AgriSeed, not only are we profitable, we are also forward-looking and are committed to advancing agricultural sustainability in Nigeria and Africa at large. This is demonstrated in our business model that not only applies innovative technologies like React and Node in product development, but also in the fact that the ripple effects of our activities contribute to the achievement of at least 5 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide. We believe with AgriSeed at the forefront of funding the agribusiness value chain. Agribusinesses can now, 1, avoid resource shortages by buying in bulk quantities. 2, deploy innovative technologies in farm operations by investing in technologies that enable them amp production and improve yield. And finally, enable infrastructural development by investing in warehouses, processing plants, and manufacturing outfits. In conclusion, we believe that this will lead to a better sustainable and wholesome agricultural economic system in Nigeria. By bringing everything, agriculture, technology, and finance into one place, AgriSeed makes this possible at the touch of a button. It is time for Africans to have a platform that enables them to build wealth in great confidence. And we at AgriSeed are proud and glad to be that platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oluwasomi. Please don't go yet. Please take your seat as you field questions from the judges. I'd also like to invite the other 2 finalists, Prince Achoja and Samuel Akame, to please come take their seat as they field questions from the panel of judges.
Go first. All right, Samuel, Credence. If I understand in summary, what you're trying to offer is you want to provide escrow account. All right, thanks. And providing escrow account to be able to have the confidence of buyer and the seller. Let me keep it that way. Have you thought about again, I'll come back to regulatory part of this, because what you're trying to do is act like a financial institutions. So have you thought about the regulatory authority around this, and now it goes. So you probably want to consider that. Another question is, okay, you say you're going to offer like a digital letter of credit. Again, you are not a financial institution. So do you want to have an affiliate with the financial institutions, or how do you do that? Other than that, you have a good idea. Let me move to the next person.
Thank you very much. Yes, coming into the prospects of digitalized letter of credit. So one of the things we intend to do is a partnership with regulatory boards like the banks, so it will help us. So it's okay. That's what we actually intend to do. So we have merging a partnership at our early phase to actually tap into this untapped market properly. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. So we're starting with Credence. So the first question was, how many currencies would you be trading in or acting as an escrow account for? Is it just within Nigeria, or are you interested in also larger bulk services for export and things like that? So that now comes into play in what currencies you accept and things like that. Then in terms of return policy, so of course, if the farmer does not deliver or the supplier does not deliver, what are you doing about the transfer fees or transaction fees that may come into that? Is the party liable for those, or are you liable for those? How do you do that to make sure the farmers don't put you into debt when you're returning, some of these funds back? And then the last thing was, I think you can find an opportunity through farm associations to use them to kind of put pressure onto some of the local buyers. So you have big companies like Nestle, Olam and Co, and they may have their own buying systems, but you can actually work with some of the associations to see if they feel comfortable. It's like, oh, well, do it through my Credence accounts. Do you have a Credence? You know, if you're not paying on the Credence, I don't want to do, then you start to see that a lot of private sector guys will start to adopt that. So you can work both from those large scale companies and then also from the farm associations to kind of make sure that everybody is kind of on board with Credence. And then of course, this issue of regulation, having that wallet and whether or not you can keep that wallet and, you know, do those transactions to other banks is going to be an issue, but I think you can get around it. So
Thank you.
Maybe I should add my own question before you respond. So you intend to have the seller of the product come to your platform, impute what they want to sell, and there's a time lag between when they say they have something to sell and the time that a buyer comes on your platform. What happens? How do you ensure quality during that period? I am the seller, I have the product already, where do I keep it? Are you bothered about that as a platform? And my second question was the previous question. How do you intend to spend 2.5 million naira if you finally win?
Okay. Can I go on?
Yes.
What do you also do when you have buyers that have larger requests than the suppliers and finding ways to kind of aggregate multiple suppliers to meet up the order of one large buyer? So is that something that may be available on your platform as well?
All right, thank you very much. The first question, we talked about disputes. So we've actually worked towards a dispute system in a sense. When we have an unresponsive buyer that probably you make a purchase and it's actually, because one of the things we are creating a central wallet system on the platform. So the seller does not have access to the account, it doesn't have access to the to the finance, neither the buyer, anytime they make a transaction. One of the things we're working on is as an unresponsive buyer, we create a system of a term of use in the sense that after 72 hours after the inspection period, you make an you just notify you notify Credence that you made a purchase and you are very satisfied with the product. And coming back to CTO, you said about how we intend to leverage on the fronts first. So one of the things is that we are leveraging on our software infrastructures on the platform for Credence, because definitely the goal is to become a mobile app, a platform as a service. So this is where the leverage funds is going to be channeled into. And also the second question.
How do you ensure quality? The person that is selling has told you want to sell, but there is no buyer yet.
Okay, so here's the thing about Credence on the marketplace. How we ensure quality in the way is, to be honest, if you want to do about grading and standardization, you can't come on, you have to go through the warehousing and everything like that. So Credence necessarily cannot fully optimize the control. But one of the things we are doing is we are creating a place, and we are creating a channel where the buyer can actually input every information assigned to the product itself. Let me just give an instance. I'm trying to get cashew nuts, so I can increase the KOR and many more. So if you are a buyer and actually come on the marketplace itself to make a purchase, one of the things is that you will get to see all those details. And if you're not satisfied with it on delivery, you are in every position to return the product, because it's in the term of use that every buyer and the buyer has to meet, the seller has to meet the demand of the buyer, creating value for transaction. I hope that's answered the question.
Okay, my question would be for Somi. First of all, I think I'll be seeking for everyone to say that your presentation was quite infectious, so thank you for that. My question, however, is that the platform you've described sounds a little familiar. And when I say familiar, I mean we've had a couple of these come up in terms of, okay, you don't have to know the farmer, you can invest, we'll do the due diligence, and then, stuff happens afterwards and none of that happens. So how do you intend, because you're going to get a lot of objections. So essentially what I'm asking you is, what is your objection handling strategy in terms of people who will tell you, hey, I've been bitten before by this kind of arrangement, and I'm concerned that, you know, your arrangement is sounding like something I've heard before, or my friend heard before and got into trouble. So how are you going to distinguish yourself essentially from all the other platforms similar to yours that have come before you and gone after you, or gone before you instead? How do you do that?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. First off, on the back end, and yes, it's not your regular tech backend. Yeah. So yes, on the back end, what we are trying to do is that we are going to have like a collateral kind of situation for institutions that don't have, for farmers that don't have collateral that they can use to raise funds. We are basically looking at obtaining bank guarantees and letters of credit for these people. So in the case of default, these banks can easily step in before these businesses amp up production and can meet expectations. And there's also another consideration to it that for investors that are like, oh, we can't take this risk, blah, blah, blah. Yes, investment itself comes with a risk. As an investor, there is something called balancing your risk and reward. Yes, so we are coming to the market knowing that the people we are targeting are not people that are afraid to take risks. Because if you are an investor and you want to maximize your portfolio, you must be willing to take a measure of risk to earn a particular return. Yes, so, but aside that, we are putting in place measures to ensure that our due diligence procedures allow us to select products or businesses or funding avenues that ensures that these guys can easily pay back. And there's also the fact that we have mutual fund scheme that says, oh, don't worry, give us your money. We would help you and invest in certain securities that we know would be able to generate returns. So you can basically hold us accountable for mutual funds. However, if you are selecting your investments by yourself, well, we are doing everything possible on our end to ensure that your funds are safe. But we definitely cannot erase the fact that investment comes with risk.
Okay, another question for you as well. You talked about due diligence, doing your due diligence. Do you plan to do this yourself, or do you plan to partner with any other verification agencies that would help you do that due diligence? Because ultimately, yes, investment is risky, but my question was, how do you handle those objections? Because if I come and I give you an objection and I say that I've heard this before, I don't want to invest, I'm concerned, and you tell me all investments are risky, I'm not going to give you my money.
Yeah, definitely.
You understand me? Exactly. So you need to kind of watch that. But again, back to my second question, do you have a verification company in mind, or companies that you're going to use for this due diligence? Because I think that that's a very important part of your business, ensuring that people who entrust their money to you end up getting their returns afterwards. That's my last question.
We're going to have partners that basically we are going to, our due diligence procedure is fragmented into the legal due diligence, the financial due diligence, and the regulatory due diligence. Now, all these aspects are very important considerations to consider when you are setting up a platform like ours that collects people's money and basically gives it to other people to do stuff with it. So yes, on the legal due diligence part, we are looking at partnering with legal organizations to ensure that these agribusinesses are actually coming on to us to say, oh, so and so. We want to get money. They are actually in existence. These people have actually been operating for a while. They are registered with the CAC. They have properties to their name. They are a company that can be sued and be sued in its own right. Yes, things like that. Then on the accounting aspect, we are looking at capturing businesses first. Businesses that already have a method of a way that we can assess past performance. Because you can't just tell me, oh, this is something that I want to do. If you don't have a track record, we definitely would be very averse to giving you access to our funding platform. And the final one is the regulatory due diligence. There is the fact that we are going to consider your capabilities in the particular business segment you're trying to operate with. Now we're going to hire business analysts in-house to basically carry out viability studies on investment agribusinesses that are coming onto the platform. So we're basically saying, aside from the fact that we know that you are a good company, you have been operating for years, we are also willing to take the extra effort to see that this particular business plan you're submitting to us, this particular thing you want to do with our money or our customers' money, is it something that we pay in the future? Is it a win-win situation, or is it a situation where there are elements of risk? Like I said, we are trying on our end to ensure as much as possible element of risk is reduced to as low as reasonably practicable, but we can't assure that we are going to eliminate all the risks. Thank you.
Please keep your responses to between 30 seconds and a minute at most. So I'll keep my question very short, just one question. You mentioned that your capital requirement is about 38-point-something million.
38 million.
How much of that have you raised? And if you win 2.5 million, what would that go into?
If I win 25 or 2.5 million?
2.5 million.
Yes, okay. So currently we have not raised anything. And the raising, we've not raised in monetary terms. Now, if you check our breakdown of fund structure, most of the money is going into our IT infrastructure. Now, in-house, we have developers that are willing to stay with us in this period of weathering the storm. In quotes, yes. This period where we are basically building and trying to get our idea off the ground. So they're basically willing to partner with us as founders alongside, so that we have equity with us. Now, so if IT infrastructure is settled, we can build the app with our resources available. So if we should win the 2.5 million naira, we will definitely deploy the 2.5 million naira in getting customers for our website. That is aggressive marketing, basically going to partner with agricultural organizations, going to grassroots to go and look at farmers. Oh yes, we have this product. This is where you can raise money and stuff like that. So basically putting ourselves out there. That's right.
Okay. I think that once you start, well, let me rewind. And let me rewind back to the beginning, because I think originally it wasn't clear if you are helping raise funds to finance farmers or helping raise funds for equity investments in agribusinesses or helping raise funds to provide loans to agribusinesses or farmers or whatever, right? I think that being able to know if the financier is able to choose the type of financing he'd like to do is one question that I have. Then number two, you really must focus on how to mitigate risk, not just for the financiers, but also for yourself, because you will end up being the one left holding the bag. And if it's farmers, I mean, on top of being an entrepreneur, I work with Ogun State government as the SSA to the governor, and we do the Anchor Borrowers program with our farmers. And we've seen what other states have experienced. We see what cooperatives and farmer associations have experienced. And so when you have some people who try to work the system, it ends up being a situation where you are left holding the bag. So you don't want to fall into the same trap that let's be honest here. There are a lot of agricultural companies that talk about investing in agriculture. And because we know that agriculture is risky, agriculture in Nigeria is seasonal. Agriculture in Nigeria has so many, before you know it, there's flooding. Before you know it, there's drought. Before you know it, there's herdsmen, whatever. So you really need to think about how or what type of investment you're willing to gather for, if you said it's for agribusinesses. And what you're doing is you're taking a percentage of transactions to help get financiers to agribusinesses that need equity investment. I think that's great. If it's the similar model that we've been seeing, where you're helping them raise money maybe for the season and you're guaranteeing 30% return on investments, guaranteed, returns on investments, it may not work like that. So I think that you also need to be honest and open with them on what they may be seeing in terms of returns. And so that has to be something that you also put into the structure of the agreements that you have with the farmers. And then you have to do a lot of work on knowing the agribusinesses or the farmers, because that in itself is a very difficult task. So.
Okay, so yes, to provide answer to your question. Yes, so our business model is structured in such a way that we are offering the usual fixed interest rate. That is, oh, you invest 5,000 now, you get a particular percentage of interest over the next couple of months. Now, for those particular investments, like I said earlier, we are going to have banks guarantee for organizations that don't have collateral. We're going to have banks guarantee the investment. If you are unable to guarantee your investment, we won't list you on the platform. We are only willing to list people that we are trying to raise equity funding for. So as I mentioned during my presentation, I mentioned something like mutual funds. Yes, it's under the mutual funds that we are bringing the equity into it, because we are basically registering ourselves as a crowdfunding platform. So we are basically bringing all this money. Then we tell you, sit down, relax. We are going to take this money where it needs to go. And at the end of the period, you basically get what you need to get. So on the side of mitigating risk, yes, we understand that, and we are definitely consistently working towards that. And that is why we wouldn't list an agribusiness investment that we basically can't get collateral for, especially for the fixed income segment. Thank you.
So you mentioned about bank guarantee, and I was just wondering, who are the farmers you're looking at? For a typical farmer to have access to bank guarantee, which means business is already scaled up. For a bank to issue a bank guarantee, which means you already have a transaction with the bank. So I can as well go to bank and structure a loan with the bank, knowing that I already know my business. So what Oluchi was saying is that, what do you want to do differently? Because this is another like MMM or some sort of other agros that will just come around, bring your money. Tomorrow we heard there was a flood, X-Men invade the farm. So sorry, everybody disappeared. So she was asking, what will you do differently? And again, we're not just sitting here trying to criticize what you're trying to do. Yeah. The whole idea is to also say that, you know what, we could see some things ahead of you. A gentleman came before you, Chibueze, and he said he was going to be certifying farmers. He wanted to start offering a platform for certification, for training of farmers. So you probably want to think, what are you going to do differently from others? As again, asking individual to go and get a bank guarantee, I will tell you, the most profit you're looking for are not from the farmers who are already sophisticated, who knows what they're doing. You want to have farmers who are upcoming. And with Chibueze says, you're already talking about certification, having some sort of, maybe as a farmer, you have your, when you're certified, you have a unique number to yourself. These are credibilities you are beginning to put together as a farmer. You probably want to see area of synergy between two of you to say that what we're doing differently, we certify the farmers. The farmer we're dealing with, they are certified, they are trained, and we have their identity. So you can actually say, okay, we want to go into this. Now, talking about the risk and the mitigation of risk, you also want to, because now that you have certified the farmers, you understand the process. You also, so mitigating risk means that it's not every farming you want to go into. You now want to specific and narrow down where you know there's a guarantee income at the end of the day or guarantee profit at the end of the day. So what I wrote down is, you have fantastic idea. They all look nice in the papers, but when it comes to ground, when you want to actually the performance of it, I don't see how quickly that can take off. So you probably want to start small and scale up very fast and get to where you want to get to, so that there's no too many illusions around what you're trying to do. So talk to Chibueze, see area of collaboration between two of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, Prince, Majinoma, I particularly liked your presentation. I thought that your business was, I don't know if it's the business or the communication, but it was simple. And for me, I think simplicity is a very big asset to have when you're going to be going into a business of this sort. But I think my question is around, you started with the story of the Malam that, had the Android phone. And you're basically saying you're trying to bring a payment solution that's going to be easier for them, because of their rural areas and all of that and lack of knowledge of technology. Now, technology or not, everybody who does business has a bank account. You understand? So why would I, as a farmer, as a rural farmer, go from my normal send to my bank account and I'll deliver or I'll bring it to you and use your USSD platform? What is the, and then when I now want you to put the money back in my bank, you now charge me 5 naira according to your presentation. So why do I need to go away from my comfort zone to trust your business as a farmer? Can you explain that to me?
Thank you so much, Mark, for that question. I will just share a brief story in 20 seconds. In one of the communities we went to, we noticed something about them. They actually have bank accounts, but they work with a particular POS person. They have a trusted POS person, and they do with that POS person like a thrift. Every day they sell a grain, they quickly run to that POS guy and give him 1,000 naira. Simply because they can't use whatever device they have. Even the USSD, it's difficult for them to use to carry out this transaction. So that is where we are coming in. We're making it really much more simple. We have an LTO, local terminal operator. All you need to do is go with your bank account. He's going to link you to Maaji. With Maaji, you can do this transaction yourself in just 2 steps. So instead of going through the whole process, it makes it more simpler for the farmer to use. So we're giving him a more simpler way than going to the POS guy to make transactions. Thank you so much.
What you're trying to do is not different from fintech. There's nothing new you're trying to do. But the beautiful idea about what you're trying to do is you are not trying to adapt fintech into agricultural environment or to farming environment, which is brilliant. Again, if somebody from CBN hear what you're saying, you'll probably be a superstar. Because one of the whole idea of SDGs is financial inclusion. And if you're taking financial inclusion to the rural community, it's a brilliant idea. What you have done is to adapt fintech for rural agricultural environment. Now, the challenge is you're heading on to compete with fintech. Do you have the right licenses in place? Do you have the right partnership in place? What are the security challenges that you may come across? Talking about cybersecurity out there, a whole lot happening out there. Then my next question is, when you started, you said this guy, there was a Malam who had an Android, the other had a regular phone. With USSD, you could still do some transaction. And you're saying you want to simplify this. Today, when you talk about financial inclusion, the truth is that just leave Android out of it. Any transaction that cannot be done using the USSD code probably may not happen. It's only once in maybe 20 or 30 farmers that will hold an Android phone. So you probably want to consider how you can simplify this as much as possible. So finally, in as much as I've adapted fintech for rural community for banking, you probably want to come up with some value differentiation of what you're doing from others. Apart from the adaptation, there should be some other value differentiation that will make me want to say that, oh, because for a typical fintech that is established, all they need to hear is your idea, and they can, for them, it took overnight to just adapt to whatever they have in place already. But you are coming in. So is there going to be some sort of partnership, knowing that for you to even get a fintech license probably costs you another 200 million naira or thereabout? That's after a long story. You have to go to CBN to talk and talk and talk and talk. So there are some platforms you could leverage on a final note. CBN have eNaira today. You probably want to talk to them. The farmers you're talking to, you probably want to have a major wallet that will not be a major wallet where you could create up to 2,000, 5,000 different sub-wallets. And there can be a way within the different wallets to actually have interaction with each other, with one another on the platform. I don't know how that will work, but those are the areas we want to do. And to think that CBN is constantly looking for financial inclusion, and you have a product at hand, they are looking for what you have to sell. So maybe they will give you a listening here. So all you need at times is not money all the time. You just need an idea and to be able to tell people what they are waiting to hear. And that will be the door you are knocking on. You are knocking at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I actually like to but I still see an opportunity for the ones that do have smartphones to be able to leverage for this access to finance, especially if they can get access to training. I like this concept of the chatbot, and I hope that the chatbot is also in their local dialect as well. But then the question now is, who are the financiers that you're linking them to? And is it your job just to link them? Or is it that you will be part of the recovery process, the loan recovery process? And if you are part of the loan recovery process, then what are some of the things that you've thought about to ensure that those financial institutions that do come on board to provide those funds feel a level of confidence that you will be able to help them at the end of the day to recover loans? And I think that link towards their savings and having farmers interact with each other, like you said, with those mini wallets may also be a solution to that. So thank you.
Have 1 minute to respond.
Thank you. So I want to just, because the question is more like it's from the both side. One of the things we plan to do, especially living here, is to take time for market research. We want to build a platform, the USSD platform, that can carry value. For example, the farmer has 1,000 naira. He can exchange that 1,000 naira and connect to a USSD. So we're already thinking in that direction. Definitely, just like the eNaira that has a token that carries value, we're also thinking of maybe an ID that will carry value that's going to link to the USSD. Then talking about the loans, of course, I said we have two kinds of loans. We have the quick loans and the soft loans. For the quick loans, of course, the document released by CBN shows that you don't need KYC for some amount of loans, like 1,000 naira. So the farmer needs just 1,005 naira to order a truck, to get a truck to take his farm produce to the market. Remember that we have these LTOs in all of these communities. With their phone numbers, we try to reach out to them to just recover that 8,500 naira. But if you need to get money more than 8,500 naira, then you will have to visit our KYC. It is very simple. From the platform, you can get the number and the address of the LTO. You go to him, and then you do an updated KYC so that if we need to recover this money, we could go to you. Thank you.
I think they've asked most of the questions I would ask, but answer my usual question. 2.5 million.
I was expecting the question, so I wrote some of the things down already. Like I said, the first thing we will do is to carry out a deep market research. We've already started that, talking to our target audience. This time around, we will try to spread to the 6 geopolitical zones of the country, not only the north. We'll reach out, we have to get more hands on deck. Currently, we're a team of 5. We need to increase the team structure to be able to go to all of these communities and validate our product clearly. Then secondly, we'll also look at our technology structure. Currently, we built an MVP. We will need to move it from an MVP to an early mock-up of that MVP. So we'll look at the technology structure with the money. Thank you so much.
All right. On a final note, I think we're done with this batch. When we come for the results, we'll reel out information about what we feel about each of those participants. I intentionally did not ask questions or give comments to any of them. So we'll bring all of them together when we are coming with the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the judges for their insightful contribution and questions. All right, so a quick tweak to our program. Instead of going on a lunch break and, we are anxious about who is going to win, who's going to be the third, the second, and the first, and we are eating and being anxious, how about we have the last panel discussion, announce the winner, everybody celebrate, and then we go for lunch and networking continues. Does that sound good? Okay, the yes have it. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I know we've been sitting for a while, and I understand that we need to exercise a bit because they say sitting for too long isn't good. May I ask that we please rise? This is just 1 minute. Please, may I ask that we rise? We are going to do something that's going to take this conversation beyond this room. So may I ask that we rise? May I also humbly ask that we bring out our smartphones? Please bring out your smartphones and please be willing to share with someone who doesn't have a smartphone in this room. I mean, if it's not here, if it's outside, that's fine. We're happy to share with you. May I ask that while we're stretching our legs, just within the confines of your seat, may I ask that we please put on our camera and take a picture, a selfie, a lovely selfie. It's been a long day of sitting and we've had a great time. So how about we put this into pictures? Let's take a selfie. Now, if your selfie happens to capture a lot of people, that's beautiful. Please capture more people in your selfie. And then when you take the selfie, don't forget to upload on Instagram or Facebook, on social media platforms. Use the hashtag #CodeCashCrop. The hashtag to use is #CodeCashCrop. Now, fortunately for me, I'll get the best angle for selfies because I'm here. And everyone, it depends on how long you can stretch your hands. I'm sure you can get very good selfies as well. So please, let's get good selfies. Don't forget to tag us at AFEX, tag us on all social media platforms, and use the hashtag #CodeCashCrop so that we can easily find your posts, we can comment, we can engage with you, and we can interact with you. So quick selfies and let's upload as we get ready for the next panel discussion. Okay, great selfie moment. Please let's take our seats as we get ready for the next panel discussion. Thank you. So the next panel discussion is focused on financing the emergence of efficient agricultural marketplaces for Africa. And as I invite the panelists and the moderator who would be on time, I just want to remind everyone, please don't be in a hurry to leave. Make sure you wait and see a taste of our hospitality at AFEX. We have lunch for you, and we'd also love for you to hear who goes away with the prizes. So please don't be in a hurry to leave. Now to our panelists. Starting with our moderator. The moderator is Martin Mbonu. He's an experienced investment professional with 8 years in private equity and venture capital investment. He's currently an investment associate at Vested World, a leading venture capital firm that invests in Africa with the aim of catalyzing growth and development in the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, let's put them together for Martin Mbonu. Thank you. I understand it's been a long day, but I'll ask us to be impartial. We have clapped, we have received the other guests so graciously. Let us do the same to those who are coming behind so that everyone feels our love from here. So please, let's put our hands together as I invite our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. All right, to our next panelist, Kolawole Oshinowo, CEO Baobab Plus. He's a sales, marketing, and digital business innovation leader, currently serving as the CEO at Baobab Plus Nigeria, which provides access to energy, digital, and more. A round of applause for him, please. You see our panelists, they're working so fast. Even before I call their name, they are here already. So they deserve a round of applause, please. Thank you for being gracious. Also on this panel, we have Oluwatoyin Emmanuel Olubake. He's joining us virtually, works as an investment director with Novastar Ventures in West Africa, and has over 14 years of experience investing and advising in growth markets with a focus on West Africa. He's joining us virtually and he can hear us, so please let's clap for him. Thank you. You can see us and he can hear us. And last but definitely not the least, Edu Abasi Chukunweke, startup lead at Microsoft West Africa and East Africa. Edu Abasi finished top of her class in software engineering, then went on to complete her master's degree in informatics. She started her career in information technology with Microsoft as a cloud solutions expert. She currently serves as startup lead, Microsoft West and East Africa. Round of applause for her. And I'll be handing over the baton to the moderator.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much for having us.
Hello.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought I put it on the first time. Thank you. So thank you very much for having us. I'll quickly go through a few questions. I know we are waiting for the lunch break. I'll go through a round of 6 questions and then open up to the audience to ask us a few questions as well. So as a prelude or intro to this panel session, I'll just take the topic, financing the emergence of efficient agricultural marketplace for Africa. We know the potentials that Africa has for agriculture. I think it was McKinsey that put out a study that says if we can invest, Africa has potential to produce 3x more than it's currently doing, and the focus should be on yield improvements. We also know that about 60% or more of the population of Africa are involved in smallholder farming. So this is, where a key issue in agriculture. We know that financing seems to be one of the major issues that the sector is facing. I think if you ask a bunch of people in this room, they'll be talking about where's the money. We want the money to come to us. And so that's one of the key places, that's one of the key items I want to discuss on this panel, how we can ensure that financing, especially in the marketplace, that farmers can actually access this financing. So to start off with this session, the first question that I would like to ask is, what are the critical elements we need to put in place when building marketplaces? So I would like Kola Ole to take that question for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are the ones between you and lunch, so I'll try to simplify, especially starting with marketplaces. First thing is caveat. I know based on all the presentation and the pitch, everybody talks about digital marketplace and all of that. We talk about e-commerce, but we always forget that it starts with a marketplace, the market itself, which is offline. So if you think about it, when you're building a marketplace, you need probably a physical location. Mile 12 Market is an example where everybody will come in with their products and they try to sell to customers. For everybody who is building a digital marketplace, I always advise, go offline and see how it works first before slamming technology and all the various APIs and all the full stack engineers working on it. Know how the marketplace works. That's the first caveat. Then the second one is, before I talk about the critical elements, it's also understanding that there's benefits in having a marketplace. And I think we would accelerate the growth of agriculture today. We will create wealth for farmers and all the stakeholders within the ecosystem if we're able to highlight these benefits. One of the benefits you get from having a marketplace is the fact that it provides access to products that usually people may not have access to in large quantities. It provides distribution efficiency when you have a marketplace. Then most importantly, and we've seen it with even when we create digital marketplaces, that it creates an ecosystem. So today we're talking about farmers, we're talking about buyers, but there are other ecosystem players. And I'll give you a typical example. If you go to Mile 12 Market and you try to buy, and you go in and you're buying something, when you're coming out, your legs are dirty. There are people in that ecosystem who are there, who they wash your feet as part of that ecosystem. There are people who carry stuff for you as part of that ecosystem. So if you build a solid marketplace, there are other parts of the business that you did not plan for that would show up. I recall when we're building one of the popular e-commerce marketplace today, we had buyers, we had sellers, but at some point we started talking about there's actually advertising opportunities. I'll give you an example, and I will mention the platform. 100 million people visited in 2019, only 5 million shopped. What happened to the remaining 95 million? They came to check, they came to compare prices. So you can actually monetize such people in terms of marketing other services to them. When you create that marketplace ecosystem, nobody's talking about, I heard somebody asking that why don't we have the telcos here? Why don't we have the media here? What about lawyers? Why don't we have the lawyers here? Because we're talking about smart contracting. We're talking about creating agreements between buyers and sellers, suppliers, and the likes. But what happened to the lawyers as well? Then, if you're talking about marketing now, you're talking about even precision marketing, because you are targeting your marketing effort to specific market segments. So in terms of what is critical in building a sustainable marketplace, whether it's digital or whether it is offline, there are some things that you need to take into consideration. The first one is you need to determine the business model. Is it going to be C2C, customer to customer, which is possible? And I'll give you a typical example. In my estate, some ladies came together and said, we would start buying plantains together. I don't know if you've bought plantain recently. It's a bit expensive, I hear. So they decided, hey, plantain is getting more expensive, but they just came together and said, we're going to start buying plantains together and we'll share it amongst ourselves. Which is, I mean, interestingly, one of them is a farmer. She has a farm somewhere. So you need to determine what kind of business model you want to operate. Is it going to be C2C? Is it going to be B2C, which is popular today with a lot of the digital marketplaces that you see? Or is it going to be B2B? Because when you're building a marketplace, you also need to think about what happens behind. A lot of marketplaces are driven by solid logistics systems. In fact, digital or offline marketplaces are actually advanced logistics systems or supply chain systems. So don't get too comfortable with all the bells and whistles of the apps and the website. Is good, but there's solid logistics behind it. The second thing you need to think about is the mode of interaction. Is it going to be face-to-face? Is it going to be fully digital, which is possible? Somebody was telling me that why don't we have I saw Angel, right? She used to do just-in-time farming. And we have just-in-time manufacturing. When I was in a telco, we will produce in Guyana. And as the products are leaving the line in the factory in China, there's a truck waiting to take those products. We've never had a physical storage in the factory or anywhere. So it moves into the truck. From the truck, it goes to the airport. There's a plane waiting, Ethiopian Air, goes into the plane, and boom, it comes straight to Lagos. And I dump it at the airport, and I ask the distributors, go and take your product. My job is done. So you need to start thinking about that kind of interaction. Then the third thing you need to think about is payments. When we think of payments, one of the finalists was talking about Android phones. Yes, 99% of phones in Nigeria today is Android, but 78% of, before I start saying go and verify, majority, don't let me quote percentages, majority of farmers today are subsistence farmers, they are smallholder farmers, and a lot of them do not have access to finance. So USSD, that Balasa phone is still key. Whatever you're building, you must build. If you go between Ogba and Songwater, you will find more than 150, plus POS agents. They trust that agent more than anything. Also, when you're building marketplaces, you need to think, is it going to be cash on delivery? Is it going to be prepayment? Today, e-commerce, 95% is cash on delivery. Because so that you do avoid stories that touch. In case of what I ordered versus what I got. So all these dynamics are things you need to think into when you're building marketplace. Lastly, or maybe not lastly, you need to think about technology as well. Don't get too caught up in technology. There are off-the-shelf technology platforms that you can adapt. And I've seen a lot of people who put the technology first before the business model. So think about what is available off the shelf and you adapt it and you move on. As you scale, you can improve your technology. You can even rebuild your technology all over again. Then finally, you need to think about regulations. One government's regulation can kill your business. So it needs to be part of your business model from day one. Whatever licenses that you need, or today you need to start thinking about, if you don't have it, who do you from the pitches today? A lot of people, regulatory issues are things that also impact your marketplace. I give you a simple example. One of the regulators came to us then and said, oh, you're not paying VAT. And we're like, do we pay VAT on the product that is being sold on the marketplace, or do we pay VAT on our own commission? Even the regulators did not know where the VAT is, because I'm telling them the person that imported the product already paid VAT. The person listed it on the marketplace, already buying it from the wholesaler, pays VAT. Then you're asking me to put VAT again on the product. That's triple VAT. Or should the VAT not be on my commissions? So you need advice, business advisory, you need legal, you need tax consultants to help you. That's why I said the marketplace is an ecosystem and is a good way to actually advance the cost of farmers that are selling the product. I think I finished.
Wow, that was a very interesting and, shall I say, very important take from Kolawole. I think the key thing that I just took out of it was the going offline parts. I think a lot of our young entrepreneurs tend to focus too much on the tech and forget that they're building or they're solving real world problems. So that's something that that really, really resounds with me. I mean, even from my investment background, we see a lot of people spending too long of a time developing a product instead of, taking what's available and trying to, plug it in the system. So my second question is around how can financing of marketplaces be productive? How can it be inclusive? How can it solve the food security issues we're having? So, I mean, we know that currently the amount of loans from banks to the agri sector is only about 3%. And we know the World Bank actually estimates that Africa needs about $80 billion of investments every year to get us to where we need to be in terms of food production. So I don't know if Edwebasi, you want to take this one, or should I give it to Twin? Is Twin online?
Yeah, he's online, but I'm fine with any.
Okay, please do.
Again, I think I would rather try to answer it from the food security part of it.
Okay.
So when we think of food security, and I mean, not to discredit that, marketplace in itself is not solving that problem. So when we think of a marketplace, we're pretty much thinking of the normal market, the Mile 12 market, or a photocopy of that online. But when we think of food security, I remember, and I think it's still something that is existing. I remember during the pandemic, the price of beans went from, to all the women in the room, the price of beans went from 200 Naira a derica to 8,000 Naira. I felt it. I don't know how many people did. But for me, is that food security? Yes. So that I cannot put a budget the whole year and say, this is what I'm budgeting for food. So whether today you have a marketplace and, because your marketplace is the price of it is going to change based on what the obtainable market is. And so my own quest would rather be, how can I help the farmers to assure me of my food all year round? And I know in the previous session, someone made a very valid point. He said by 2030, the number of people, I think we're expecting to have how many billion people in the world, and we'll not be able to feed ourselves. And so when I even think that as a country, we're not even able to feed ourselves as we are, and then think of the next 30 years. Yeah. So for me, it's around, yes, the marketplace is good, but what are those things we can help the farmers with? And so sitting from where I sit, and this is just viewing it holistically, even from a technology standpoint, and part of the things that we heard, and even when you think of like rice farming, there was a whole thing around, there was flooding. I know there was a thing around, there was flooding rice puddings and, we didn't get any return, but could we have the right technology in place that could have anticipated and said to the farmers, oh, well, you're used to planting in March for maize, or you're used to planting in July for maize, because of the temperature or because of what the environment looks like, just delay that planting season by 6 weeks so that we can have yield. And so when we think of that, being intentionally thinking of, and to say the least, there's been really fantastic solutions from the hackathon. But something that still touches me is I see that for every presenter today from the hackathon, it's a lot around stuff that I'm already seeing. We already have solutions for, and so we're already seeing how the solutions are panning out. But things like, how do we increase the farmer's yield? How do we bring technology to play to understand, like, oh, do not plant in this particular farm because of this, you're leveraging data to say, because of this outcome, this might be the potential outcome, look at planting here, or this is going to give you a better yield. I would tilt towards that more from a technology standpoint. And with that, I'd say irrespective of different solutions, the marketplace, when we are able to solve that, then we can comfortably say, yes, Africa will be able to feed itself.
Fantastic. I really like my panelists today. They are very, very in touch with what's happening in the market. I mean, I'm sure not all of you know the price of beans right now in the market. So this is a very strong panel. I also want to open the same question up to Tony to see, his point of view as to how financing can help marketplaces solve the food security issue we're seeing.
Thanks a lot, Marcus. Yes, I'm here. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. First, let me just apologize for joining a bit late and not being available to join in person. But I was really still keen to participate. So pardon the virtual engagement, and just let me know if I'm not coming through clearly. So yeah, I also want to thank my fellow panelists. It's interesting hearing that the contributions that you've just made as well. And I agree a lot with that. In terms of marketplaces and financing, I think one of the things that's interesting is that if you take a step back, marketplaces provide a potentially different way to support the agriculture value chain and even farmers and food security in a way that some of the risks that traditional financiers get really nervous about with agriculture are not as pronounced. And so primarily, a lot of financiers, whether it's equity, debt, banks, whatever, they tend to be wary about the production side of agriculture. There are a lot of things that are not within your control. On the continent, there are a lot of challenges people have with inputs, practices, and so on that make it that just make people wary of financing that side of things. But the beauty of marketplaces is that a lot of what happens in the marketplace kicks off after harvest, which means that some of those risks, they've already either been mitigated or they've already crystallized. You're dealing with what is available and not what might have been available. So why is it still difficult for some financiers to come in? I think you have to think around, I'll put it in, at least some of it in two buckets. First is discovery. Who are the players? Do the financiers know who they are, what their track record is, what their capacity is, how reliable they are as transactors in the marketplace, which leads to the data as well. So, what was forecast, what is available, what's the history of this person's trading. Once you start to see some of those things become available over time, then a lot of different financial solutions start to become available as well. And from where we sit, I work with Novastar Ventures. From where we sit, we're also starting to see a lot of people recognizing this. And I think over the next couple of years, we're going to see quite a few solutions that are dealing not even necessarily with digital marketplaces per se, but to take a step back and just think of the marketplace as effectively, even if it's not a physical marketplace or a sort of online marketplace, it's an enabling environment where trade is happening, right? And so in that environment, there are a lot of people that are starting to look at this discovery element I talked about so that they can say, these are the participants in the marketplace. This is what this person has been doing. This is the data of the quality of their outputs. This is what we can expect from them. Or even if you don't have that extent of data, you might be able to say, well, especially on the B2B side, this person is willing to offtake this. They are tentatively buying from XYZ people. And if you're able to do some intermediate financing like invoice discounting or something along those lines, then what will start to happen is over time, the first thing we'll see in tying it to the food wastage is, as we know today, with a lot of our the products that our farmers produce, there's a lot of wastage, whether it's fruits and vegetables, grains, like for different reasons. They don't have storage, they don't have access to marketplaces, they don't have the financing to harvest things in the most efficient way. Like there are a lot of different places where the losses come in, but where you have, starting with that discovery of off-taker to producer or aggregator, then it becomes easier to make sure that less is being wasted, because the demand, there's already a lot of strong demand that's existing in the country. But a lot of times one of the challenges is discovery, not just who is producing, but who is producing at the right quality. Farmers might not understand what the right quality is. And so with that sort of disintermediation that can happen with organized marketplaces, again, whether it's an online marketplace, a physical marketplace, you can start to disintermediate some of those things and then create financial solutions around that, which will help to reduce wastage. And so I do think there are a lot of opportunities where marketplaces can really help to bring structured marketplaces, whether we're talking of because you can build some level of structure even around discovery and data. When I mentioned structure around the places like Mile 12 and so on, and you'll be surprised where then you will find people more willing, more able, more empowered to introduce different sorts of financial instruments. The other thing I would say is that, again, when we talk about maybe investors being wary about coming into some spaces, banks being wary about coming into some spaces, sometimes that's also a limitation of instruments and just the way people are set up. There are some risks that banks are not able to take and really shouldn't take. And so the question becomes, who is the right person to take those sort of risks? What is the right sort of framework within which those risks can be identified, quantified, somebody can assign a value to them, and then a financial instrument can be created around that, whether it's a guarantee for a trade, whether it's discounting a purchase order, whether it's advanced financing or credit because somebody knows what they can expect from an aggregator or producer. And to think of the work that, for instance, the host of this panel are doing, someone like Afex, I think they are creating some of those ecosystems around this that will start to enable them to finance some of these things directly. And as the data sort of builds out, it will become easier over time for external actors, whether it's individuals or financial institutions, to come and say, okay, I understand this risk has been quantified. This is what the value is attached for that. I'm okay with taking that risk. The value exchange that I can get for that sounds attractive to me. And then I think then we'll start to see a lot more, and again, this is even without having the sort of perfect solutions for the production side of things, where there's still a lot of opportunity there, but that alone will help the wastage side of things, which is a really, really big problem that everyone from farmers to even the people in homes are facing, because again, to the point that Edo Abasi made, that's one of the things that will affect pricing as well. Where there's wastage, farmers have to start factoring in higher prices because they may produce 10 tons of something. They know they're only going to sell 7 tons. By the time somebody comes and pushes their pricing down, they're effectively selling 5 tons. It's all going to factor into the pricing as well along the value chain.
Great,
I
thanks.
hope that was clearly.
Yes, it does, Tony. Thanks a lot for that take. You can see Tony is a true investment banker from his background. He's just talking about a lot of, bringing together the different issues and structuring it in a way that the financing guys can actually see it and it becomes more interesting to them. I mean, you mentioned things about discovery, you know, having, finding out who has products at what quantity and at what price, and then finding the investors on the other side who can meet or finance that kind of investment opportunity. It's, I mean, it takes me back to the question from the hackathon where somebody mentioned trying to get farmers to provide bank guarantees. So it's almost like there's a mismatch in that market. And those are the kind of things that he was just trying to allude to so that you can understand where these farmers are coming from and how to meet them where they are currently. So that takes me to my next question, which is, I want us to dwell on this, the bottlenecks and issues we have in farming that have sort of like made it harder for them to get financing. I mean, I think Tony mentioned a few of those issues, but I just want us to elaborate on some of them, maybe pick a certain item. It could be the post-harvest loss, it could be the yields issue, and just elaborate on it. Let's hear more about why there's this only 3% of banking credits is going to agriculture.
Okay, if I look at it, two things come out when you look at the entire value chain, the issue of credit and the issue of risk. Today, you already have a lot of the farmers are financially excluded just because they don't have access to financial services. Then why don't they have access to financial services? Because you cannot there's lack of financial identity. And what do I mean? A lot of them are doing transactions that is not being traced today. So they bring their products, they sell it, nobody's tracking how the finances are, how it's flowing. And you cannot really quantify the net worth of a typical smallholder farmer. Some of them might actually have enough to be able to provide that would allow banks or financial institutions to provide them credit. But because nobody has visibility on the transactions that is happening with these farmers, then it sort of becomes like, hey, it's a big risk for me to take in financing this. So I think, and I was really looking forward to, when the pitch was going on, if somebody would just focus on driving or building something that traces the financial identity, financial transactions of this smallholder farmers, we would unlock a lot of potential that gives a bit of relief to financial institutions to be able to give them some level of credit. I give you an example. We do, at Baobab Plus, we do, 30 seconds advert. We provide access to energy, especially for underserved communities. And it will interest you that when you sell them solar home systems, as an example, and you tell them, oh, you need to make a down payment and the rest you pay over every week over a period of time, sometimes on a daily basis. You find out that you get up to 95, if not 99% repayment rate. So the fact that, people in the rural areas don't pay, they will not pay, it's not an issue. But that's not the point. The point is that I can trace that their repayment pattern. For example, somebody misses the first repayment. I know that we're going to have trouble down the line. So I've incentivized my agents, as an example, to make sure that the individual understands how to make that first payment. Because based on our algorithm, we know once you miss the first payment, there's every likelihood that you're not going to repay. But because we have access to that data, somebody buys a solar home kit for 60,000 naira, and they were diligent, did not miss one payment for 12 months. That is already credit history for that person that you can take to a microfinance bank and say, look, give this person 100,000 naira. When the person bought 60,000 naira worth of products, they paid, they never missed any payment. We need to do the same thing for smallholder farmers, where you're able to track everything that they do, and you take that financial information to financiers and say, look, this person actually is worth this. If you go to Kano, you will see how much of cash they move around that is not even going through the banking system. Yeah. If you go to Maiduguri, when they sell fish, for me, fish is like crude oil in the Lake Chad area in Borno State. And the amount of cash that moves, and maybe that's what's also financing terrorism, who knows. But somebody needs to trace it. That way we solve the credit issue. And that way it mitigates a bit of the risk that some of these financial institutions have. On risk, I think with technology, we're able to solve that. I mean, the team at Microsoft and other technology companies, you can start looking at instruments where even with weather, to your point around improving yield, you can already start building insurance products that triggers payout based on the level of water flood that happens on the farm. And that gives the farmer a bit of confidence that, look, okay, if the flood level gets to this point, they will pay me. There's no verification, no all the issues that comes with the baggage that comes with insurance. With technology, you can solve all of that. But for me, I think if we solve the credit aspect, then it builds confidence in reducing the risk that financial institutions have in financing smallholder farmers.
Great, thanks a lot for that take. Ejawasi, do you want to also chime in on the issues?
Well, I would say it's been well said, but if I may just add a little bit more to that. When you think of a smallholder farmers, the reason why they're not getting loans or they're not getting finance is, how do you trace their credit worthiness, right? So today we're having loads of fintech that it's for, think of the millennials, for everyone that is in the city. And it's very interesting. I remember having a conversation with one of the early, one of the early loan people, one of the early loan startups. And something I was saying, how do you determine that I am, credit worthy for 10,000? And so it was very easy. And then something they explained to me, it's like, in our technology, we've built in algorithms where you go on the platform, you said, oh, it's a Friday night, for instance, I want to go out. And then you put in your information and they said, you're not credit worthy. You want to get 20,000, you're not credit worthy. And then you keep reducing it, 10,000, 5,000, 4,000. It said in their system, no matter how much you put, they're going to kick you out already because they already know this one is actually not having a specific need, because like a specific need and a specific amount. We just know that you probably need money for, thank God it's Friday. So any amount I can get from here and here and here to buy drink. Yeah. Now, when you think back at the smallholder farmers, and when you think of them that they're not people that today, I heard somebody within the hackathon, you're having a solution for the farmers that is on Android phone. I was very intrigued because I'm like, is it the same farmers that we all know in Nigeria, or are there specific farmers you're looking at? But we need to start building systems in place, right? And when we think of the railings, we need to start building systems in place that will make them credit worthy. So what's the traceability? And that's why you'd see that, especially during the pandemic, there was a whole lot of companies taking advantage of that and going to the layman, the crowdsourcing companies, so like, oh, drop maybe 300,000 for a farmer and get 30% on that. Because these farmers are not able to get those loans from like core financial institution. And so first of all, you're appealing to the emotions of individuals, because again, this is about rice. I eat rice every day, so I'll drop the money. And then they come back with the story, oh, there was flooding. We don't even know whether the farmer got the money, whether there was flooding. I mean, we just live with the story. But beginning to have a way, and adding to what Kola has said, of how do we start building financial inclusion for those people? And financial inclusion requires that you want to give them a loan, you can trust that, yes, out of 10 acres of land that they have, in the past 20 years, they have been producing this amount of rice, for instance. And that alone is some sort of credit worthiness. It's like, okay, for sure, at the bare minimum, I would be able to get this based on data. But those data are not even in place. And so it's a system that has to start working from somewhere. And so we have to start.
Great, thanks. Excellent take as well. I think we can see some of these issues that are coming out very clearly, and this panel session will really guide a lot of people in even thinking about companies that will solve the problems for farming and agriculture. So you might need to write a check to a couple of the panelists here for providing you great ideas. I also want to thank the Hackathon Fellows because they have some very interesting ideas, just focused on solving these issues. So which leads me to my next question. Oh, sorry, Tony, you want to? Okay. Please go ahead.
Please. Not because I'm not impressing you, forget me. No, I'd
For
actually
sure.
like to again thank Kola and Aduawasi for what they've shared, but add something slightly, well, point out actually, if you pick it up, some of what they mentioned also revolves around the whole idea of discovery and data, right? But something else that I'll add that I think would be very, very necessary, not just useful, is aggregation. Because when you think of the cost of that discovery and gathering that data, if you're a bank, what's the motivation to do that? Like you already have what you're doing that you understand the risks of, and whether as other people we think they're doing enough or not, but that's the reality, right? And so I think it becomes very important and necessary that, as we're seeing happen, different people come up with different models to intermediate between the banks or the financing institutions or financiers, even if it's individuals, and the smallholder farmers. So that discovery and data that I talked about, I'm effectively saying that I think it's also important that it's not inevitably going to be the people providing the financing today that will do that discovery and data. And it doesn't make sense to do it for 10 farmers, for 100 farmers, for 1,000 farmers, for 100,000 farmers. Economically, you'll struggle with that. So I think it's important to see, as we are, people coming to aggregate these farmers into hundreds of thousands, into millions. They have the data, they know who the farmers are. They can then either themselves try to raise the financing to provide to the farmers, or do it as a platform. Like, there are different models that you can take. But I'm saying this because slightly contrarian view and caveat, unfortunately, I wasn't able to join the hackathon bit. I've heard it mentioned a couple of times that, inevitably people get inspired by what they've seen. So that a lot of times people will build with a starting point of what they've seen. But what we see with a lot of startups, especially those that survive, is that they end up having to pivot and innovate. Most investors, especially venture investors, will tell you that as important as your business plan is, we know that's not the reality that's going to play out, right? There are different reasons why that business plan is important, but it's not because we think that's how it's going to play out. And so what I'm trying to say is that, we do need a lot of people in that space with, some will try the same way, some will try with slight variation, some will try with very different ways, but we do need a lot of people in that space doing that aggregation and intermediation, because guess what, it's easy to, it's not easy, but, it's easier for somebody to say that, they're going to be very strong with maize in the Southwest and maybe a bit of the North Central, but to, for anybody to do anything across Nigeria is really, really difficult. And so, Nigeria, I don't think, personal view, is a market that really tends itself to monopolies. And so there is both the need and space for multiple players that are solving the same problem, whether it's the exact same way or slightly different ways. And in the context of, helping to accelerate financing into the space and helping to resolve some of the issues that the smallholders are struggling with themselves, I do think that we need to see a lot of that aggregation happen by intermediaries that will, in different ways evolve into different things. But right now, provide that visibility on who are the smallholder farmers, who are the aggregators, what is their trading history, what is their, financial history. Okay, then I can decide this is how I want to interact with them as a financer.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Tony. At this point, we want to take questions from the audience. We know we're quite short of time. So please, if you have any questions, can indicate by raising your hands, and the microphone will be passed on to you.
All right. Thank you. Once again, my name is Dan. Sorry, okay. From Oraculous Enterprise, and also the co-founder for Green Continent. My questions are, sorry, my question cuts across the, Okay, so when we're talking about these issues that has to be about bridging these gaps, I tend to wonder. I was just discussing with my person sitting with me. I still don't find where people like the auditors, the auditing firms, where do they come in? Somebody said we need about 8 billion, whatever, to take us to where we need to go to. We need to certify these farmers that they need to get loan. Somebody talked about we having farmers who have been doing something, but we can't quantify what they are doing. Example is like my family, because I'm into the oil processing industry. My ancestors have been doing it for years, even before the Civil War. So I can practically say my mother has been there, I have been there, and we have been doing this business for years and it has been working. However, I actually know the statistics that we have over 20 women who process palm oil in my village, and they have the capacity to push up Nigerian export of oil from being the 4th largest exporters to probably something much higher than where we are now, and reduce the 500 million that the CBN spends on importation of oil yearly to meet the local demand. So these local processors have the capacity to do this. Now, here is the thing, just like we're talking about. So just like the guys who actually pitched, one thing I didn't get to hear is every solution seems to rotate, including the financial institutions, rotate around these people, farmers always coming. And I've not seen the solutions that gets to do with taking whatever solution you have. And I made mention of this in the earlier question I asked.
Let's focus on the questions. So
Yeah.
we can
Okay.
move on.
Okay. My question is talking about the energy. I think somebody talked about it. Somebody expert with energy. So how do we provide energy, sufficient energy like these microprocessors, for them to be able to produce to bridge the gap? And secondly, how are we using or are we effectively utilizing the educational sectors like undergraduates and the people in the universities and systems to fill in and solve some of these problems in certifying and managing these issues that has to do with these farmers? And thirdly, where are these auditors, what role do they need to play, and what role are they currently playing to actually bridge these gaps? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody want to take any of the questions? You had like 3 questions, one on how to use. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, maybe I'll try on the energy bit. First of all, we know we have an energy crisis in Nigeria today. You hear the grid collapse more than how many times this year. So there's an energy gap. But on the other side, I mean, kudos to the Rural Electrification Agency, REA, working with private institutions in building mini grids. Now, here's the interesting part. So they have been financed to build mini grids in local communities, especially agricultural communities across Nigeria. But guess what? With the amount of electricity they're generating, the farmers do not have the right equipment or appliances to consume the electricity. So while they're trying to solve one problem, so on one hand, there's also the problem of we're generating electricity through the solar mini grids, but we don't even have the right equipment to consume them. So that's why, again, with every problem, you see, the beauty of Nigeria is, and the complexity of Nigeria is, problem no they finish. And as long as problem no they finish, there will always be opportunities to create wealth. And that's the truth. So smaller companies now decided, okay, mini grids are producing energy. The farmers are not able to afford products, appliances that will consume this energy. Some set of companies came together and said, oh, we will provide productive use appliances. So for example, we supply solar-powered refrigerators. Why? Between Kaduna, if you go, I travel from Kaduna to Jos. Just before you enter Jos, you see them selling strawberries, right? Like huge pack is like 200 naira. When you go to ShopRite in Lagos or in Abuja, it's maybe like 2,500. I don't know how much it is now. But I can't transport that from Jos to Lagos without it getting bad. So you need solar refrigerators, you need solar. So all those productive appliances are things that you need to put on the mini grid to be able to consume the electricity, help reduce the waste that the farmers will experience, and preserve the product pending when the off-takers will come and take the product away. So again, you cannot leave everything to government. Yes, government has a role, but there's opportunities for entrepreneurs to focus. The problem is that we want to become the Jumia or the Konga of agri-tech, while you can become a payport or a trade depot of that space, meaning that you focus on a particular problem and you solve it. And I throw back the question to you. Who are the auditors? Let somebody come up with a solution of aggregating that financial data and storing it. I mean, today we have people doing APIs and bridging the gap. You're talking about Flutterwave today, Paystack today. They are not banks, but they're providing a service or solving a problem, and look at where they are today. And that's, again, maybe another hackathon for those who are interested.
Interesting. I don't know if any of the
if I might just comment, right? Well, I don't have like the direct answers to the audit, but when I heard you speak, you know, I think you touched on your family has been into palm oil production since your great grandparents, and within your local community, you have, you know, like 20, I think 20 oil producers, 20 palm oil producers that can change the directory for Nigeria, what we are exporting. And so at the end of the day, we don't all have the answers. So we all have to stand up and be change agents. And so I would pose that question to you and say, now, you know, it's been something that's been in your family for the past maybe 20 generations, but now you're here. How do you bring that, you know, 20 women that you know have the capacity to change what oil production should look like for Nigeria? How do you bring them to the forefront? How do you start aggregating those data that would otherwise have stopped them from accessing maybe loans or from accessing credit? With everything you've heard today, I mean, we can't say, okay, Nigeria is going to provide everything. Think of all the innovative solutions that had come out from the startup ecosystem. Think think of an FX today, what they're doing, right? If they didn't take the mantle to do this, then we wouldn't be gathering to have this conversation. And so I sort of just sit here and, you know, employ you from where you're sitting and saying, you even know people that can make this. Can you begin to be that change agent from your community? Let's get them to the forefront and let's begin to build on that.
Thank you. Excellent take. Twin, we can't allow you to give us your contribution on this one because of time constraints. So I'll just go to the audience one more time. And can we take one more question from the audience?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, the area I wanted to speak on is area of production and the hygiene.
The area of
production and the hygiene. Because if is it the financial institution will be part of the production? Because we have the free, and what's the role of the NAFDAC in the agriculture? And how do we free of chemicals? Because Mr. Garba that did not know how to read and write, and they purchase a chemical in the market, take it to the farm. You don't know the mixture part is a problem. How do you free of chemical? What's the role of NAFDAC on the agriculture?
That's my question. Excellent question. It seems like we might need a specialist to be able to answer this question.
I think we have Angel is a specialist in that part. She does a lot of hydroponics. But I'm not an expert with NAFDAC, but what I know is that a lot of people, a lot of organizations that are doing, how do I put it, a lot of awareness and training extension services for farmers, and they're doing fantastically well. 1 Acre Fund, Babangona, IITA. So, I mean, maybe because we live in the city, by the time you go into these rural communities, you actually find these agri-extension workers who go there and sensitize these farmers in order to know what kind of crops. I mean, I give you my own personal story. I started a greenhouse in Ikorodu, and I was working in VI, running a greenhouse from Ikorodu. One disease killed the entire greenhouse, and I never went back again. So greenhouse now is looking forward to selling it. But again, I'm not a farmer. If I had the level of the right information, and maybe if I stayed in the Ikorodu on the farm, maybe I would have been able to get the right level of the chemicals, as you said, that are safe for consumption, but also help in improving yield. So there are a lot of organizations doing that. I don't know if NAFDAC is involved, but okay, Angel, I knew it.
Yes, let's give her a chance to speak on this. Can someone give the microphone to?
So I think one thing for farmers that's really, really important is that they understand the importance of good agricultural practices. The reason that you have extension officers, you also have privatized extension services and companies that also provide extension support. And that's an area where you can create technologies that help and aid in extension support. I see a lot of them working with IITA. I see a lot of them working with research institutes to be able to, and extension arms to be able to provide these technologies into the rural communities. Then you also have the issue of organizations and certification bodies. You have known, so for those people who have decided they want to go into organic agriculture, you need to be certified organic, but most farmers cannot afford those certain certifications. They also have alternatives where farmers that are aggregated in one place can actually come together and pool money to get a global certification for them in that space. So there are different options and availabilities. We have a lot of people who went through the effort of going to get certified as a certifier. But then when it was time to now do the certification of farmers in the various communities, farmers don't really see the benefit of getting some of these certifications unless they're focusing on exportation and things like that. The reality is that most of what you're buying on the streets of Lagos, there's no such thing to go and regulate the way that they're using pesticides, whether they're defecating on the farm or not, or other things like that. You don't know. So we're all kind of living by chance. But once that product is leaving the country, all of a sudden these things matter. So it doesn't matter to us and what we eat, but it matters to other people outside of Nigeria and what they eat. So we need to think about how we can domesticate that and how technology can come to play. But this brings me to the other issue of a lot of people who decide, let me just focus on one thing. It's very hard in Nigeria for companies to focus on one thing. For example, you want to be able to provide finance, end up being the company that aggregates inputs or coordinates, because you can't give just the cash to the farmer. You may have to give them in kind. You have platforms that end up being a marketplace for every other company that has every other to provide the farmers. So you end up not ever, I think in Nigeria, being able to keep it simple and keep it focused. You always tend to have some overlap, but I think what's important is also focusing and being true to what your original core is. And I think if you do that, you find that you'll do very well, and finding those niches and those gaps are helpful. So thank you.
Great, thanks. So maybe I should just conclude because I don't think we have much time to take more questions. But one thing that I know has come out of this session is, the wealth of experience that is in this room alone. I mean, you've heard from different people and different businesses that they have tried, whether they passed or they haven't passed. But I think one thing is, I mean, if you identify a problem, try and speak to a couple of people that are in the space. I mean, we're happy to take her comments and just hear about her response to his comments. So this is something that there are a lot of people in this room that you can actually speak to that can help you take off in trying to solve the problem that you're looking at. So use this opportunity to engage with someone who has an idea. You can rub minds and try and see if the problem you're solving is something that someone has a solution to. I also like to encourage the folks that have startups and are doing the hackathon. It's brilliant that, it's easy for all of us to mention all the problems, like you said, problem not finished, to mention all the problems, but who is actually taking those steps to solve those problems? These are the folks at the hackathon. So we need to be more like them and actually, take a stance in trying to solve those problems one step at a time. Try and engage with somebody who you think knows more than you do. And before you know it, you know that you have the resources around you. It's not just always about the cash that you need to do the business. It's also about the people that you can engage with and how you can solve these problems that you're facing. So thank you very much for having us. Thank you, my fellow panelists, for this wonderful session.
Thank you.
A round of applause for our panelists and the moderator. Thank you so much for an insightful conversation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to the highly anticipated point. That's the point for the announcement. And just like you, I'm wondering who is the winner. So to do this, I'd like to invite the Chief Judge and CTO of Apex, Yusuf Oguntola, to please come up. So he's coming up with the scorecard and he'll be making the announcement.
Now to the moment we've all been waiting for. Yep, so we had several contestants. They've all been to the ballots to vote. We've had several voters, several collation officers, presiding officers. We went to the situation room, looked at the results from all the parties involved, and we have a result. And as expected, we have winners. And luckily, like the moderator mentioned earlier, all of them are winners. We won't take our time. I am sure everybody is hungry just like I am. So I'll just go through the results immediately. I earlier mentioned that we would be mentioning some of the important things that we would love for the contestants or the innovators to take note of. But because of our time, I would only do that for the second runner-up, the first runner-up, and the winner. For the remaining innovators, we would take it up with them after this event. What Apex intend to do with the 6 of them is the fact that we are going to be mentoring all of them and ensure that at the end of the day, whatever they've brought up and presented to us become a platform and a system that ends up solving the problem they intend for it to solve. Now, I go straight to the results. Okay. Can I please have the Vice President, Corporate Services, FX, Commodities Exchange, Hemese Oka, on stage? Thank you. Now, the platform or the entry that came 6th at the end of the collation and the result, what have you, is Agriseed by Oluwasemi Michael. Please come up on stage. If I could just quickly run through it again to remind us of what the judges used to judge their presentation and the solution they presented to us all. Number one, we look at the depth of the solution. What problem are you actually solving? And how realistic is that solution you intend to propose to the problem? We also looked at the alignment of the solution to one of the 5 SDGs that was listed. We had 5 SDGs that was listed, and okay, let me not go through that. We have 5 SDGs,
how aligned is your solution to the SDGs. We also looked at the viability, the scalability, and sustainability of the solution they're presenting. We also looked at the quality of the proposal. We also looked at the financial assessments and assumptions they've made in their presentation. All of this was what went into the judgment at the end of the day. So Oluwasemi Michael came sixth. The platform or the solution he presented is AgriSeed. Following that closely is Taking by Abubakar Sadiq Amao. He came fifth at the end of the judging. And following that closely, anybody have a guess? Greener Agro, Chibueze Okwata. Thank you. So please take pictures and we can allow them leave the stage. Can we have the remaining three participants come on stage, please? At least we now know that one of them is going to be the second runner-up, one of them would be the first runner-up, and one of them would be the winner. I am not sure yet which of them is going to be third, second, or first. Now, for the second runner-up, the person is going to be winning ₦1 million. That's the cash prize. Let me also announce that each of them have also won for themselves a free training, free session with Aravo. They're going to be trained for free. They would have sessions with them and they would have some kits alongside that as well. So the second runner-up is going to be going home with ₦1 million. That's one. He's also going to be, he or she would also be eligible for the person would also be eligible for the FX's mentorship. I'm still looking for the result, is why I'm looking at what's in front of me here. And to be presenting the cash gift to the second runner-up is David Singh Oturu, the partner and head of technology at Alex. Please come on stage. And it is my pleasure to present to you the second runner-up at the end of this hackathon. The solution that won is Credence by Samuel Akame.
Wow, congratulations to Credence. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give him a round of applause. Now we have the first runner-up and the winner standing here. What we're going to do is we're going to jump and announce the winner. Or better still, I have a good idea. Let's take a lunch break now. How's lunch break? I thought we're clapping. Let's do lunch break. And when we come back, we find out. You want lunch break? You want lunch break? Okay. So we're going to go straight to the winner. When we announce the winner, you automatically know who is the first runner-up. DJ, please get ready with our music so that we properly appreciate and celebrate the winner.
By the power conferred on me as the chief judge of this hackathon, I declare that we go for lunch.
Okay, so nobody is standing. I can confirm to you that the first runner-up is either going to be a male or a female. I can also confirm to you that one of Marginoma and Palm Farms would be the first runner-up, and one of them would be the winner. And according to the results in front of me, and I would love to immediately also mention the following. And Credence, please go with me. You have a fantastic concept. This is the summary of what you have from the judges. You have a very fantastic concept. There are regulatory challenges that you need to look into. Take very close note of all of those. Transaction dispute resolution is quite important as well. Take a note of that. Partnerships. You need partnerships with banks, with governments. You need to also work on that. Your primary target is Nigeria. From the presentation that you made to us, when you were talking about your competitors, almost all of them are businesses without presence in Africa. If your primary market is Nigeria and Southwest to start with, why are you bothered about those ones immediately? So these are some of those things that you need to look at. For the remaining two participants, for Palm Farms, you have a very fantastic concept as well. You need to look about, think about supply chain and value chain management. You need to identify unique selling points from other marketplaces. You need to structure your business well to tackle logistics issue. Your business model is ensuring people eat quality and nutritious food and not primarily timely. So your focus should be on how do you get cold storage in your logistics and how do you have that happen at every location where you are storing the food. For Marginoma, I have a fantastic concept as well. Your presentation suggests your solution requires a smartphone and network coverage. These two things are missing in the locations where smallholder farmers are located in Nigeria. So you need to immediately be thinking about that. I hear you mention USSD while you were finally presenting. That needs to be part of what you immediately start thinking about before you go into the market. And finally, you need to put structures in place that would ensure that you have loan recovery covered. All right. Can anybody guess from all of this information that I've just given you, who is going to be the winner? If you guess and your guess is wrong, you pay me 1 million. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Ag Hackathon of FX's Code Cash Crop 3.0 is no other but Prince Achoja, Marginoma. And to present the award, the cash prize of 2.5 million naira, I'll be inviting to the stage the Managing Director of FX Fairtrade Limited, Mr. Kamaldeen Raji, to come and present the award to him. Congratulations, Prince. Congratulations to Marginoma. Congratulations. Can we also have on stage the Vice President Financial Market of Apex, Ms. Oluwafunto Olasimo, presenting the cash prize of 1.5 million naira to Folashewa Abdusalam from Palm Farms. Congratulations. Congratulations, Folashewa.
Wow, congratulations to the winner. Okay, and for the first runner-up, you'll agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that she put a good fight. So we'd also like to present her cash check prize to her as well.
A cash prize of 1.5 million naira.
Yes, 1.5 million.
Presented by the Vice President Financial Market at FX, Oluwafunto Olasemo. Congratulations to them all. Can we also have the first runner, the second runner up on stage, please? So they're all gone. So let's have the three of them come up on stage and take pictures together. Correct. Congratulations to them all. Congratulations to FX Commodities Exchange. Thank you very much for attending Podcast Drop 3.0. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to them. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to co-host this event with Mojibade Shosoya. I'd like to invite for closing remarks Akinyinka Akintunde, the COO of AFEX. With the joy that we have in our heart, let's give him a resounding applause as he makes his way to the stage. Woo! We're still celebrating.
You can't beat that, right? Did we agree with the judges' selection? Thank you, thank you. I have a short speech prepared. I'll just quickly run through it. Thank you all, thank you all, thank you all. So I won't take too much of your time as we're already at break, right? This edition is coming up after 2 years of hiatus on our side due to the pandemic and a lot of activities that has been happening globally. And it's been an interesting one for us because we've been planning it for a while. And we really, really appreciate everybody that works with us to make this happen. From the partners and sponsors on this program, I can't mention everybody individually. We really, really appreciate your support and working with us on this. From the panelists, the moderators, we really appreciate you coming on board. Thank you very much. You responded when we gave you a call. Thank you very much. And we hope you always be responsive to us anytime we come to you. To our keynote speaker, she had to leave earlier. Olatomiwa, we really, really appreciate you setting the pace for us for the event today. And finally, I want to thank the innovators. We wouldn't have been here without them. And everybody will agree with me that all the solutions they came out with, in one way or the other, had the potential to change the landscape. Only if we could have more than one winner. But everybody is a winner. And we really, really appreciate you all for supporting each and every one of them. A round of applause once more for our innovators. Finally, I want to appreciate everybody that came out here to support us on this program. We won't be here if you all did not take a bet on us and sacrificing your beautiful weekend to sleep in or go for a party or a celebration, but decided to join us at this event. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it, and we're not taking this for granted. And I was just told recently that the top 3 are likely going to be eligible to participate in the Microsoft Startup Founder Series. So we'll work with them to make sure that happens, and that's one of the good things we want to see happening going forward. It is my pleasure to let you know that Code Cash Crop 4.0 will soon be starting, and it promises to be bigger, better, and larger than what we've experienced now. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what we have in store.
and we're going forward to keep doing amazing things across the world. Thank you all for supporting us. Thank you all for coming out to celebrate this with us. We really appreciate you. To the winners, congrats once more. Apex is there to support you on your journey. We have an amazing product management team. We have an amazing development team in-house. All our offices are available for you to work with across Africa, from Nigeria to Kenya to Uganda. Anywhere you find yourself, just walk into any Apex office and we're there to support you. Thank you very much and enjoy lunch. Keep networking, keep enjoying, keep working with us to change the narrative across Africa for agriculture, technology, and finance. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't leave without having a taste of our hospitality at Apex. Lunch is available at the next hall. You can get it just on the hallway here, and then you can eat in the next hall. Please don't leave without having a taste of our hospitality. Enjoy lunch. It's an opportunity to network, and network. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to add apologies that if there is anyone that is looking forward to working at Apex, feel free to shoot an email to hr@apexnigeria.com. We are constantly hiring. hr@apexnigeria.com is where you should shoot your mail. Thank you.
trendybeats.com. More music on trendybeats.com. Nijams.com.
Somebody always looking. I'm not. my neighbor. Hundred. I said they not. And it with the non-stop. Them can kill it. Then it must go what the most I could. So my plan for the life. Where my name I go. 100 money. Yes. They not. And they around with them. Nobody know tomorrow. If I break my do, make me bread like a tomato. Dead in tomatoes.
You can put 100 on it. Anything I said. They can probably not on it. If they probably not call it. Cause I walk around with a band on me. Shut them down south with a gang on it. Just my fingers up and down on it.
More music on nijams.com.
JLoaded.com.
Mozambique number one, Nigeria number one, Puerto Rico number one, Costa Rica number one. Jave, Jave.
trendybeats.com.
Yeah, check it. I can shout. Oh, she the bamba. Oh, yeah. Order. Aquaba. The big guys with the beat. I'm a Ghana. Oh, yeah. Sick it. Never. I'm about to love, but let's go back to 7. Oh, yeah. Give me pim. Okay. Oh, yeah. Second money go suck up. Back with it up for me. Yellow pop.
So freaking my love so we making your problems. You know like it should be. Sorry for this session. No, finally. Mr. Money Ocean.
More music on trendybeats.com. Trendybeats.com.
I'm a logo, you so cool. Gbogbo ìṣòro rẹ ọ̀tá ní oko. Ẹnu ẹ ò ní gbẹ ò ní mọ́kò. Wọ̀nyí kò ọpọlọ lọ fi gbé kò. Ṣé you no like designer? Àbí you no like to gbà pa? Ibigi like that, you have to stop it. Here we go. Bàbá sọ jíjí gbọ́dọ̀ àpòlí. Kò sí mi lọ́nà lọ́lẹ̀. Kábẹ́tì kíákíá kọjá. Máìjì ó ṣàmọ̀ dáhùn. Ṣé bàtà kò dáhùn? Ẹ bá mi ṣáàmì. Which one I love? Bad boy, I'm single. 20 girls I love. Yeah, the massive party done the start. Everybody done the dance. Yeah, the massive party done the start. Everybody done the dance. Making money is my hobby. I do popping, I do para, I really love it. As you can see, for overseas, and if I miss the money, all over, the money's going. Cause so she, you love me, but what Gucci, Versace, but you say, ooh, about that, cool, but you say, ooh, my dog, I'm feeling you, be, but you do so. I love so cheeky, but yeah, for the reason. I'm sleeping, I'm not loving, I'm getting, yeah, I cheat, shower. When the building, shower. Two girls with my me crew. Which one I good luck? I say bad boy, I'm single. 20 girls I good luck. If we sweet, you're the massive party done the start. Everybody done the dance. If we sweet, you're the massive party done the start. Everybody done the dance. Ha ha ha. DJ Spino. Hola, dime a Shaki.
More music on trendybeats.com. Trendybeats.com.
Nakasumbala jano de waste time, una. Me I won't fire but you can't, una. Mr. Money no dey waste time, Mr. Money want to please your man. He said the feet don't find no dey too shine, una. Show why me. Mr. Money no dey waste time, Mr. Money want to please your man. Carry back a little below. How much you got for the good you go slow. And you don't pay what them kilo. Kumatingas, Kumatingas. She has a your father. I got her from Osaka, Pula, she do Japan, she do Java. Oh, my God, that is me, and like. Java, oh my God, that is me, and like nonsense, we are over, and like nonsense, we are over. Suga la ja 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 suga 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 la ja 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 suga olu suga ja suga 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 la ja 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 suga 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 olu suga ja.
Tell me what you see when you look at me. My problem is that too savvy. But party for the pool party. I got now, yeah, that bad. So you the white meaning, you know, see you now, yeah, but shop and Balaja, carry your matter for head like a shooter. TBS is on my neck, zero fuga. They fuga, they give me sugar. Cause you know you carry, you give me super. Let's suga. We have to more, that bitty conga.
You carry back a lot of kilo. I'm gonna take a phone of what they goes to. Ready to do what 10 kilo. Kumatingas. She has a your father. I got her from Osaka, Pula, she do Japan, she do Java. Oh my God, that is me, I don't like nonsense, we are over. I don't like nonsense, we are over. She do Java. Oh my God, that is me, I don't like nonsense, we are over. I don't like nonsense, we are over. Suga, suga, suga la ja 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 suga, 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 suga la ja 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 suga, olu suga ja suga, 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 suga la ja 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 suga, 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 olu suga ja.
Cause you know you carry, you give me super. And let's sunga. We have to more, but that bitty conga. Oluwa brother.
More music on trendybeats.com.
I'm with this. Complexion. Complexion don't mean a thing. This is solo live. Ooh, complexion. It all feels the same. This is solo live.
Dark is the midnight hour, her bright is the morning sun. Give a fuck about your complexion, I know what the German's done. Sneak me through the back window, I'm a good field nigga. I made a flower for you by the time just to chill with you. You know I go the distance, you know I'm 10 toes down, even if that's a listener. Cover your ears, he about to mention complexion. Complexion don't mean a thing. It all feels the same. It's a solo Dark is the midnight hour, how bright is the morning sun. Brown skinned, but your blue eyes tell me your mama can't run. Sneak me through the back window, I'm a good field nigga. I made a flower for you by the kind just to chill with you. You know I go the distance, you know I'm 10 toes down, even if that's a listener. I got the wrong attention, so I'ma say something that's vital and critical for survival of mankind. The feline color should never rival. Beauty is what you're thinking. I used to be so mistaken by different shades and faces. Then what told me you're woman is what I love the creation and I came from God, that you was my confirmation. I came to where you reside and looked around and see more sights with sore eyes. Let the Willie Lynch theory reverse a million times with it all feels the same. It's a solo love. I love it. Let me talk my Stu Scott. Excuse me on my Tupac. Keep your head up, when did you stop? Love and die. Color of your skin, color of your eyes. That's the real blues, baby, like you meant days, baby. You blew me away. You think more beauty in blue, green, and gray. On my Solomon up north, 12 years a slave, 12 years of age, thinking my shade too dark. I love myself, I no longer need you, but enforcing my dark side like a young George Lucas. Light don't mean you smart, being dark don't make you stupid. A frame of mind for them busters, ain't talking woo-woo. Need a paradox for the paradox, they tutored. Like two tides, LL, you lose 2 times. If you don't see you're beautiful in your complexion, it ain't complex. To put it in context, find the air beneath the kite, that's the context. Yeah, baby, I'm conscious. Ain't no contest. If you like it, I love it. All your earth tones been blessed. Ain't no stress, jigaboos wanna be. I ain't talking J, I ain't talking B. I'm talking days we got school, watching movie screens. And spike your self-esteem. The new James Bond gonna be black as me. Black as brown, hazelnut, cinnamon. No colors ain't a thing.
Barefoot babies with no care. Teenage gun told us that don't play fair. Should I get out the car? I don't see Compton, I see something much worse. The land of the landmines, the hell that's on earth.
NineJams.com.
I feel sweet when the sun up, like the trees in the summer. When the seas are trouble, and then we all need someone. My life, no be smart no more. We all strive to live. So forgive me if I'm wrong, 'cause I'm only human. Somebody move that drum me. With the metal 7 box combo. Always looking out my window. I'm confused. I'm not sure anymore. Always looking at my door. Until the day comes, I go on. Protect me, Lord, I cannot trust my neighbors. My Savior, that day comes. When you from my enemies and my neighbor. You can put 100 on it. Anything I said, I stand on it. In a private lane, I land on it. Then they tell me you can go leave. 'Cause I walk around with a bang on me. Shoot them and them start with the gang on them. Use my fingers over bang on them. Different type of evil, yeah, available. And any one of them can kill you. Anytime, anything can happen. Any one of us could have been possible. We must go when the most I can us. So my papa know I got that light bipolar. Wear my vest and clean my gunner. I ain't going out by the mountain. You can put 100 on it. Anything I said, I stand on it. In a private lane, I land on it. Then they tell me you can go leave. 'Cause I walk around with a bang on me. Shoot them and them start to say gang on them. Use my fingers over bang on them. Oh yeah. So I love come my do. So I love come my do. Nobody know tomorrow. Choro, choro. If a boy feel my do, make him leave red like a tomato. If I'm not dead, then him comatose.
You can put 100 back on it. Anything I said, I step on it. In the private plane, I lap on it. Then they call me back on it. Cause I walk around with a back on me. Shoot a gun down style with a gun on it. Just my fingers up and back on it. You can put 100. Anything I said, in the private plane, I lap on it. Then they you can put 100 on it. Anything I said, I step on it. In a private plane, I lamp on it. Then they call me back on it. Cause I walk around with a bank on me. Shoot a gun down style with a gun on it.
NiJams.com.
trendybeats.com.
Nakasumbala jano de waste time, una. Me I want fire bazooka, una. Mr. Money no dey waste time, Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Say baby don't find no day to shine, unaka. Don't whine me, Mr. Money no dey waste time, Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Carry back a little pillow, pillow. I'ma take a phone go dey ghost. And to play with them kilo. Kumatingas, she nas your father. I got that from Osaka, Ulala, she do Japan, she do Java. Oh my God, that is me, and like nonsense, we are over. And like nonsense, we are over. She do Java, oh my God, that is me, and like nonsense, we are over. And like nonsense, we are over. Sunga la ja 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 sunga la ja 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 sunga ulu sunga ja sunga la ja 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 sunga ulu sunga ja.
Tell me what you see when you look at me. My problem is not too sabi, but party for the pool party. I got now, yeah, that bad. So you dey white meaning, you know, see you now, yeah, but shop and shop that. Balaja just carry my cover like a shooter. This is my next zero fuga. They give me sugar, cause you know you carry the give me super. Let's sugar. We have to want that pity conga.
You carry back a lot of you. I'm gonna take a phone and go to ghost. Ready to go what kilo. Kumatingas, she nas your father. I got that from Osaka, Ulala, she do Japan, she do Java. I'm going to put that in me, and like nonsense, we are over. And like nonsense, we are over. She do Java, I'm going to put that in me, and like nonsense, we are over. And like nonsense, we are over. Sunga la ja 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 sunga la ja 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 sunga ulu sunga ja sunga la ja 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 sunga ulu sunga ja.
Cause you know you carry the give me super. Sunga. We have to more but that pity conga.
More music on trendybeats.com.